Chapter 2482. Under everyone's shocked gazes. The roaring black tiger pounced on Dark Gold. Although the tiger was formed from sword energy, it looked so real and lifelike. Shadow martial arts first style, sword chime yin mountain, master. The explosive sword move exploded in the void. A terrifying aura bloomed. At that moment, Dark Gold's soul, hidden deep within the Shadow Witcher demon, trembled violently. He saw death. He saw despair. That invincible sharpness, he actually clearly felt that it was impossible for him to resist. Not even the Shadow Witcher demon. No. I don't want to die. I can't die at the hands of such a piece of trash. Being killed by Ling Xiao was something he had never thought of in his life. He had lost the courage to fight. Even the Shadow Witcher couldn't make any moves to attack out of fear. Young sect master, quickly stop this battle, Nightwalker yelled. And Feitian had been crippled. If Dark Gold was killed as well, then the only geniuses he had nurtured would be An Ming and He Wuzuan. Moreover, An Feitian and Dark Gold were related to him by blood. He could not allow Ling Xiao to kill them. Lin Yutian was stunned. Soon after, his expression became extremely gloomy. He looked at Nightwalker coldly. A strange look flashed across his eyes. Nightwalker immediately understood what he meant. Lin Yutian wanted to stop Ling Xiao, but he did not want others to think that he did not keep his word. He wanted Nightwalker to do it himself. As Nightwalker thought of this, he rushed into the arena of life and death. He did not care whether it was fair or not. And Feitian had been crippled. He could not let anything happen to Dark Gold. He Wuzuan tried to stop him, but he was stopped by the Dark Tribe Elder. Wuzuan, let's forgive and forget. We admit that Dark Gold has lost. Let's leave it at that. He did not want Dark Gold to die. Although he couldn't accept such an outcome, he couldn't do anything other than save Dark Gold's life in front of so many people. At that moment, Nightwalker had already reached the arena of life and death. An expert was an expert after all. He was able to block Ling Xiao's terrifying attack with just one hand. At the same time, Dark Gold had recovered from his Shadow Witcher state. Kneeling on the arena, he seemed to have lost his mind and was scared silly. Even below, there was a pool of wet traces. Nightwalker sighed. Even if he could save Dark Gold's life, Dark Gold would be terrified of Ling Xiao in the future. He would never be a threat to Ling Xiao again. You bastard. How could you be so ruthless? You're also a member of the Dark Clan, but you didn't show any mercy. At this time, Hidden Flower also jumped onto the arena of life and death and cursed at Ling Xiao. Today, even if I have to risk my life, I'll make sure you die. I'll kill you. Hehe, I'm ruthless. You old hag, is your brain not working well anymore? For the first 3 moves, I gave way to him. Only this last move was blocked by our unruly patriarch. Now you're saying I'm ruthless? I can only say that your son is as cowardly as a mouse. He'll turn into a fool after being scared a little. Ling Xiao looked at Hidden Flower with disdain. He was completely fearless. Although Nightwalker was blocked, he still had other things to rely on. If Nightwalker was simply Nightwalker, he wouldn't have acted so forcefully. You're courting death. Hidden Flower didn't waste any more words. He burst out with a shocking aura and charged toward Ling Xiao. You've already suffered, yet you still don't know what's good for you. Ling Xiao was about to let the divine grimoire attack. But at that moment, a figure blocked Hidden Flower's path. Enough. Letting you save Dark Gold is my benevolence. I can't bear to see a genius fall. But if you want to kill Ling Xiao, I can't agree. The one who blocked Hidden Flower was Lin Yutian. He didn't make a move. Instead, he simply used his aura to block Hidden Flower, making him unable to move at all. We'll listen to young sect master's orders. Hidden Flower and Hidden Nightwalker bowed at the same time. Even if they were dissatisfied, they had to hold it in. They also had to thank the young sect master for letting them save Dark Gold. After all, even if one's mind was stimulated, there was still a chance to recover. Once a person died, there was nothing left. Lin Yutian nodded slightly, then looked at Ling Xiao and said, Ling Xiao, it's just a spar between fellow sect members. Although it's called a life and death duel, You still have to be lenient whenever possible. For the sake of this young lord's face, how about you let this matter go? Your face. Your face is worthless in my eyes. Everyone thought that Ling Xiao wouldn't dare to speak carelessly in front of Lin Yutian, no matter how arrogant he was. Unfortunately, they were all wrong. Ling Xiao looked at Lin Yutian coldly, not giving him any face. I wonder which shameless fellow swore on his own face. Since you're so shameless, why don't you give me face? Do you still want me to give you face? Idiot. If I was the one who was killed by dark gold, you wouldn't even fart, right? Remember, if you want others to respect you and give you face, you have to respect others first. Since this is a life and death duel, dark gold must die. No matter who tries to stop you, it's useless. Lin Yuetian's expression was extremely awkward and ugly. He thought that Ling Xiao wouldn't dare to not give him face if he stepped in to mediate. Unfortunately, he was wrong. If it was someone else, they might have been able to do so. However, Ling Xiao was different. He enunciated each word clearly. With this young master here, can you kill him? 1,000-mile wolf pack attack. Ling Xiao didn't waste any more words with Lin Yutian. He suddenly used the 1,000-mile wolf pack and turned into 81 wolf shadows. Lin Yutian's face darkened as he stomped his foot. A crazy amount of energy exploded on the stage. Ling Xiao's 81 wolf silhouettes actually all disappeared. Ling Xiao's real body was also exposed. He was blocked by Dark Night Walker again. Kid, I have given you face, but you don't know how to appreciate it. Arrogance will get you killed. Lin Yutian looked at Ling Xiao coldly and arrogantly. Suddenly, his expression changed. That was because he saw the kneeling Dark Gold being suddenly beheaded. Dark Gold's head fell onto the stage and blood gushed out. Lin Yutian's arrogance and indifference were replaced by embarrassment and disbelief. He didn't even know how Ling Xiao killed Dark Gold. His sword chime of the Yin Mountain must have reached the transcendent state. The Dark Tribe elder answered the question with a surprised look on his face. The Yin Mountain's sword cry of the transformative state has a terrifying special effect, which is that it will not only cause damage to the physical body. It can also store the sword chi in the soul and unleash it later. The Dark Folk elder couldn't believe his own ears. He reached the level of transcendent sword cry in 10 days? Is this kid a god? Chapter 2483. Haha, I'm sorry, young sect master. The 1,000-li wolf was just a cover. Otherwise, with your observation skills, you would have discovered the hidden sword chi. Ling Xiao stood there and looked at Lin Yutian mockingly. Since it was a battle of life and death, there had to be a winner. Otherwise, it would be child's play. Sect master, let's go back. Ling Xiao actually hoped that Lin Yutian would attack. That way, he could use the butterfly lady and the divine grimoire to injure him. If that happened, who would dare to find trouble with him? But if Lin Yutian didn't attack, he had no reason to either. However, Ling Xiao didn't know that. Seeing him and Yi Wuxing leave, Lin Yutian's heart was filled with killing intent. He was the young sect master. If he wanted to find a reason to kill Ling Xiao, it would be easy. This time, he would let Ling Xiao live for the time being. Very soon, the revenge would begin. Not only would Ling Xiao die, but Yi Wuxing would also die. Lin Yutian was basically the next sect master of the 8 Immortal Mountain. He couldn't tolerate Yi Wuxing's existence. Not only did Yi Wuxing not listen to his orders, but he even dared to protect Ling Xiao and become his enemy. Back in the courtyard, Dark Knight Formless looked at Ling Xiao, sizing him up as though he didn't recognize him anymore. Sect master, we're old friends. You don't have to look at me like that. Ling Xiao smiled bitterly. Today's incident made me realize that I don't understand you at all. Your talent is definitely more terrifying than I thought. But after today, you've offended not only the Sand Race, Sword Race, and Dark Race, but also the Sect Master's faction. Have you decided what to do? Yi Wuxing smiled bitterly. Different situations call for different actions. There's nothing to be afraid of. Moreover, I've already broken through to the 4th level of hell. I'm not far from the strongest in the 8 Immortals city. Their enmity will only fuel my fighting spirit and drive me to become stronger. Ling Xiao said with a relaxed smile. That's right. You've mastered the shadow martial arts in just 10 days. Not only that, you've also mastered the sword cry of the Yin Mountain. Even I can't compare to this kind of talent. Dark Knight Formless sighed. Mountain Chieftain, I'm afraid you've misunderstood. What I've comprehended isn't just the first style. And the second move, Sword Rends the Underworld. Furthermore, this move has already been cultivated to the Great Perfection realm. Ling Xiao said with a smile. What? Yi Wuxing was stunned for a long while before he shook his head and smiled bitterly. Looks like you're definitely one of those rare divine rank geniuses in the profound world. In the entire Black Tortoise mainland, there has never been a genius like you. I'm afraid your aptitude is definitely not inferior to the former 12 beast gods. Ling Xiao smiled and declined to comment. His aptitude was strong, but if he didn't have the Sky Tyrant martial spirit and the crazy cultivation method, it would be impossible for him to be like this. Alright, let's not talk about this anymore. Since you have the strength to defeat a dark gold expert, there are some things that I can tell you. Yi Wuxing had always kept some things from Ling Xiao because he felt that Ling Xiao was not strong enough. But today, Ling Xiao had become so strong. Given enough time, Ling Xiao might not become the #1 genius of the Dark Ones, but he'd at least be on par with Dark Knight No Zun. What is it? Ling Xiao was stunned for a moment and asked. Do you know why the 8 Immortals city is under the control of the 8 Immortals mountain? Yi Wuxing didn't answer directly. Instead, he asked a question. Because the 8 Immortals mountain is strong enough? Ling Xiao pondered for a moment and said. That's right, but there needs to be a stage to show off. Yi Wuxing smiled and said, in fact, 30 years ago, the 8 Immortals city was still the Tianfeng city and the one controlling it was the Tianfeng group. But in the battle 30 years ago, we defeated the Tianfeng group and gained the actual control of the 8 Immortals city for 30 years. Although the city lord is Lin Yuan from the Lin family, he is only managing the ordinary people on behalf of the 8 Immortals mountain. All the martial artists must be under the jurisdiction of the 8 Immortals mountain. You mean, the fated battle is about to start again? Ling Xiao asked. Yes, the battle for the control of the city will be held this year. There is only 1 month left until now. At that time, the Tianfeng group and the 8 Immortals mountain will have another battle between the top geniuses. The participants will be the most outstanding youths under the age of 30 from the 2 major sects. The rules are similar to the battle for the position of the town lord of the Ascension town, but the scale is much bigger. Even the royal family of the Chen country will be there. I don't think I need to say more about the benefits of the control of the 8 Immortals city. You should be very clear about it. All the income will go to the controller, and only 20% of it will be paid to the royal family as tax. Is the royal family of the Chen country very strong? With Ling Xiao's understanding of the mystic world, anyone who could be called a king was not only an outstanding strategist, but also a powerful martial artist family. There was no doubt about this. Then, the royal family of the Chen country must be very strong. But to what extent, he did not have a clear idea. Let me put it this way. It is equivalent to the difference between the 8 Immortals mountain and Ascension town. Yi Shiwen explained. The difference is so big. Doesn't that mean that the strongest martial artist in the 8 Immortals city will only be the weakest in the royal city? Ling Xiao asked excitedly. Of course. If a martial artist wants to see the whole picture of the Black Tortoise continent, he must constantly become stronger. Otherwise, he can only hide in a small place for the rest of his life. The Black Tortoise continent is much bigger than the previous 3 continents combined. The number of martial artists on this continent is also more than the previous 3 continents combined. You must not become arrogant and complacent just because you have achieved a little. If you do, the one who will suffer in the end will be you. Yi Shiwen was most afraid that Ling Xiao would become arrogant and complacent because of his continuous victories. Although there were no signs of this yet, he felt that he should remind Ling Xiao so that Ling Xiao would not go astray. What are the rules of the duel? It won't be the same as the one in Ascension Town, right? Ling Xiao asked. Of course it won't be the same. In fact, it will be different every time. A few days ago, I heard from the upper echelons of the sect that this time's duel is very likely to be in the legendary Ox God's maze. The Ox God is one of the 12 beast gods. He lost the battle for the king of beast gods, but his strength is unquestionable. The Ox God's maze is a ruin left behind by the Ox God. As for what is inside, no one knows. What the younger generation needs to do is to enter the Ox God's maze and find the legendary Ox God beast soul. This beast soul is not only incomparably powerful, but it may also have some kind of inheritance. Chapter 2484. Beast Soul of the Ox God. Could it be the Ox God of the 12 beast gods? Ling Xiao could not help but feel a little excited when he heard Dark Knight formless words. Only by gathering all the beast souls of the 12 beast gods would his beast soul transformation become even stronger. But in this day and age, the title of god had become worthless. Even a slightly stronger existence could be called a god. Whether this Ox God beast soul was the Ox God of the 12 beast gods was still debatable. But one thing was for sure, it was definitely a very powerful beast soul of the Ox God. Now that the steel-armored ox demon martial soul could not keep up with Ling Xiao's cultivation, it was very important to find a new beast soul to replace it. And he did not believe that this was the only good thing in the Ox God's maze. After all, it was an ancient ruin, he had to participate in this competition. Although he knew that his current strength could not compare to geniuses like Jian Liufeng, and Ming, Yi Wuzuan, Mo Feiyu, and Lin Ruoxian. But wasn't there still a month left? Many things could happen in a month. Within a month, his cultivation could also increase by a lot. He believed that Dark Knight Formless had told him this because he thought highly of him. Don't worry, Mountain Lord, I will definitely be one of the participants in a month. Although I have no feelings for the 8 Immortal Mountain, I am very interested in the good things in the Ox God's maze. Ling Xiao said with a smile. Don't be careless. Dark Knight Formless was most afraid of Ling Xiao's arrogance, so he reminded him, you should know that in our 8 Immortal Mountain, with your current strength, I'm afraid you are ranked outside of the top 20. Not to mention that monstrous Lin Yutian, with that guy's cultivation, even I can't say for sure that I can win. So this is the most special person. The Ox God's maze has a rule that only martial artists who have reached the first transformation 5th level of hell are qualified to enter. If you are not a first transformation martial artist, it doesn't matter how high your cultivation is. In our 8 Immortal Mountain, other than Lin Yutian, there are a total of 5 martial artists who have reached the middle stage of the first transformation 5th level of hell. They are from the Sand Clan, Sword Clan, Snake Clan, Dark Clan, and Moon Clan. In addition, there are 10 early stage first transformation 5th level of hell martial artists. They are distributed among the 8 great clans. All in all, there were already 16 of them. And there were still a bunch of martial art practitioners with cultivation at the first revolution 4th level of hell. You've just ascended to the 4th layer of hell, and your cultivation is in the early stages. You should be able to rank in the top 10 in terms of combat prowess, but in terms of pure cultivation, I'm afraid you'll be ranked in the top 100. Therefore, you must remember that you must cultivate in a down-to-earth manner. You must guard against arrogance and rashness. Actually, whether or not you'll be able to participate in the Ox Deity's Labyrinth battle is still unknown. According to the rules, the Sword Race, the Sand Race, the Snake Race, and the Dark Race could each send 2 people. The other 4 clans could each send 1 person. 2 of the sect leaders' direct disciples had to be sent. There were a total of 14 slots. If everything goes as planned, the Dark Race's 2 spots will go to Dark King and Dark Knight No Zun. When he said this, Dark Knight Formless was actually very contradictory. He was worried that Ling Xiao would be arrogant and complacent, but he was also afraid of hurting Ling Xiao's self-confidence, so he spoke very carefully. Then, he looked at Ling Xiao's expression, hoping to see even a little bit of worry on Ling Xiao's face. Only when one was worried could one work harder. But he was wrong. Ling Xiao's expression was still indifferent, even a little disdainful. Don't worry, leader. They'll definitely give one of their spots to me. 1 month later, they won't be my match. This was what Ling Xiao said. Dark Knight Formless said helplessly, that's because you don't know how powerful they are. The two of them were almost equal in strength because they had both comprehended a top-tier Jade-grade martial skill from the Umbra Black Gourd, and their cultivation is also on par with each other. Half a month ago, they both reached the early phase of the 5th level of Hell in the first revolution of the Yin-Yang realm. But in this half a month, Dark King's cultivation broke through and reached the middle phase of the Yin-Yang realm, a little higher than Dark Knight No Zun. Do you think you have any chance of winning? Dark Knight Formless wanted to pour cold water on Ling Xiao. But his idea fell through again. Of course. Although I can't fight them now, I don't think leader knows what I got from the Shadow Black Gourd, right? Ling Xiao said with a smile. Don't tell me you've comprehended 4 martial arts techniques. Dark Knight Formless exclaimed. Apart from the first-generation ancestor, he was the only one who could do this. You can say that. Ling Xiao was afraid that this mountain chieftain would be too agitated, so he didn't tell her the truth. He only nodded vaguely. 4 martial arts techniques were already shocking enough. If Dark Knight Formless knew that he had comprehended 6 martial arts techniques, it would be too scary. What? It's true. Dark Knight Formless stood up in shock. No wonder you're so confident. Good, this is great. As long as you can make a breakthrough in your cultivation and master the remaining 2 top Jade-grade martial arts techniques, you'll be able to defeat Dark Knight No Zun. Is the opponent strong? Lin Yang couldn't help but ask. Of course. Although we're not completely familiar with the Tianfeng group, as far as I know, there's a genius in the group who's not inferior to Lin Yutian. And he's only 18 years old. Dark Knight Formless said. Actually, once you enter the Ox Deity's maze, other than yourself, everyone else should be your enemy. Ling Xiao said indifferently, although logically speaking, the 8 Immortal Mountains martial artists should be united, I think the possibility of that happening is very low. With Lin Yuetian's domineering personality, I'm afraid he'll use everyone else as his stepping stones. So, whether it's the 8 Immortal Mountains martial artists or the Tianfeng group's martial artists, they can all be his opponents. Or even his enemies. Although I don't want to admit it, your analysis is correct. Dark Knight Formless sighed. My request for you is very simple. If you really have the chance to participate in the competition, don't worry about anything else, just get the benefits. After all, the 8 Immortal Mountain hasn't taken care of you for such a long time. Instead, so many people have come to find trouble with you, but the sect leader hasn't come out to mediate. Let alone you. You're thinking the same thing as me, Dark Knight Formless. Ling Xiao said with a smile. I also think that the Ox Deity's beast soul is the most important thing. Although I don't know if it's useful, it's definitely something good. Once you get it, you can exchange it for something else. Not only that. Dark Knight Formless shook his head and said, actually, the Ox Deity's beast soul isn't the most important thing. The most important thing is that once you get it, you can become a disciple of the Chen Kingdom's Arcana Academy. Whoever gets the Ox Deity's beast soul will be qualified directly. And the 2nd and 3rd place in the Ox Deity's maze will be decided through a duel to determine the last spot. Chapter 2485. Arcana Academy. I've heard of this before. Ling Xiao didn't only know how to cultivate. During his cultivation, he didn't forget to learn more about the local customs of the Black Tortoise continent. Although the information was limited, he also knew what the Arcana Academy in the Chen Kingdom's capital meant. It was an academy completely controlled by the Chen Kingdom's royal family. The disciples in the academy were all geniuses from all over the Chen Kingdom. And these geniuses weren't just ordinary geniuses. Because the Arcana Academy's definition of a genius was under the age of 20, reaching the 6th level of the Yin-Yang realm. In other words, until now, no one in the 8 Immortal City was qualified to be called a genius. Maybe Lin Yutian and that woman from the Tianfeng group were. But it was only a possibility. Lin Yutian was almost 20 years old, and that woman was 18 years old. If they couldn't break through in the last few days, then they didn't deserve to be called geniuses. Mountain Lord, I'm very curious. Why did the Arcana Academy have such a name? After all, what he read in the books wasn't everything. Some things had to be asked by experts like Knight Formless. This isn't strange, because the Arcana Academy was built around an ancient ruin called the Extreme Royal Mystic Realm. It's said that only the Chen Kingdom's royal family knows how to enter the extreme royal mystic realm. It should be like the ghost prison, an independent space. It's probably evolved from a treasure left behind by ancient warriors. The extreme royal mystic realm is a natural holy land for cultivation. The spirit chi of heaven and earth inside is 10 to 100 times denser than outside. Not only that, the extreme royal mystic realm has a large amount of precious treasures. As long as you have enough strength, you can obtain them. So it's always been a place that geniuses yearn for. Unfortunately, other than the Arcana Academy's disciples, outsiders aren't qualified to enter. This is why the Arcana Academy's disciples are valued so much. It's said that as long as you don't die in the extreme royal mystic realm, you'll be reborn and your strength will greatly increase. You'll be able to surpass warriors who were once on the same level as you, Knight Formless explained. Oh! Hearing Knight Formless' introduction, Ling Xiao's eyes lit up. It seemed like he would have to work even harder from now on. After a month, as long as he could obtain the divine ox beast soul, he would not only be able to use it to fill the deity positions of the 12 beast gods. They would also be eligible to join the Arcana Academy. He believed that as long as he obtained that qualification, everyone in the 8 Immortals County would have to be respectful to him. People were afraid of the strong. Even those who had a grudge with him in the past would have to be respectful to him by then. Such a good place must be very dangerous, right? Ling Xiao had seen many mystic realms and ruins. The better the place, the more dangerous it would be. That was why he asked. Hey Formless nodded. Of course, there's a race called the Yuanling living in the extreme royal mystic realm. This clan was formed through the condensation of the spiritual energy within the extreme royal mystic realm over countless years. Every member of the meta-spirit race was extremely powerful. Not only did they possess astonishing strength, they were also able to control the demonic beasts within the imperial mystic realm to do battle. Therefore, the Arcana Academy had lost a lot of disciples over the years. That's why they recruit new disciples every year. Only with effort will there be rewards. This is interesting. I like to take risks. Ling Xiao didn't care about the dangers of the extreme royal mystic realm at all. As long as there were benefits, it was almost impossible not to pay a price. Ling Xiao, are you not going to tell me? Dark Knight Formless suddenly asked out of the blue. However, Ling Xiao knew exactly what he was asking. Mountain Lord, are you talking about Ling Yang? With your intelligence, you must have guessed it long ago. What difference does it make whether I tell you or not? I just don't want to drag you into these muddy waters. Ling Xiao was speaking from the bottom of his heart. Hey Formless had already done enough for him. He didn't know what would happen when he went to the 5th level of the ghost prison to save Ling Yang. He didn't want Hey Formless to get involved. Unfortunately, this isn't something you can control. I'm already on your boat. If I don't want to drown, I can only ensure that your boat doesn't capsize. Hey Formless sighed. Do you think those people will let me go if I don't help you? Young Master Lin Yutian can't wait for me to die. Since that's the case, I have to do something to make them unhappy. Ling Xiao was silent for a moment. Finally, he nodded and said, Fine. Since Mountain Lord said so, I won't waste any more words. The situation on the 5th floor of the ghost prison was complicated. There were many powerful opponents that one could encounter. If Mountain Lord is willing to help, it will be easier for me. That's right. Hey Formless nodded and smiled. But if you want the two of us to enter the endless sea, I'm afraid one Umbra Black Gourd won't be enough. We have to work together to get one of the 8 great clans' signature treasures. There's no need for that. Mountain Lord can take the Umbra Black Gourd. I have the Black Immortal Sword, which is of the same origin as the Umbra Black Gourd. Naturally, I can take it too. Ling Xiao said. No wonder I could feel the Umbra Black Gourd's aura when you used the Black Immortal Sword. So that's why. Hey Formless was overjoyed. That's great. I won't hide it from you. This time, I want to go with you to the 5th level of the ghost prison to investigate the real cause of my son's death. The one who killed my son was a warrior from the royal city. This warrior is from the Arcana Academy's archenemy, the Dragon Cult. I know about the Dragon Cult. They are the boss of the Chen Kingdom's underground forces. Almost all the shady things are done by them. The Chen Kingdom's royal family also hates them to the bone. But the dragon cult is very powerful, comparable to the Arcana Academy. Therefore, the royal family can't do much. Ling Xiao said. That's right. The dragon cult's sphere of influence is only in the royal city and the provincial capital. Fortunately, our county capital doesn't have it. Otherwise, the 8 Immortal Mountain and the Tianfeng group wouldn't be able to survive. He Formless shook his head and said with a bitter smile, let's go. This matter, the sooner the better. Once the elders or the sect master find out, it will be difficult to deal with. They are all people who want you and me to die as soon as possible. Although they don't dare to do it openly, it's very convenient to kill people in the ghost prison. I'm not worried about this. Mountain Lord, please wait for a while. I need to strengthen the formation of the courtyard. Ling Xiao was worried about his friends in the courtyard. These people weren't very strong. Without the protection of He Formless, they would be in great danger. Therefore, he had to strengthen the formation first and make it the most solid place in the 8 Immortal Mountain, so that he wouldn't be sad when he came back. Chapter 2486. After reinforcing the formation, Ling Xiao notified Lin Ruoxian, hoping that she could visit more often. With Lin Ruoxian's cultivation, she might not be a match for those top experts, but she was more than enough to protect the people in the courtyard. After doing all this, Ling Xiao and Yi Shichen set off. Ling Xiao's goal was to save Ling Yang. With Dark Knight Formless help, it would be much easier. As for Yi Shichen, he wanted to go in and interrogate the dragon cult cultivator imprisoned on the 5th floor of the ghost prison. He wanted to find out the true cause of his son's death. In the past, he didn't want to take revenge, but now, he wanted to find his son's murderer and kill him no matter what. The 5th floor of the ghost prison was no stranger to Yi Shichen. He had come here many times when he was cultivating. As for Ling Xiao, he had only come here once. The cultivators in charge of guarding the 5th floor saw the two of them coming together. They couldn't help but whisper. It seems like the Dark Tribe Elder is right. These two are going to the Demon Sea region. One of them said. Yes, but that has nothing to do with us. We just need to do as the Elder said and let them pass. We don't need to be responsible for what happens next. Another person said. That's right. But then again, the Dark Tribe Elder isn't planning to deal with them, is he? Let's not talk about Yi Shichen's strength. Ling Xiao had comprehended the Dark Shadow martial arts and obtained the Dark Shadow Gourd. He had even defeated a Dark Gold expert who was at the peak of the 4th level of Hell. With such talent, is it worth it to provoke him? That's right. He's only 16 or 17 years old right now. Not only has he reached the first transition 4th floor, but he can also defeat a Dark Gold expert. We can't compare to him at all. Why don't we tell them what the Dark Tribe Elder said? This way, we won't go against the Elder's orders, and we won't offend Yi Shichen and Ling Xiao. Good idea. The guards discussed this in private. They all felt that they were small fries and couldn't afford to offend anyone, so they decided not to offend anyone. When Dark Knight Formless and Ling Xiao arrived, they told them what the Dark Elders had told them. Mountain Lord, I'm afraid that old bastard is really going to do something to us. I'm afraid we'll be in deep trouble if we go to the Devil Sea domain. Ling Xiao said. Scared? Black Knight Formless asked. That's not it. If he dares to come, we'll make sure he never comes back. Ling Xiao sneered. Against an enemy stronger than him, he had no interest in talking about fairness. He would directly use the power of the Divine Grimoire and the Butterfly Lady without hesitation. Let's go. Dark Knight Formless laughed. If it was in the past, he might have stopped Ling Xiao from having such crazy thoughts. But today, he would not do that. If the Dark Ones wanted to deal with him, he wouldn't hold back. The two of them stepped onto the canoe and passed through the cultivation route before finally arriving at the entrance of the Demonic Sea region. Naturally, Sire Shui appeared. Sire Shui, I've already obtained the Dark Shadow Gourd. I want to save my brother, so I'll have to trouble you to open the entrance. Ling Xiao cupped his hands and said. This made Dark Knight Formless a little surprised. When did Ling Xiao become friends with Sire Shui, who was guarding this place? Yes, of course. Sire Shui had already decided to help Ling Xiao turn the Eight Immortal Mountain upside down. He hated the Eight Immortal Mountain to the bone. The things that the Eight Immortal Mountain did to him were unforgivable. Wait a moment. Dark Knight Formless looked at Sire Shui coldly and said, I recognize you. You're a cultivator from the Dragon Cult. Dragon Cult? Ling Xiao was stunned. He didn't know that Sire Shui was from the Dragon Cult. That's right. This old man is from the Dragon Cult. In the past, for my brother, I didn't hesitate to leave the Dragon Cult and submit myself to this small Eight Immortal Mountain. Unfortunately, my good brother was harmed, and even I was plotted against. In the end, I was trapped in this predicament. Sire Shui hatefully said. You're the one who killed my son? Dark Knight Formless coldly said. Your son? Ha ha ha, are you mistaken? This old man has been trapped here for several hundred years. How could I kill your son? You're only a first transition cultivator, so your son must be even younger. Sire Shui laughed. It seems that I'm mistaken. But since Sire Shui is trapped here, you should have seen the cultivator from the Dragon Cult that was imprisoned here, right? Dark Knight Formless asked again. I've seen him. Not only that, but he also told me some things. He originally came to the Eight Immortal City to carry out a mission, but he was used by someone to kill a talented brat. That brat should be your son, right? Sire Shui sighed. Where is he? Dead. In fact, he was killed the moment he stepped into the demonic sea domain, Sire Shui said. Silenced. Ling Xiao knitted his brows. Dark Knight Formless naturally thought of this. Since that cultivator from the Dragon Cult was used by someone, then the person who used him would naturally kill him to silence him. Sire Shui, that person didn't tell you who ordered him to kill my son? Dark Knight Formless asked anxiously. The one looking for him is Shohai from the Eight Immortal Mountains Sand Clan. But as for who the mastermind is, this old man doesn't know. I reckon that cultivator from the Dragon Cult doesn't know either. Sire Shui shook his head. It's a pity that Shohai is already dead. No one knows this secret anymore. Ling Xiao knitted his brows. Now that he thought about it, Shohai had provoked him several times and wanted to have a life and death battle with him, but no one from the Sand Clan stopped him. At that time, he was already very strong, and Shohai might not have been able to win. Perhaps the mastermind would rather Shohai die just like that. That way, he could completely bury this past in the dust of history. How sinister. But this old man won't let you have your way. Even if I have to revive Shohai, this old man will investigate this matter thoroughly. After all, this might be Dark Knight Formless' only hope now. Mountain Lord, leave the matter of rescuing Ling Yang to me. You should go back and ask the Moon Clan for their Moonlight Soul-Controlling Needle. The Moonlight Soul-Controlling Needle can directly pull out the soul of the dead from the Yellow Springs and interrogate it. Ling Xiao looked at Dark Knight Formless. But it's not safe for you to be alone. Dark Knight Formless shook his head. Moreover, the Dark Clan's elder has been watching you. Mountain Lord, actually, I've been thinking along the way that I'm a smaller target if I'm alone. Moreover, you don't have many opportunities. Since they're watching me, they'll naturally ignore you. At this time, it's best for you to investigate the cause of your son's death. Ling Xiao smiled. Also, Mountain Lord, have you forgotten? I have someone protecting me. Last time when you were surrounded by the Elder and Lin Yutian, it was that person behind me who helped you. Chapter 2487. Forget it. Since that's the case, take this soul-locking token. If there's any danger, just summon me. I'll definitely rush over. Hey Formless didn't want to be entangled in this matter, so he gave Ling Xiao a soul-locking token and turned to leave. Ling Xiao held the soul-locking token and carefully placed it into his storage ring. He wasn't a stubborn person. If there was any danger to his life, he would definitely use it. Of course, he would try his best not to use it. As long as it didn't endanger his life, it would be very helpful to his cultivation. Sire Shui, we'll meet again if fate allows. If I, Ling Xiao, am still alive, I will definitely not forget you. I will definitely get all the 8 treasures of the 8 Immortal Mountain and save you. After Ling Xiao finished speaking, he also stepped into the Devil Sea domain. Actually, Sire Shui didn't ask him for anything. But Ling Xiao felt that since he had received Sire Shui's favor, he should help him. Furthermore, the 8 treasures of the 8 Immortal Mountain were something that Ling Xiao had always wanted. Rescuing and becoming stronger weren't contradictory. Looking at Ling Xiao's departing figure, Sire Shui sighed, I only helped him break through a level, and is actually so grateful. It seems that even if it's for myself, I have to let him leave here alive. Sire Shui knew that once Ling Xiao stepped into the Devil Sea domain, there was a high chance that he would die. Thus, he decided to help this child. He was trapped here. Although he couldn't leave the Devil Sea domain, he could still move around. At the very least, he could ensure that Ling Xiao wouldn't die here. Ling Xiao didn't know what Sire Shui was thinking. At this moment, he had already quietly entered the Sand Race's territory. This place was heavily guarded. It seemed that the Sand Race cared a lot about this sea domain. Perhaps it was because of the terrifying pressure here that could create a truly powerful expert. Furthermore, this was a place where criminals were detained. Originally, with Ling Xiao's cultivation, it was impossible for him to move around freely here. But with the Dark Shadow Gourd and Black Immortal Sword, he could move freely and completely ignore the pressure here. Using Shadow Step, Ling Xiao easily avoided the guards and entered the core of the Sand Race's sea region. Upon entering, he was a little shocked because he discovered that there was actually a huge factory here. The factory produced a steady stream of all kinds of equipment used by martial artists. This included weapons, armor, and so on. The people who worked here were the felons who had been imprisoned. They wore special collars around their necks that could suppress their internal energy. He could only release about 10% of it, which could be used for work. However, if he released more than 10% of it, the collar would suddenly shrink, making it impossible for these people to rebel. Ling Yang was among them. However, he seemed to have made a mistake and was being hung up and beaten in an open space in the factory. In a situation where he was unable to use more than 10% of his internal energy, Ling Yang was beaten quite badly. However, this kid was indeed a genius second only to him. Back when they were at Yuhua Town, Ling Yang's cultivation was already stronger than his. Although he was not as good as him now, he had already cultivated to the peak of the 3rd level of Hell of the Yin-Yang realm. Furthermore, in such a harsh environment, he was still able to catch up to him. It seemed that although the Demon Sea region was terrifying, it still needed to train people. Master, there are too many experts here. I'm afraid it won't be easy to make a move. Shen Dian reminded. Ling Xiao nodded. He had also discovered that in the Sand Race's sea region, there were actually more than 10 martial artists at the 5th level of Hell of the Yin-Yang realm. Although these people were rather old and could not be considered geniuses. However, their strength was much stronger than his. It would not be easy for him to save people. I can only use the butterfly lady's soul first. Ling Xiao was about to make a move. Suddenly, an illusory figure condensed in the sea and gradually became clearer. I'll help you create chaos. You take the opportunity to save people. Sire Shui. Ling Xiao stared at the illusory figure that appeared in the sea in shock, somewhat surprised. Logically speaking, Sire Shui had no reason to help him. Don't be surprised. If you die, who will save me? Sire Shui smiled and circulated his internal energy. Suddenly, many huge sea beasts drilled out of the calm sea. The people of the 8 Immortal Mountain have been trapping me in the eye of the sea, preventing my soul from leaving. However, they don't know that I've used the power of the eye of the sea to control many sea beasts. I originally planned to try to escape, but I'll lend it to you for today. The terrifying sea beasts all gathered in the Sand Race's sea region. Chaos began. The Sand Race's martial artists did not have time to prepare. This was because there had never been a sea beast that dared to attack the 8 Immortal Mountain stronghold in the Demon Sea region. Therefore, the Sand Race's sea region fell into chaos. Ling Yang raised his head and looked at the sea beasts. He could not help but smile bitterly. F***CK, I didn't get tortured to death by these bastards. Instead, I'm going to become your delicacy. This is so King annoying. Just as he was in despair, he suddenly saw a figure standing on top of a sea beast. Although he was bleeding, he could still see clearly. Boss. When Ling Yang saw this person, he was both shocked and happy. He had thought of many possibilities, but he did not expect that Ling Xiao would come to save him. This was just like a dream. Hehe, you call me boss. If I don't save you, wouldn't it be too disappointing? Ling Xiao chuckled. He made use of the impact of the sea beast to destroy the surrounding sand race's martial artists. Then, he saved Ling Yang. After that, he did not stop and directly escaped from the Demon Sea region. As long as he was on the cultivation route, he would be safe for the time being. After all, there were many islands on the cultivation route. Even if the 8 Immortal Mountain wanted to chase after Ling Yang, they would not be able to find him in a short time. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Ling Xiao could activate the teleportation array that he had prepared beforehand. He could teleport directly from the 5th level to the 1st level of the ghost prison. Then, he could let Ling Yang mix in with the disciples of the 8 Immortal Mountain and escape. I didn't expect the plan to go so smoothly. After escaping from the Demon Sea region and reaching one of the islands, Ling Xiao heaved a sigh of relief. Boss, you know everything about me, right? Ling Yang looked at Ling Xiao, still unable to calm down. I know. Then, you still dared to save me. Aren't you afraid of becoming enemies with the 8 Immortal Mountain? It's not easy for you to have your current status. Ling Yang could not help but say, what nonsense are you talking about? Since I dared to come here to save you, I'm not afraid of becoming enemies with them. If I didn't even dare to save my good brother, then I, Ling Xiao, would not have today's achievements. It's this kind of fearlessness that allows my cultivation speed to be faster than anyone else. Ling Xiao patted Ling Yang's shoulder heavily and scolded with a smile. Ling Yang was silent. After a long silence, he suddenly knelt down and said, Boss, I used to call you boss purely because of your strength. But from today onwards, I, Ling Yang, will be yours. Ling Yang was once the sect master of the 8 Immortal Mountain. He could be considered a person with a high position. Chapter 2488. Let's not talk about such things between brothers. But you're the #1 genius of 8 Immortals Mountain. Don't you feel wronged calling me boss? Ling Xiao waved his hand. He believed that Ling Yang would live and die with him, just like his old brothers. With the Taiji eye, he was sure he hadn't misjudged him. Are you kidding me, boss? I've seen how terrifying your cultivation speed is. I entered the cycle of reincarnation much earlier than you, but now your cultivation is even higher than mine. If we're talking about geniuses, boss, you're a true peerless genius. Ling Yang smiled wryly. Let's not talk about this anymore. Let's rest for a bit, then go. That dark elder knew I would come to the Demon Seas, yet he had the guards let me in. He probably didn't have good intentions. As soon as he said this, Ling Xiao froze. A bitter expression appeared on his face. Old man, since you're here, show yourself. He took a deep breath and gradually regained his composure. Panic and fear were meaningless. The Dark Elder had appeared, so he could only face him calmly. Fortunately, he had anticipated this possibility. That was why he hadn't used the Divine Codex or the Butterfly Lady's power in the Demon Seas. Now they could be put to good use. He absolutely couldn't be captured, and neither could Ling Yang, otherwise, the Dark Elder would make a big fuss about it. With sufficient reason, they could openly punish him. The Elder probably wouldn't kill him on the spot. He would definitely put him on trial and have everyone from 8 Immortals Mountain attend. He would be sentenced to death in front of everyone. No wonder everything had gone so smoothly. Ling Xiao finally understood. The old man had been watching him all this time. He'd watched him save people, watched him flee here, and then suddenly appeared. Ha 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 ha, kid, your reaction is quite sharp. You actually sensed this old man's presence. The Dark Tribe Elder sneered as he appeared. Standing beside him was Elder Darkflower. Elder, just leave these two little things to me. You should hurry up and deal with that traitor, Yi Wuxing. I'm afraid that the young sect master won't be able to deal with him alone. Hidden Flower had obtained such a good opportunity to kill Ling Xiao. This was something she had dreamed of. She was afraid of Dark Knight Formless, but she was definitely not afraid of Ling Xiao. Even if the other party had Ling Yang with them, it would still be useless. Young Sect Master isn't the only one on Dark Knight Formless side. The Sect Master has already personally taken action, so you don't have to worry. The Dark Elder was a sly old fox. He said coldly, "You said that Ling Xiao has a strong backer. That's why I have to stay here. Just do what you need to do. I'll take care of that unknown person." Elder is wise. Hidden Flower froze for a moment, then nodded. To be honest, the only person she was afraid of was the expert she had never seen before. If that person insisted on protecting Ling Xiao, she would be in trouble. Now that she had the protection of the Dark Race Elders, she wasn't afraid. "Ling Xiao, I can give you a chance to live." The Elder of the Dark Tribe looked at Ling Xiao and asked, "Oh, you're going to be merciful?" Ling Xiao sneered. He naturally knew this old thing was up to no good. "Of course. As long as you kill Ling Yang with your own hands, then take this pill, I'll let you go." The Dark Tribe Elder took out a purple pill that emanated a mesmerizing aura. A bewitching pill. "Don't tell me this was refined by that woman called Qing Ling. I heard this pill can only be refined by those who know the bewitching heart art." Ling Xiao frowned. "After taking it, if you want, you can control me like a puppet. Not bad, right? Haha, you know a lot. But it's better to live than to die. Being a puppet is better than being dead. You're a cultivator who's reincarnated, and a genius among geniuses. Even I have to admit your talent. If you die like this, it'll be a pity." The Dark Elder sneered. "I'd rather die standing than live kneeling. Besides, do you really think you can kill me? I know you're secretly watching me, but I still chose to save Ling Yang. Why do you think I did that?" Ling Xiao smiled faintly. "Boy, you're still trying to be mysterious at this time. Forget it. It seems like you don't want to live anymore. Hidden Flower, do it." The Dark Elder and Ling Xiao's grudge stemmed from An Feitian and An Jin. But the real reason he wanted Ling Xiao dead was because Ling Xiao's talent was too strong. If he couldn't use such a guy, it would be very troublesome to keep him alive. "Yes, Elder." Hidden Flower smiled coldly and walked toward Ling Xiao and Ling Yang. "Ling Yang, I'll stop them. Take the opportunity to leave." Ling Xiao lowered his voice and stood in front of Ling Yang. "Boss, I won't leave. I can't always be protected by you." Ling Yang shook his head and said, "If we die together. If we live together." "Shut up. I know what you're thinking, but you're so weak right now. How can you help me? Leave and become stronger. When that time comes, come back and help me." Ling Xiao shouted sternly. "Hihi, none of you can leave. You're all going to die here." Hidden Flower revealed a sinister sneer. "That's not necessarily true." Ling Xiao suddenly entered the transformation state of the butterfly lady's soul. Only in this state could he defeat Hidden Flower. As for the Dark Elder, with the Divine Codex blocking him, he wouldn't be able to escape for a while. Today, not only did he want Ling Yang to escape, but he also wanted to live. "Go!" he shouted loudly. Ling Yang originally didn't want to leave even if he was beaten to death, but he suddenly sensed the powerful energy released from Ling Xiao's body. He understood that he was too weak. Since he was too weak, he could only leave. Leaving was the best choice for him. "Boss, don't die." After saying that, he turned and left. "Do you think you can escape?" The Dark Elder sneered. "If I let you escape while I'm here, wouldn't that be too cowardly?" Suddenly, his figure flashed and appeared in front of Ling Yang. However, just as he was about to wave his hand to destroy Ling Yang, an extremely terrifying sword chi suddenly attacked. The Dark Elder was shocked and hurriedly dodged. Although Ling Yang didn't know what was going on, he still chose to escape. At this time, he couldn't hesitate at all. "Who are you? You dare to attack but don't dare to show yourself." The Dark Elder couldn't see the Divine Codex's phantom and was a little nervous. However, the other party didn't attack. The Divine Codex's power was limited. As long as it didn't attack, it could last for a while. Chapter 2489. Even if I have to escape, I have to destroy Hidden Flower. Ling Xiao felt that he couldn't just leave like that. Not only did he have to completely destroy the Dark Clan Elder's scheme, but he also had to make the Elder lose his powerful subordinates. As an Elder of the Dark Clan, Hidden Flower was very loyal to this old thing. If he killed her, this old thing would definitely be angered to the point that his heart would ache. Just thinking about it made him feel good. Ling Yang had already escaped. Now it was time for him to escape. He looked at Hidden Flower coldly and didn't release the full power of the Butterfly Lady's soul. Because he wanted to bet that he could kill Hidden Flower in one move. One more move and he wouldn't be able to do it. So he had to pretend to be a pig before he could eat the tiger. Hidden Flower looked at Ling Xiao very warily because she didn't know what kind of scheme this kid had. Although the expert behind Ling Xiao had already gone to deal with the Elder, she was still very careful. She didn't want to fail miserably. However, there was a limit to everyone's vigilance. After Hidden Flower sent Ling Xiao flying consecutively, she gradually felt that she had overestimated this kid. Even if this kid could kill Dark Gold rank experts, compared to her, it was like the difference between heaven and earth. How could she be afraid? Finally, she started to underestimate her opponent. Ling Xiao endured the pain in his body and waited for this moment to arrive. He watched as Hidden Flower attacked his side and completely lost his previous vigilance. He knew that it was time for him to make a move. Boom! The Black Immortal Sword was finally unsheathed. A cold aura instantly enveloped Hidden Flower. The power of the Butterfly Lady's soul was completely released. At that moment, Hidden Flower revealed a shocked expression. Because she realized that the power in Ling Xiao's body was not inferior to hers at all. But how was this possible? Ling Xiao naturally wouldn't answer her question. The sword stabbed out and the entire space fell into darkness. The first move of the shadow martial art, Sword Cry Yin Mountain shrouded, and the black tiger roared. The two of them were less than a foot apart. Even if Hidden Flower was several times stronger than Ling Xiao, it would be difficult for her to dodge this attack. Moreover, her current strength wasn't as strong as Ling Xiao's when he transformed into the Butterfly Lady's soul. The Butterfly Lady's soul could allow Ling Xiao to temporarily possess the strength of a First Revolution Yin-Yang Realm's 5th level of Hell. Coupled with the advanced lightning battle physique and the power of the Imperial Earth Queen. There was also the Black Immortal Sword in his hand, as well as the incomparably powerful shadow martial arts. He definitely had the ability to kill Hidden Flower, who was at the peak of Yin-Yang Realm level 5. It's just that I don't have that much confidence. That was why Ling Xiao had been waiting for this perfect opportunity. Poochie. The Black Immortal Sword pierced through Hidden Flower's body, and dark red blood splattered all over the ground. At that moment, Hidden Flower truly felt fear. He felt the god of death approaching. She was scared, extremely scared. With a scream, she turned around and tried to escape. He didn't die. Ling Xiao sighed helplessly. This woman was indeed a high elder of the Dark Ones. She had been pierced by such a powerful attack, and the sword chi continued to wreak havoc in her body, but she was still alive. But that was it. It was enough to seriously injure this woman. Looking at the Dark One's elder who wanted to rush over but was stopped by the divine grimoire, Ling Xiao sneered. He stepped onto the canoe and sped out of the 5th level of the ghost prison. Damn it. The Dark One's elder didn't expect that he and Hidden Flower together wouldn't be able to stop this kid. He roared angrily, but it was to no avail. He was cunning, but he still couldn't beat Ling Xiao's cunning mind. Bang! Just as the Dark Tribe elder was about to explode with rage, a terrifying sword light came from afar. It was headed straight for the clouds. This sword was obviously meant to kill Ling Xiao. Young society master. The Dark Tribe elder was overjoyed. Although it was embarrassing for 2 Yin-Yang Realm martial artists at the 6th level of Hell and 1 Yin-Yang Realm martial artist at the peak of the 5th level of Hell to deal with Ling Xiao, it was still embarrassing. But as long as Ling Xiao could die, he wasn't afraid of this scandal spreading. He won't be able to escape. Even the 1,000-mile wolf can't dodge this sword, unless he cultivated the 4th move of the 1,000-mile wolf. But that shouldn't be possible. Lin Yutian slowly flew over from afar, looking coldly at the sword energy that enveloped Ling Xiao. This left Ling Xiao with no place to escape. but it was as if he was deliberately slapping his face. Ling Xiao's figure suddenly disappeared. 1000-mile wolf, fourth move, nether wolf. It turned into a nether wolf, invisible and traceless. Even the shadow step wasn't as good as the nether wolf at this stage. The nether wolf was immune to all physical attacks. Only soul power could hurt it. Lin Yutian and Fengyun, you two better remember this. The next time I, Ling Xiao, return to 8 Immortal Mountain, it will be the time of your death. With a loud roar, Ling Xiao fell into the vast sea. His body continued to sink. Although he dodged Lin Yuetian's attack, his canoe was destroyed, and he was directly sucked into the sea. As said before, as long as you entered the deep sea, you would be continuously pulled down. Only Sire Shui, who had merged with the eye of the sea, and the sea beasts in the sea would be fine. Ling Xiao didn't know if he could survive, but he wouldn't despair until the last moment. As he sank into the deep sea, he released his twin martial souls. This way, even if he died, his twin martial souls could live on. But Shen Dian didn't know this. When she saw Ling Xiao fall into the sea, she abandoned Fengyun and jumped into the sea as well. Boss! A figure jumped out from the forest on the island. It was Ling Yang, who was supposed to escape. He roared and jumped into the sea. Ling Yang didn't escape. He didn't want to abandon Ling Xiao and run for his life. He might be the only one who wouldn't die in the deep sea of the 5th level of the ghost prison, although he would lose all his cultivation. But he didn't care. Ling Xiao was willing to give up his life for him. He would only lose his cultivation. As long as Ling Xiao didn't die, nothing else mattered. Stupid guy, you're courting death. Fengyun was stunned for a moment when he saw Ling Yang jump into the sea. Then, he sneered. Brothers' love is deep. I didn't think that brothers who aren't related by blood would be closer than family. Lin Yutian snorted, his voice full of mockery. Young sect master, where's Dark Knight Formless? Fengyun asked. The sect master has personally taken action. Do you think that guy has any chance of surviving? Lin Yutian said disdainfully. Now it's quiet. Dark Knight Formless, Ling Xiao, and Ling Yang are all dead. Elder Fengyun, you should be happy, right? The one who should be happy is the young sect master. With these arrogant guys around, it'll be difficult for you to carry out your plan. But are they really dead? Fengyun frowned and was worried. Of course they're dead. No one who fell into the deep sea came back alive. They're no exception. Chapter 2490. Am I dead? Ling Xiao opened his eyes and found that he was surrounded by darkness. He thought he had entered the Yellow Springs. It was bone-chilling cold as if he was in an ice coffin. He had never been to the Yellow Springs, so he was not sure about his situation. However, even if he was really dead, he would kill his way out of the Yellow Springs and seek revenge on Lin Yutian and Fengyun. Boss, you're finally awake. Suddenly, a voice rang out. This caused Ling Xiao to be stunned. The voice was too familiar. It was Ling Yang's. Could it be that Ling Yang was killed too? Sigh, what a failure. He thought that Ling Yang would be able to escape and avenge him in the future. Now, it seemed that he could only kill his way out of the Yellow Springs. Ling Yang, don't be afraid. Although we're all dead, we can still kill our way out of the Yellow Springs. No matter what, Ling Xiao would never give up hope. Since he was still conscious, it meant that he could still cultivate even if he was dead. Therefore, he did not care. Boss, we're not dead. Ling Yang's voice sounded very weak. Not dead. Ling Xiao was stunned. He immediately circulated his inner strength and found that the strength in his body did not weaken. Instead, it showed signs of increasing. He had already reached the last step of the first turn of the yin-yang realm, the 4th level of hell. He only needed an external force to push him forward, and he would be able to make a breakthrough. Catcher. Something seemed to have cracked. A ray of light shone in from the outside. Only then did Ling Xiao realize that he was actually encased in an ice coffin. He saw Ling Yang through the cracks of the ice coffin. Ling Yang could only be described as pitiful. He was so thin that he looked like a bag of bones. His cultivation level was also reduced to 0. How could this be? Ling Xiao was stunned. Then, Fragments of memories appeared in his mind. He held his head and pondered for a while. Finally, his eyes turned red. Why are you so stupid? You destroyed your life's hope for me. Ling Xiao knew everything that had happened. When Ling Yang was the sect leader of the 8 Immortal Mountain, he had studied the deep sea and even created a magical treasure that could prevent death in the deep sea. This time, he had relied on this magical treasure to ensure that they would not die. However, in the process of using this magic weapon, it would continuously absorb Ling Yang's internal energy and physical strength. Ling Yang didn't die. He was really lucky. Boss, what are you talking about? You risked your life to save me. I'll just lose my cultivation base. It's not like I'll die. Ling Yang said with a smile. Good brother, I, Ling Xiao, swear that I won't let you become a cripple. Ling Xiao gritted his teeth and knocked the ice coffin open. This ice coffin should be able to help warriors recover their physical strength and heal their injuries. At the critical moment, Ling Yang gave it to Ling Xiao to use. Ling Xiao remembered this friendship deeply in his heart. He hurriedly took out a life-saving pill and gave it to Ling Yang to ensure that Ling Yang would not die from weakness. Then, he let Ling Yang temporarily enter the beast ring to rest. Shendian, are you okay? Ling Xiao remembered that Shendian seemed to have jumped down. Master, don't worry. I'm a spiritual body. The deep sea will not harm me. Shendian's voice sounded. This made Ling Xiao sigh in relief. However, how to get out of this damn place was a problem. Only by leaving this place could he treat Ling Yang's injuries. There were no medicinal herbs here. The conditions were not good. The spiritual energy was very poor. It was not realistic to want to cultivate here. He stood up and began to look around, hoping to find a way out. Although he could endure it for the time being, Ling Yang couldn't drag it out. If he did, he would really die. No matter what, I can't give up. Ling Xiao gritted his teeth and opened his Tai Chi eye. He released his soul power and began to look for a way out. Although his courtyard was protected by a formation, if he did not return for a long time, those bastards from 8 Immortal Mountain would have a way to break it. At that time, his friends would naturally be tortured. I don't know how the mountain is doing. Did they escape? And my elder sister, will she be implicated in my affairs? Although the Moon Clan promised to protect Ling Jiaojiao. But now that his whereabouts were unknown, Heiyi Wuxing probably would not have an easy time. Can the Moon Clan still protect Ling Jiaojiao? Ling Xiao expressed his doubts. It was because of this that he became even more anxious. Just as he was feeling extremely anxious, he suddenly discovered that there were actually 8 huge tombstones in this seemingly boundless deep sea. There was no grave under the tombstones. Instead, there were 8 coffins placed directly. These 8 coffins were completely made of bronze. They were chained up by thick iron chains. Strange inscriptions flickered on them. Clearly, the thing inside had been sealed. 8 coffins. 8 tombstones. Could it be related to the rumored founder of the 8 Immortal Mountain? It was said that the founder of the 8 Immortal Mountain was 8 people. 8 ancient people with extremely high cultivation. But if it was really them, why were they trapped here? Ling Xiao did not understand. But since he could not find the exit, with his bold character, he naturally did not mind taking a look. Thinking of this, he quickened his pace and ran in this direction. When he got close, he felt the terror of these 8 tombstones. All of them were black. Ling Xiao stood nearby, as small as an ant. From the tombstones, a powerful force was constantly released. This kind of power made Ling Xiao somewhat unable to bear it, so he had no choice but to release the Sky Tyrant martial spirit. Since there was no one else here, he was not afraid of being exposed. The moment the Sky Tyrant martial spirit was released, the terrifying pressure on the 8 tombstones actually retracted. It was like 8 terrifying beasts meeting an even more terrifying beast king. Heart demon of sand, heart demon of shock, heart demon of sword, heart demon of snake, heart demon of darkness, heart demon of moon, heart demon of bird. These were the words engraved on the 8 tombstones. And in the middle of the 8 tombstones, there was a huge rock with a small paragraph of words engraved on it. The meaning was not difficult to understand. I have cultivated for thousands of years and finally cultivated the body of the 8 immortals. However, the heart demon is difficult to eliminate. Therefore, the 8 immortals are united and the 8 heart demons are sealed here. If there are any juniors who accidentally come here, do not move. After reading this, Ling Xiao instantly understood. This should be the place where the founder of the 8 immortal mountain sealed the 8 heart demons. This ancestral master was truly terrifying. He actually managed to cultivate 8 types of doppelgangers. Others thought that the 8 immortals were 8 people, but they did not know that there was only one immortal. You don't want me to move? I want to move. A smile appeared on Ling Xiao's face. Anyway, he was trapped here. There was no door to heaven and no road to hell. Instead of waiting for death, he might as well do something. Maybe he could change the situation. At most, he would die. It was better than being trapped to death. Thinking of this, he began to observe the chains on the 8 coffins. The thick chains were incomparably huge. They looked very frightening. Chapter 2491. One day and one night. This was the time Ling Xiao had spent studying the inscriptions on the huge chain. However, he had finally reaped the rewards of his efforts. The huge chain finally broke. The 8 coffins produced a terrifying throbbing sound. What a powerful force! Ling Xiao was stunned for a moment before he sat down cross-legged and used his tyrannical martial soul to deal with this frightening force. The force finally restrained itself under the pressure of the tyrannical martial soul, but it was still very ferocious. 8 streaks of black qi came out of the 8 coffins. They were like 8 huge black snakes that attacked Ling Xiao. Doutai beast, swallow them. Ling Xiao's eyes were wide open as a terrifying aura came from the void behind him. A huge beast stepped on the air and came over. A low roar echoed throughout the entire space. Its huge mouth was like a black hole that swallowed the 8 huge black snakes one by one. The 8 black snakes struggled with all their might but to no avail. Although they were the incomparably powerful inner demons of the 8 immortals, they had been sealed in the coffins for a long time and their strength was no longer what it used to be. In addition, Ling Xiao was controlling the Doutai beast with his tyrannical martial soul, so it was extremely powerful. Swallowing the 8 black snakes was as easy as flipping his hand. They are indeed inner demons. The 8 black snakes were destroyed and dissolved in the stomach of the Doutai beast. The memories of the black snakes kept flashing. Ling Xiao finally understood everything. The ancestors of the 8 immortal mountain had completely cut off these inner demons and negative emotions in order to become the embodiment of justice. They had sealed him here. Unexpectedly, thousands of years had passed and Ling Xiao had achieved his goal. Ling Xiao was the least afraid of inner demons and negative emotions. This was because he had once completely turned into a demon and was still able to maintain his original heart. He was a pure demon, so why would he be afraid of inner demons? What these inner demons brought to him was a leap in his soul force, a leap in his strength. His cultivation had instantly broken through to the middle stage of the 4th level of hell. Late stage cultivation. Peak cultivation. He was only a short distance away from the 5th level of hell. The powerful inner demons had been converted into Ling Xiao's pure soul power, which made the Divine Codex and Yuan Venerate more solid. The silhouette of a Yuan Venerate could already be seen clearly. However, the Divine Codex had directly condensed a physical body, using the secret sword as the material and the large amount of spirit stones and natural treasures in Ling Xiao's storage ring to condense a physical body. She had long golden hair, blue eyes, and fair skin. The divine grimoire had become a real existence, and her strength was even more astonishing. Although I haven't fully recovered yet, Master, Shundian can help you deal with those bastards from the 8 Immortals Mountain. Shundian was wearing an exotic dress and a pair of small leather boots. She looked very beautiful and charming. You actually called me Master? Ling Xiao was a little surprised. He was actually quite worried. With Shundian's current strength, he could kill him with a single slap. This made him extremely nervous. But the other party actually called him Master. Shundian is a person who knows how to repay kindness. Although he is stronger than you now, Master, you have paid a huge price to obtain the Sword Soul Stone for Shundian. Shundian will remember this in his heart. The divine grimoire was like an innocent little girl, full of admiration and gratitude for Ling Xiao. Furthermore, Master's martial soul should be the powerful Mountain River martial soul, but there are some changes. With the Mountain River martial soul, he will become the master of the mystic world sooner or later. Shun Dian is also thinking about his future. She smiled very cutely. Won't you be able to take the Mountain River martial soul if you kill me? Ling Xiao asked with a smile. No, Master has obviously completely transformed the Mountain River martial soul into his own. If you die, the Mountain River martial soul will also disappear. Therefore, Master doesn't have to worry about the Mountain River martial soul being snatched away. They won't be able to. The divine grimoire shook his head. People's hearts are unpredictable. Maybe they won't believe it at all. Ling Xiao still intended to be cautious, especially when his strength wasn't enough. He couldn't be careless. Master is so thoughtful. The divine grimoire tilted his head and thought for a moment. He couldn't help but praise. Indeed, even if it's the truth, some people still won't believe it. It's right to be careful. By the way, divine grimoire, you are so strong now. Can you take us out? Ling Xiao asked. He was now eager to leave this place because he was worried about Ling Yang's safety and the safety of his friends and relatives outside. It was impossible for him to stay here with peace of mind. I'm afraid not, but Master, the 8 Immortals' old ancestor must know the way out. Didn't you devour his inner demon? Let's look for it. The divine grimoire suggested. Although a little disappointed, the divine grimoire's suggestion was right. The 8 Immortals' old ancestor sealed his inner demon here, so he must be able to get out. And there must be information about this in the inner demon's memory. So, he calmed down and began to search. The inner demon's memory was extremely complicated. All the evil martial arts that the 8 Immortals' old ancestor had mastered were all imprinted in his mind. As long as he wanted to learn, he could learn it immediately. But at this moment, he was not in the mood to practice martial arts, so he continued to search. The divine grimoire stood aside, guarding Ling Xiao. In this pitch-black seabed, although it was strange that there was no water at all, they could still feel the existence of demonic beasts. He couldn't be careless. Got it. Finally, after half an hour of searching, Ling Xiao found a way to leave this place. That is, someone must be able to inherit the 8 Immortals' old ancestors' inheritance. The person who obtains the inheritance will not only have his cultivation greatly improved, but also be able to easily open a path to the outside world from here. The first person Ling Xiao thought of was Ling Yang. Obtaining the inheritance of the 8 Immortals' old ancestor would not only restore Ling Yang's cultivation, but also greatly improve it. It would also allow Ling Yang to get out of danger. This was the best choice for him. Master, you have to think carefully. Although the inheritance of the 8 Immortals' old ancestor is not as good as the Tyrant martial spirit, it is still a very powerful inheritance. Are you really going to give it to him? Seeing Ling Xiao put Ling Yang on the ground, the divine grimoire couldn't help but say, what's more, if his cultivation is stronger than yours, then Master may be in danger. Divine grimoire, I don't believe that a person who would give up his life to save me is that kind of person. No need to say more, I will give him the inheritance of the 8 Immortals' old ancestor. Ling Xiao said with certainty. In fact, the so-called inheritance of the 8 Immortals' old ancestor was only the inheritance of the evil face. That is, the evil inheritance of the 8 Immortals' old ancestor. But Ling Xiao had always believed that light and darkness were born together. If the shadow was forcefully removed, then it would be incomplete. He believed that the inheritance of the good face of the 8 Immortals' old ancestor was still on the 8 Immortals' mountain. As for whether Ling Yang could get it or not, it would depend on Ling Yang's luck. Chapter 2492. Ling Xiao began to understand why the higher-ups of 8 Immortal Mountain had trapped Ling Yang in the Demon Sea instead of killing him. It was probably for the inheritance of the face of good. This is great. Good and evil as one. This was the complete inheritance of the 8 Immortal Patriarchs. Seeing Ling Yang's body wrapped in black and white light, his cultivation base began to recover rapidly. Ling Xiao heaved a sigh of relief and began to study the things around him. The 8 bronze coffins were made of a special material fused with bronze. They were very sturdy and were comparable to the best divine-grade spiritual artifacts. They were even better than the 8 great treasures of 8 Immortal Mountain. As for the chains, they were even more powerful. They were made of an unknown material and were covered with inscriptions. If Ling Xiao could control them with a formation, they would be the key to his combat strength. Keep them all. After thinking about it, Ling Xiao kept the 8 bronze coffins and the 8 huge chains into the universe of Tyrant. Instead of using these things as tools, it would be more convenient to use them as martial spirits. The universe of Tyrant could transform everything into martial spirits. This was something that Ling Xiao had verified before. In the past, he could not control this transformation. However, after entering the reincarnation cycle, he could control this transformation. If he wanted to transform something into a martial spirit, he could do so. If he did not want to, he could choose not to. In this way, he did not even need a storage ring. The vast universe of Tyrant would become his largest storage space. After keeping the bronze coffins and the huge chains, Ling Xiao looked at the strange tombstones. Golem ghost. Ling Xiao obtained this information from the memories of the inner demon. The golem ghosts were a kind of creature in the devil realm. When they were dormant, they could turn into stone statues. They could resist almost any attack but could not fight back. This was the common definition. However, according to the spirit race, the golem ghosts were monsters condensed from souls. They had extremely strong soul power and could suppress the inner demon. The spirit race would often use the golem ghosts to increase the power of their demonic eyes. 1-leaf, 2-leaf, 3-leaf, 4-leaf, and the highest level, 5-leaf demonic eyes. It's been a long time since I last used my tri-leaf demonic eyes. Perhaps I can use this opportunity to level up. Thinking of this, Ling Xiao released the Daotai beast again and swallowed the 8 tombstones. Taotia's stomach was simply Ling Xiao's best furnace. The devil gargoyle was dissolved and digested, and a large amount of soul power poured into his spirit sea. Devil chi condensed in his right eye. It took a full hour. The demonic eye with 3 leaves had finally been upgraded to 4 leaves. The 4-leaf demonic eyes possessed 4 terrifying abilities. The first was soul absorption, which Ling Xiao had often used in the past. It could confuse the enemy and cause the enemy to lose focus for a short period of time. As for those with weak soul power, their souls would directly collapse. The second type was soul seizing. As the name implied, it could directly seize the enemy's soul, either in whole or in part. Ling Xiao had never used this ability before. Because he wasn't familiar with it, he didn't dare to use it. But now that Mo Tong had leveled up, he was starting to understand the terror of soul snatching. The human body was made up of souls. The soul was the soul, and the body was the body. They almost represented all the qualities of a martial artist, including strength, stamina, observation, perception, wisdom, speed, and so on. If he could directly seize it and use it himself, what kind of scene would it be? The third type was also the ability Ling Xiao had used before, communication with another world. This ability was very powerful. If used well, it could often be used to win by surprise. Ling Xiao's communication with another world could already communicate with one of the 72 demon gods from another world. There was also the bronze giant. This ability would not only become stronger as the demonic eye leveled up, but it would also become stronger as Ling Xiao's soul power increased. The fourth ability was Ling Xiao's latest ability, but he couldn't use it for the time being because his cultivation wasn't strong enough. This ability could only be used as a decoration for the time being. But even so, when the 3-leaf demonic eyes had leveled up to the 4-leaf demonic eyes, whether it was soul absorption, soul seizing, or communication with another world, they had all been greatly improved. Ling Xiao felt that it was time for him to gradually reveal some of his past abilities. After all, he didn't use the 3-leaf demonic eyes much in the past, and it was very secretive. Now, as long as he was careful, he wouldn't arouse any suspicion. With the improvement of the demonic eyes and soul power, Ling Xiao's perception had also improved. He looked at the dark underground world in the distance, and the corner of his mouth suddenly raised into a sneer. Since Ling Yang couldn't recover for the time being, he could use these underground demon beasts to temper his martial skills. After all, he had only cultivated the second move of the shadow martial art. If he could successfully cultivate the third move, even if he encountered a martial artist at the first revolution of the yin-yang realm's fifth level of hell, he wouldn't need the butterfly lady's soul to fight. After all, it was a top-tier jade-grade martial skill, even if it was of inferior quality. But a top-tier martial skill was still a top-tier martial skill. Even the best high-tier martial skill couldn't compare to an inferior top-tier martial skill. Therefore, in the following time, Ling Xiao held the Black Immortal Sword and began to kill in this dark underground world. In the midst of the slaughter, his martial skills continued to improve. Moreover, the connection between him and the Black Immortal Sword became even closer. Towards the end, whenever Ling Xiao held the Black Immortal Sword, a black figure would appear behind Ling Xiao. This figure should be the soul used to forge the Black Immortal Sword. It was said that in the past, in order to forge divine weapons, some blacksmiths would push people into the furnace to forge them. This Black Immortal Sword should be forged in such a way. This black figure was dressed in black, with a bamboo hat on its head and a black cloth on its face. When it appeared when Ling Xiao was fighting, all of Ling Xiao's moves seemed to have spirituality. Not only did his moves become more skillful, but their power also nearly doubled. Time flew by like a white steed passing through a crack. In the blink of an eye, 7 days had passed. Ling Xiao's strength was steadily increasing. Not only did Sword Cry Yin Mountain and Sword Rend the Underworld reach the manifestation realm, but the two moves also reached the manifestation realm. Once he reached the manifestation realm, these two moves could be combined into one and used together, greatly increasing their power. Not only that, but the third move, Dark Slash, was finally cultivated and raised to the perfection stage. His cultivation also broke through again. In the process of devouring the underground demonic beasts, the energy gathered. It allowed his cultivation to reach the early stage of the first revolution of the yin-yang realm's fifth level of hell. As a result, he didn't even need to fear the elders of the Eight Immortal Mountain. Coupled with the terrifying top-tier jade-grade martial skill and the Black Immortal Sword, he was definitely very powerful in the first revolution of the yin-yang realm's fifth level of hell. Unless one was at the peak of the first revolution of the yin-yang realm's fifth level of hell, they would be defeated by him. Chapter 2493. Lin Yutian, and Fengyun, Jian Kuan. Everyone in Eight Immortal Mountain, listen up. If I, Ling Xiao, return to Eight Immortal Mountain and see my friends injured, I'll make sure you die a horrible death. Ling Xiao pointed his sword at the sky. The breakthrough in his cultivation and the increase in his strength filled him with confidence. In Eight Immortal Mountain, Ling Xiao didn't care about anyone other than the old guys who were at level 6 of Yin-Yang Realm and Lin Yutian. I hope some people don't be stupid. Otherwise, I, Ling Xiao, won't retreat like I did when I went to the Sword Tribe. I swear, I'll make everyone who goes against me pay the price. Ling Xiao was prepared to continue cultivating for a period of time since he had nothing to do anyway. Suddenly, a powerful aura came from afar. Ling Xiao looked over in shock. Ling Yang had already stood up from the intertwining black and white light. His cultivation had already reached the peak of the 6th level of hell of the yin-yang realm. How terrifying! The two inheritances of the Eight Immortals merged into one. Not only did Ling Yang recover his cultivation, but it also increased his strength by a lot. Boss. It was said that men shouldn't kneel easily. However, Ling Yang knelt down now. He was much stronger than Ling Xiao, but he still knelt down without hesitation. Although he was very weak and couldn't speak previously, he still knelt down. However, he naturally understood everything that Ling Xiao had done. Ling Xiao had given him the inheritance of the Eight Immortals. Most people wouldn't be able to do this no matter what. He was willing to kneel down to Ling Xiao because of this. Moreover, Ling Xiao had risked his life to break into Ghost Prison to save him. If not for that, Ling Xiao wouldn't have ended up like this. Get up, Ling Yang. I gave you the inheritance because it doesn't suit me. Ling Xiao didn't have the good face inheritance. If he only had the evil face inheritance, it wouldn't mean much. However, Ling Yang was different. The combination of the two inheritances could allow Ling Yang's cultivation to increase rapidly. Even if he reached the rebirth realm, the energy in his body would still exist. In other words, Ling Yang's cultivation speed would be on par with his from today until he reached the rebirth realm. No matter what, this is what you gave me. If not for you, I wouldn't be able to get it. Ling Yang shook his head. I'm grateful that you're grateful. Let's go back to 8 Immortal Mountain and clear your grievances. It's time to re-establish the order of 8 Immortal Mountain. Ling lightly patted Ling's shoulder. Ling Yang's actions proved that Ling Xiao had not misjudged him. Yes. Ling Yang nodded. Then, Ling Yang used the special method of the patriarchs of the 8 immortals to open a portal to the surface from the depths of the earth. This portal could only be opened by the 8 immortals. Of course, those who had his complete inheritance and martial spirit could also do it. And Ling Yang was such a person. Stepping into the portal, Ling Xiao took a deep breath. This fall into the deep sea was a blessing in disguise. Ling Yang had obtained the inheritance of the 8 immortals. And he had obtained the power of the inner demon. This was the reason why his strength and martial skills had improved so quickly. The inner demon was a kind of soul power. It was just that it was more evil. However, after being devoured by the Dao Tai giant beast and the Sky Tyrant martial spirit, it had become the purest soul power in Ling Xiao's body. His wisdom, perception, and spirit attributes had all been greatly improved. Now, with the Divine Codex and Ling Yang, Ling Xiao believed that no one could provoke him in the 8 Immortals County. That was why he didn't let Ling Yang disguise himself and kept his original appearance. They were back to collect their debts. They didn't need to be afraid of anyone. After coming out of the portal, they were directly facing the exit of the 5th level of the ghost prison. There were still 8 guards at the exit. These 8 guards were from the 8 great clans. Although they had changed people, their cultivation was still at the peak of the 3rd level of the Yin-Yang realm. In the past, Ling Xiao would have thought highly of them. But now, they were not worth mentioning in Ling Xiao's eyes. Who's there? 3 people suddenly walked out of the teleportation array, which made the hearts of the 8 guards tighten. When the 3 people got closer, their shock became even more exaggerated. Ling Xiao, Ling Yang. Both of them were the most wanted criminals in the 8 Immortals Mountain. They actually appeared here at the same time. Other than the blonde-haired, blue-eyed woman, they were all too familiar with the other 2. But how was this possible? Ling Xiao and Ling Yang had fallen into the demon sea for almost 10 days. How could they still be alive? One had to know that no one had ever returned alive after falling into the demon sea, especially after so many days. Was this a dream? Although I don't know why you're still alive, since you're alive, you should run for your lives. You're actually stupid enough to come back to die. You two really don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Perhaps because they let Ling Xiao go, the guards that Ling Xiao was familiar with had all been replaced. Now, these 8 people were absolutely hostile to Ling Xiao. Don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Ling Xiao sneered and suddenly took a step forward. Before the 8 people could see his figure clearly, one of them was lifted up by the neck. Don't move. Obediently answer my questions, and I can spare your lives. After all, you're just gatekeepers. Ling Xiao's voice was cold and murderous. If the other party dared not to listen to him, he would really kill them. What do you want to ask? The person who was choked by Ling Xiao asked with difficulty. Ling Xiao let go of his hand so that the other party could breathe more freely. Kill him. As soon as the person was let go, he roared. The other 7 people moved at the same time and rushed toward Ling Xiao. You dare to hurt my master, you're courting death. Ling Xiao hadn't made a move yet, but Shen Dian was already furious. Her slender jade hand gently pointed. The 7 people all turned into people on fire. They fell to the ground with painful howls and instantly turned into ashes. Don't kill me, the only remaining person shouted in horror. Tell me the question I want to answer, and I can naturally spare your life. Ling Xiao said indifferently. I'll talk, I'll tell you everything. This person was truly frightened. That blonde-haired, blue-eyed girl clearly looked so beautiful and innocent, but when she killed people, she was actually so tyrannical. Moreover, her strength was so terrifying. He finally understood why Ling Xiao dared to come back. He had found a backer. "Is the Eight Immortals Mountain looking for us?" Ling Xiao asked. "Yes, including you, Ling Yang, and Yi Chen Wuxing. You've all become the highest level of wanted criminals. No matter when or where, without reporting, they can use any means to kill you." That person replied. "Good, good. How are my friends?" Chapter 2494. The remaining guards on the 5th floor of the ghost prison were afraid of the divine grimoire, so they didn't dare to miss a single question from Ling Xiao. "Your courtyard is protected by a powerful array. Even the sect master couldn't break it. However, it's in danger now and won't last for more than a few days. In order to protect them, Lin Ruoxian fought with the young sect master and was severely injured. The young sect master even said that he wanted to give him to Mo Feiyu." Mo Feiyu? Ling Xiao had almost forgotten this name. He was one of the top geniuses of the Eight Immortal Mountain and the first person that Ling Xiao hated. If not for Lin Ruoxian's protection, he would have been killed by Mo Feiyu. Later on, Mo Feiyu didn't take action because he had Mo Feiyu's father's life in his hands. However, it seemed that Mo Feiyu thought that he was dead, so he wanted to marry Lin Ruoxian to take revenge on Lin Ruoxian. "You're courting death." Ling Xiao knew that Mo Feiyu's strength wasn't much higher than Lin Ruoxian's. Perhaps in the past, Ling Xiao was afraid of him, but now, he could kill him as easily as killing a chicken or a lamb. "What else?" Ling Xiao asked again. "Your sister, Ling Jiaojiao, was also forced to marry Jian Lufeng again. The wedding will be held on the same day in the Sword Tribe. You came back at the right time because the wedding is today. The Sword Tribe really doesn't give up. However, today, I'll turn their wedding into a funeral." Ling Xiao was filled with killing intent. "Mo Feiyu is from the Moon Tribe. Why is he holding the wedding in the Sword Tribe? There's no Moon Tribe anymore." In order to protect Ling Jiaojiao and Hei Invisibility, the Moon Tribe was besieged by the 7 great clans. In addition, Mo Feiyu betrayed them. Now, they're all imprisoned in the 8 Immortal Mountains dungeon before they could be transferred to the Demon Sea region. I didn't expect the Moon Tribe to be so loyal. I'm surprised. Ling Xiao originally thought that Ling Jiaojiao was sent to the Sword Tribe because the Moon Tribe didn't dare to be enemies with the Sword Tribe. Now it seemed that he had guessed wrongly. But don't worry, as long as I, Ling Xiao, am here, your Yu clan will definitely not be exterminated. What made him feel gratified was that the people of the Yu clan were basically all locked up in the dungeon and not immediately executed. Perhaps the sect leader wanted to show his justice, so he decided to publicly judge and punish these people. But no matter what, it gave him a chance to repay his kindness. Kill him. After Ling Xiao asked what he wanted to know, he didn't intend to keep this person around. Because the reason why those guards attacked was because of this fellow's instigation. "No, you promised not to kill me." The guard shouted in horror. "I only promised you that I wouldn't kill you. I didn't say that I couldn't let others kill you." Ling Xiao revealed a cold smile and walked out of the 5th floor of the ghost prison. Without saying a word, Ling Yang grabbed the guard. In the blink of an eye, the guard turned into a dried corpse. In fact, the 8 great clans had all inherited the 8 abilities of the 8 immortals. No matter how the clans changed, their abilities wouldn't change. And Ling Yang had all the inheritances and martial souls of the 8 immortals, so he had all 8 abilities. What he used just now was the Sand Clan's ability. Not long after that day, the Sword Clan acted as if nothing had happened. Today, it was decorated with lanterns and colored banners again, and it was even livelier than before. Last time, when Jian Lufeng married Ling Jiaojiao, the other clans only sent their elders. This time, other than the Yu clan, all the 8 great clans sent their clan leaders to participate. And all the mountain leaders of the 8 Immortal Mountain had arrived. The mountain leader of the Black Immortal Mountain had changed. He was a shriveled old man who didn't speak much and only cared about eating peanuts. The reason why it was so grand this time was mainly because it wasn't a wedding today. It was two. Other than Jian Lufeng marrying Ling Jiaojiao, Mo Feiyu was also marrying Lin Ruoxian. And the person presiding over their wedding was actually the young sect leader, Lin Yutian. Although the young sect leader hadn't arrived yet, he probably wouldn't miss such a lively day. In addition, the Yu clan was destroyed, and everyone was either dead or captured. The Sword Clan could be considered to have shown their might in this battle, and many people also gave them face. Originally, Jian Liufeng and Ling Jiajiao's wedding should have been held more than 10 days ago. Once the wedding was over, Jian Liufeng and Ling Jiajiao would be able to give birth to a genius with the bloodline of the saber-sword divine emperor. At that time, if carefully nurtured, his talent might even be above Jian Liufeng's. Of course, no one cared about Ling Jiajiao's life or death. Last time, Ling Xiao, Yi Wuxing, and the others had ruined the wedding. So this time, the Sword Clan's clan leader, Zhen Kuan, specially chose an auspicious day, thinking that nothing would happen today. How could something happen? Yi Wuxing escaped. Ling Xiao died. The remaining henchmen of Ling Xiao weren't even worth mentioning. So they weren't worried about anything. Zhen Kuan and Zhen Ruchao were welcoming guests from all over the place. These guests didn't just come from inside the Eight Immortals Mountain, but also from outside. All the famous people in the Eight Immortals County had arrived, and there were even people from the provincial capital. It was said that even the Chen Kingdom's royal family had sent 2 congratulatory gifts. Although the royal family didn't come to participate, it was already very impressive to have a congratulatory gift. Compared to Zhen Kuan and Zhen Ruchao, who were talking and laughing, the group of people sitting in the corner appeared to be cautious and submissive. In this group of people, there were people from the Lin clan represented by Lin Yuan. They were Lin Ruoxian's maiden family, and they were considered to be famous in the Eight Immortals County, so they didn't lose face. But Lin Ruoxian's injuries hadn't healed yet, and she was about to marry Mo Feiyu, and it was obviously forced. This made everyone in the Lin clan angry, but they didn't dare to say anything. In addition to them, there was another group of people, Ling Yuhua and the others from Yuhua town. They had been deceived. The people from the Eight Immortals Mountain had told them that Ling Xiao was going to marry, and they had even forged a letter to lure them out of Yuhua town, and then kidnapped them here. Last time, Ling Jiajiao's maiden family wasn't present, and people had criticized them. So this time, the Sword Clan had prepared everything. Ling Yuhua wasn't weak. With the good things that Ling Xiao had given to the Ling clan, he had cultivated to the peak of the 3rd level of the Yin-Yang realm. With his current strength, he was naturally much stronger than before. But compared to the people present, it wasn't worth mentioning. So, everyone looked at him with disdain and mockery. Ling Yuhua didn't feel good about it. I don't know why the Sword Clan wants Jian Liufeng to marry Ling Jiajiao. She's just the descendant of a country bumpkin. What's so special about her? Look at her grandfather, he's just like a country farmer. Hey, you don't know this, right? Ling Jiajiao has awakened the sword saber Shenhuang martial soul. If the Sword Clan wants to obtain this bloodline, they have to let her marry Jian Liufeng. Yuhua Town's Ling clan will probably soar to the sky if they get involved with the Sword Clan. Chapter 2495. Ch. You only know one thing but not the other. The Sword Tribe wants the bloodline of the Swordblade Divine Emperor. Once she gives birth to a child, her martial soul and bloodline will be transferred. Then, Ling Jiaojiao will be a piece of trash. It's better if she dies. I'm just afraid that she will be treated like trash and imprisoned in a small black room for the rest of her life. What's there to be envious about? Lower your voice. You don't dare to say such things. So what if I say it? I'm not a piece of trash like that old man. My granddaughter is about to be killed and I don't even dare to say anything. It's quite embarrassing. How could Ling Yuhua not hear such a conversation? But what could he do? Even a genius like Ling Xiao had been killed, so what did he amount to? He didn't want his granddaughter to be killed. But as long as he dared to say a word, all the Ling clan members who came with him would die. Ling Yuhua, don't listen to the nonsense of those despicable people. If you do as we say obediently, I'll guarantee your Ling family's safety and wealth. Originally, Zhen Kuan should be addressing them as in-laws. But how could he, who looked down on them, address them that way? He directly called Ling Yuhua by his name, completely acting high and mighty. Ling Yuhua clenched his teeth as his heart bled. It was this Eight Immortal Mountain that destroyed their Ling family's hope and even humiliated his granddaughter. He touched his storage ring gently. There was a large amount of Thunderfire powerbombs that Ling Xiao gave him. Although he couldn't kill these sons of bitches, he could drag a few Sword Tribe members down with him. Ling Yuhua wouldn't be afraid to see Ling Xiao in the underworld. Maybe he didn't treat Ling Xiao as a family member in the past. However, as time passed, the situation developed, and everything that Ling Xiao had done to the Ling family, even Ling Yuhua, who had a heart of steel, was affected by this. In his heart, Ling Xiao was his grandson. No matter if Ling Xiao admitted it or not, he could die for Ling Xiao. The reason why he was cheated this time was because of Ling Xiao. But it was a pity that Ling Xiao was already dead. Moreover, he died without a complete corpse. No, it should be said that he didn't even have a corpse. He couldn't save Ling Xiao, but before he died, he had to do something. A man couldn't possibly be too cowardly. That would be too useless. I'm sorry, Jiao Jiao. Grandfather can't save you. Ling Yuhua looked at the woman with a red veil on the wedding stage and sighed helplessly. He had seen Ling Jiaojiao before. These days, Ling Jiaojiao's silence was frightening. Ling Aojiao Ling. There was no light in Ling Jiaojiao's eyes. They were like dead ashes. That kind of gaze made people think of a walking corpse. It was simply not a living person. However, Zhen Liufeng didn't care. Anyway, he only wanted a child, not Ling Jiaojiao. So what if Ling Jiaojiao didn't like him? He had ways to prevent her from committing suicide. Ling Jiaojiao was still being controlled by the love Ji. She was being controlled like a puppet. She couldn't do anything. This was the sad part of being weak. They couldn't even choose how to live or die. The auspicious time has arrived. Just as everyone was pointing and commenting on the two newlyweds on the stage, the MC shouted at the top of his voice, "The two newlyweds are coming out. Let's start the wedding ceremony." The first to walk out were two young heroes. One was Zhen Liufeng, and the other was Mo Feiyu. Their cultivation and looks were similar. They were both top-notch handsome men. Oh, right. Mo Feiyu had already defected to the Sword Tribe and adopted Zhen Kuan as his godfather. Hence, he was called Zhen Feiyu. This traitor of the Moon Clan had become an even more dazzling bridegroom in a grand and imposing manner. The two grooms were both wearing red robes with majestic lions embroidered on them. Under their dashing attire, they exuded a cold aura. The moment the two of them appeared, screams could be heard from below the stage. Those crazy women couldn't resist the charm of these two young men. They were young, powerful, and they had the Sword Tribe behind them. No matter in which aspect, they were top-notch. At least in the Eight Immortals city, being able to marry them was definitely the dream of many women. The grooms came out. Then, the brides were helped out. The first bride was Ling Jiaojiao. Her movements were stiff. Anyone with a discerning eye could tell that she was being controlled. The second bride was Lin Ruoxian. She was actually sitting in a wheelchair. It was obvious that her injuries hadn't fully recovered and were still very serious. These two brides could be said to be strange. Many people could tell that there was a problem, but they didn't dare to say anything. Because this was the Eight Immortals Mountain. This was the Sword Tribe. They didn't want to offend powerful enemies. Ling Jiaojiao, just accept your fate. After more than 10 years, you're still mine. Ling Xiao, who stood up for you, is dead. He escaped invisibly. Who else can help you? Don't worry, I'll be gentle tonight so that you won't be in too much pain. After all, you still have to give birth to a baby for the Sword Tribe. Ha ha, ha 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 ha. Zhen Liufeng laughed very proudly. Ling Xiao was dead. Ling Jiaojiao had no choice but to submit. What a wonderful thing. Although the Moon Tribe had delayed the wedding until now to protect Ling Jiaojiao. But what was the use of delaying? Everything would end today. Ling Jiaojiao's heart was dead. The only thing she wanted to do now was to take revenge. Revenge for her brother. Revenge for herself. However, she had to wait for an opportunity. Tonight might be the best time to kill Zhen Liufeng. On the other side, Mo Feiyu, oh no, it should be Zhen Feiyu. He also cast a cold gaze at Lin Ruoxian. Lin Ruoxian, are you in despair? Back then, you were my enemy because of that kid. You didn't expect to become my woman today, right? I'm not as kind as Jen Liufeng. I'll let you live in torture. Don't worry, you won't die. You'll only suffer more. Ling Xiao is dead. You'll pay for his debt. Lin Ruoxian's mouth twitched. Her eyes were filled with anger. But all of this was meaningless. She hated the heavens. Why was it so unfair? Why did it let these Evilders rule? Ru Chao, after the wedding, get rid of those people from Yuhua town. By then, they'll be useless. On the seat of honor, Jen Kuan actually said to Jen Ru Chao, who was standing beside him. Not sure if it was intentional, but this voice reached Ling Jiaojiao and Ling Yuhua's ears. He wanted to torture these two people. Let these two know that they were going to die, but there was nothing they could do. Jen Kuan, you beast. Finally, Ling Yuhua couldn't take it anymore. He originally planned to fight to the death after the other people from Yuhua town left. But now, Jen Kuan actually told Jen Ru Chao to kill all of them. How could he bear it? He stood up like a madman. Since he was going to die anyway, he had nothing to be afraid of. Chapter 2496. How dare you? Hold him down. Jen Kuan sneered and ordered someone to hold Ling Yuhua down. He even took off the storage ring on Ling Yuhua's hand. Do you think I don't know what you're thinking? There should be something in your storage ring. Without it, what else can you do? Just wait for your death, old man. You can only blame yourself for being too weak. Jen Kuan's smile was smug and proud, as if there was nothing wrong with what he had done. It was not that he was too cruel, but that the other party was too weak and too useless. Ah! Ling Yuhua looked up to the sky and sighed. Despair burned his heart, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. He was about to kill himself on the steps. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning fell from the sky. It directly landed on the wedding stage. Boom! This bolt of lightning not only stopped the wedding that was in progress, it also scared Jen Kuan and the others to the side. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the lightning. A figure appeared in the bolt of lightning. Someone dared to cause trouble in the Sword Tribe. Who dared to cause trouble in the Eight Immortal Mountain? Who was it? Who are you? How dare you break into the Sword Tribe? Jen Kuan instantly recovered. His eyes were as sharp as an eagle's as he looked at the bolt of lightning. Under the bolt of lightning, smoke filled the air. For a moment, no one could see who it was. His back. Suddenly, someone in the crowd shouted. The shout came from Lin Yang. All of Ling Xiao's friends, who had been hiding in the courtyard, came out. Today, they did not want to be cowards. Ling Xiao was already dead. They wanted to protect Ling Xiao's sister, Ling Jiaojiao, and Lin Ruoxian. Originally, they were all prepared to die. They all disguised themselves and hid in the crowd, waiting for an opportunity to make a move. However, Lin Yang's voice made him the most eye-catching person in the crowd. However, no one recognized him or was interested in who he was. Everyone wanted to know who he was talking about. Who else? Of course it's Ling Xiao. Who else do you think has the guts to break into the Sword Tribe? Lin Yang said excitedly. Although he didn't see who was behind the lightning, Lin Yang believed that it was his boss, Ling Xiao. Ha 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 ha. What a joke. Ling Xiao fell into the demon sea. The young master and the elder of the Dark Ones saw it with their own eyes. Does he know how to bring the dead back to life? Jian Kuan looked up to the sky and laughed out loud, feeling that this was the biggest joke in the world. Is it so laughable that I'm alive? Suddenly, a voice sounded. This caused Jian Kuan, who was laughing heartily, to stop abruptly. He seemed to be in a daze as he stiffly turned around and looked at the figure standing there. Everyone was stunned. Ling Xiao's death was known to everyone a few days ago. And Fengyun couldn't wait to announce Ling Xiao's death. He claimed that Ling Xiao had tried to save the traitor Ling Yang and was killed by him. However, today, Ling Xiao was standing there, alive and well. What was going on? Are you a human or a ghost? Among the people present, the most shocked was none other than Dark Flower. Back then, she had almost been killed by Ling Xiao. Fortunately, she had escaped quickly. At that time, she had seen Ling Xiao fall into the demon sea with her own eyes. When I meet a human, I'm a human. When I meet a ghost, I'm naturally a ghost. Ling Xiao looked at Dark Flower contemptuously and said, "It seems that your injuries have basically healed. It's a pity that I didn't kill you back then. It's a pity that I didn't kill you back then." Then, he looked at Ling Jiaojiao and Lin Ruoxian as if there was no one around. Two pitiful women. One was seriously injured and couldn't move. The other was imprisoned by soul power like a marionette. Ling Yuhua, who was in his hand, had completely changed from despair to ecstasy. He thought he had fallen into hell, but when he opened his eyes, he found himself in heaven. That kind of joy was indescribable with words. "Old man, you acted like a man just now. But it's still too early for you to die." Ling Xiao smiled at him and activated his four-leaf demonic eyes. In just an instant, the soul power that had imprisoned Ling Jiaojiao was broken. The moment Ling Jiaojiao was rescued, she didn't care about everyone's gazes and actually threw herself at Ling Xiao while crying. His warm and strong arms made her finally feel the warmth of spring. Her lifeless eyes were suddenly filled with boundless vitality, becoming like a pool of autumn water. "You bad boy. You bad boy. I knew you didn't die. You didn't die." Ling Jiaojiao almost choked with sobs. The sound of her wailing could be heard clearly in the entire Sword Tribe's courtyard. She was venting. She was venting. Only in this man's arms could she obtain a moment of peace and safety. Ling Xiao didn't stop Ling Jiaojiao from crying. What kind of torture did this strong girl go through during this period of time? He could imagine. Ling Xiao. Lin Ruoxian's barely able to speak words actually managed to squeeze out a few words. Her eyes were already brimming with tears. I'm sorry. I couldn't protect your sister." Lin Ruoxian was still blaming herself. In order to protect Ling Jiaojiao, she was severely injured by Lin Yutian. Yet, she still blamed herself for not doing her duty. Ling Xiao cried. This man who didn't like to cry couldn't withstand this touching and heartbreaking feeling. He grabbed Ling Jiaojiao's hand and walked to Lin Ruoxian's side, hugging the proud and touching girl in his arms. "No, you're not responsible. I didn't do well." Ling Xiao's tears began to burn at this moment, turning into a raging fire. It was anger and killing intent. It was anger that was about to erupt. Before he came back, he said that he would take the life of anyone who dared to hurt his friends and family. Now, it was time to fulfill his promise. "I don't care if you're a human or a ghost. Since you dared to disturb our wedding today, don't even think about getting out of here alive," Jian Liufeng said angrily. Jian Liufeng and Jian Feiyu recovered from the shock. Especially when they saw their bride in the arms of another man, they were so angry that their teeth were chattering. "That's right. Ling Xiao, it's time to end the grudge between us." Jian Feiyu looked at Ling Xiao with a strong killing intent. However, Ling Xiao ignored them and looked at Jian Kuan instead. "Jian Kuan, you old dog. I said that I would destroy the family of anyone who dared to provoke my sister. It seems that you didn't take my words seriously." At this moment, Ling Xiao wished that he was a demon without emotions. He only wanted to kill. Kill until the sky turned dark. Kill until the ground was covered in blood. Because he was too angry. Killing one or two people couldn't quell his anger. "How dare you? Kid, last time, you had Yi Tianxing to back you up and let you escape. But this time, you dare to make trouble again. I'd like to see who can help you." Chapter 2497. Jian Kuan really couldn't understand. He Wuxing had already been beaten out of 8 Immortal Mountain. With Ling Xiao's strength, how could he dare to cause trouble here? He looked coldly at Ling Xiao, and there was actually some fear in his heart. This was because Ling Xiao never played by the rules, so he didn't dare to attack rashly. "I'll deal with the matter of the Mountain Lord later." The dignified 8 Immortals Mountain had forced the strongest Grand Elder to rebel and the most outstanding and talented disciple to have no way out. It was truly a great feat. However, this was also normal. Even a traitor like Mo Feiyu could be treated as a delicious cake. The 8 Immortal Mountain was really a bunch of rascals now. Otherwise, there wouldn't be such a laughable scandal like forced marriage twice. They even used something like the love GU. Ling Xiao didn't seem to see Jian Kuan, Jian Liufeng, and Mo Feiyu's murderous gazes as he continued to speak. Before he took action, he wanted to announce his reason for doing so to let the guests here know. Let the Chen nation's royal family know. As for how they saw it and whether they believed him or not, that was another matter. Even those who rebelled had to find a legitimate reason for themselves, not to mention that Ling Xiao himself had a legitimate reason. Ling Xiao's words caused the audience below the stage to buzz with discussion. This was because many people could see that something was wrong with Ling Jiaojiao, and they could also see Lin Ruoxian's unwillingness. However, they didn't dare to say it, and they weren't sure. Now that Ling Xiao had directly exposed this layer of window paper, they naturally wouldn't care. Hearing the discussion below, the expressions of everyone in 8 Immortal Mountain changed drastically. Some lowered their heads in shame. However, most of them were livid and furious. Especially the people from the Sword Tribe, they were the first to bear the brunt of Ling Xiao's criticism. However, perhaps because they had already made a fool of themselves before, the shameless Sword Tribe didn't care anymore. He knew that there were some people below who were prepared to watch a show. In that case, he would directly kill Ling Xiao and completely end this farce. I've long heard that the 8 Immortals Mountain has an arrogant and unruly disciple who once caused a huge commotion in the sword race. I didn't believe it before, but now it seems like it's true. That's right. To think that the sword race announced that Ling Xiao and Dark Knight Formless were chased away by them. I think there's something fishy about this. It doesn't matter if there's something fishy about him. Let's see how the sword race will deal with this matter today. If something goes wrong, not only will they lose face, even the 8 Immortal Mountain will lose face. Interesting. I wonder how long that Ling Xiao can last. I hope he's not a guy who's all brawn and no brains. Otherwise, it would be too boring. There were many people who didn't mind watching the show. They didn't want to help anyone. They just wanted to watch the show. What a load of nonsense. Do you think the heroes of the world will believe you? You're now a wanted criminal of the 8 Immortals Mountain. You've been expelled from the sect. Whoever can kill you today is a hero of the 8 Immortals Mountain. Since you insist on courting death, then don't blame us for taking action. Jian Kuan knew that he couldn't let Ling Xiao go today. No matter what, he had to kill this guy. Otherwise, he wouldn't have the face to go out and see people in the future. That's right. Ling Xiao and Dark Knight Formless are traitors of the 8 Immortals Mountain. They were originally spies of the enemy who hid in the 8 Immortals Mountain. They harmed several people of the Dark Race, Sword Race, and Sand Race. Today, they actually dare to cause trouble and spout nonsense. This is simply unforgivable. Brother Jian, do you want us to help you get rid of them? To comfort the dead of the 8 Immortals Mountain, at this time, the Dark Race's patriarch, An Yeshing, also spoke. He even labeled Ling Xiao as a spy. Anyway, Ling Xiao had already been labeled as a traitor. He didn't care what label he put on Ling Xiao. See, this is the truth. Jian Kuan said loudly. Then, he gave Jian Liufeng a look. Jian Liufeng naturally understood. He had wanted to kill Ling Xiao for a long time. Unfortunately, Ling Xiao had the protection of Dark Knight Formless. Later, he went missing. This made him unable to find an opportunity. Now, Ling Xiao was standing less than 3 meters away from him. As long as he attacked, Ling Xiao would die without a doubt. A terrifying aura was released. Jian Liufeng didn't hide his killing intent. This caused those who were watching the show to feel somewhat dispirited. With Jian Liufeng attacking, Ling Xiao can't be saved. This show ends here. That's not necessarily true. Maybe that kid has some other tricks. I heard that he's very good at using arrays. No matter how good an array is, without time to prepare, it's useless in the face of an expert. Among these people, there were many who hated Ling Xiao. For example, the Scarlet Immortal Mountains leader, Kai Lian, had 2 daughters who died in the hands of Ling Xiao. Her most outstanding disciple, Desert Cloud, had also died in the hands of Ling Xiao. There was also the Sand Race's expert, Sarin. His sons, Sand Eagle and Sand Ocean, had both been killed by Ling Xiao. Now that the 2 of them were sitting together, they couldn't wait to skin Ling Xiao alive. The reason why they couldn't do it before was because Dark Knight Formless and Ling Xiao was a dark race martial artist. But now, it was different. Ling Xiao had become a traitor of the entire 8 Immortal Mountain. Both of them wanted Ling Xiao dead. This was something that wouldn't change. Relax, Kai Lian. Today, I'll personally take action and kill that Ling Xiao. Sarin stood up and said to Kai Lian. Initially, Kai Lian wanted to kill Ling Xiao. But she didn't expect that Ling Xiao's strength would rise so quickly. It had only been slightly more than a month since Ling Xiao joined the 8 Immortal Mountain. But Ling Xiao could even kill a dark gold expert. Kai Lian didn't think she was a match for him. But Sarin could. Brother Lin, that kid is very cunning. You have to be careful. Kai Lian reminded him. It's fine. Don't you know my cultivation level? I'm at the peak of the 4th level of the Yin-Yang realm. 10 days ago, Ling Xiao was only at the peak of the 3rd level of the Yin-Yang realm. If I can't even kill him, I'm too useless. It's true that he's a genius, it's true that he's a monster, but I can take his life in one move. Sarin confidently walked towards Ling Xiao and then said to Jian Kuan, Clan head Jian Kuan, this bastard once killed 2 of my sons. This enmity is absolutely irreconcilable. I hope that clan head can grant me this wish and allow me to kill this bastard. All right. Since Brother Lin is so eager to get rid of this evil for the 8 Immortal Mountain, you can do it. Jian Kuan was also cunning. He didn't know what Ling Xiao was plotting, but since Sarin proposed to deal with Ling Xiao, he had to agree. In this way, no matter what Ling Xiao was plotting, Sarin would know once he took action. It wouldn't be too late to think of a way to deal with it later. Jian Liufeng was smart and naturally thought of this. Ph, Sarin, this idiot. Since he's so willing to be a lab rat, I'll fulfill his wish. He sneered and withdrew his killing intent. He was ready to watch the show. Thank you, clan leader Jian Kuan. Chapter 2498. Sho Lin was elated. If Jian Kuan did not agree, he could not do anything. But now, he finally had the chance to kill Ling Xiao openly. Not only would he not be punished, but he could also become the hero of the 8 Immortal Mountain. Ling Xiao, leave quickly. You don't have to care about us. It doesn't matter if we die, but if you die, no one will avenge us. At this moment, Ling Yuhua seemed to have reacted. He did not believe that Ling Xiao could go against the entire 8 Immortal Mountain. From the initial surprise to the current panic, he had really become someone who cared deeply about his children. My good brother, leave quickly. Listen to your grandfather. Ling Jiaojiao heard Ling Yuhua's words and immediately reacted. Now was not the time to be happy. The enemy was still there, and they were very powerful. Ling Xiao alone could not do anything. Go. Leave quickly. Lin Ruoxian was so anxious that he wanted to get down from the wheelchair. She was also very worried. Because Ling Xiao was not only facing the Sword Tribe, but the entire 8 Immortal Mountain. Lin Yutian was probably coming soon. That guy was vicious and merciless. Once he set his sights on Ling Xiao, it would be over. Leave. Can he leave? Jian Kuan sneered and immediately ordered, listen to my orders. Activate the defensive array and guard all the exits. Don't let this guy escape. Since he's here, he can forget about flying out. No need to be so busy. Ling Xiao smiled faintly and said, I won't leave. Since I, Ling Xiao, am here, I don't plan to escape. Even if I want to leave, I'll take them with me openly. He smiled and then took out 10 alchemy formation stones to protect Lin Ruoxian, Ling Jiaojiao, and Ling Yuhua. When they fought later, it was inevitable that there would be energy waves. He did not want to hurt his own people. Moreover, the 3 of them did not have much combat power. If they were threatened, it would be very troublesome. That was why he chose to appear here. Ling Xiao, how dare you talk nonsense there? Back then, you killed my 2 sons and Scarlet Lotus Mountain Master's 2 daughters. You're incomparably vicious. I can't attack you because you're a disciple of the 8 Immortals Mountain. It's not because I'm afraid of you. Since you've delivered yourself to my doorstep today, I'll let you die with a clear understanding. Salin suddenly sped up and released his aura. A long sword had already appeared in his hand. The 9 black suns behind his back emitted a terrifying light amidst the yellow sand. They deserved to die. They deserved to die, and their deaths were not enough to be regretted. You didn't have to die, but now you're here to die. Ling Xiao sneered. He didn't even use his sword. He didn't do anything. He just stood there and looked at Sarin with disdain and indifference. You're courting death. Sarin was even angrier at being looked down upon. The terrifying black sun's light fused into the long sword in his hand, and the entire courtyard emitted ghostly wails and howls. This sword was incomparably powerful. It made people tremble with fear. The sword light shot out, aiming straight for Ling Xiao's throat. Black Sun 9 strikes. Sarin shouted angrily and used all his strength. He wanted to kill Ling Xiao, so he didn't want to hold back. Seeing this scene, Ling Xiao's friends, who were disguised in the crowd, broke out in cold sweat. They didn't know how strong Ling Xiao was now, but Sarin's attack was really too powerful. Those who were watching the show were all wondering how Ling Xiao would die on the spot. You're just a frog in a well. How pathetic. Are you playing house? Ling Xiao sneered sarcastically. Then, he clapped his hands. The originally flat ground suddenly protruded, and a bronze coffin without a lid sprang out from it. A hole was torn in the sky, and the lid of the coffin fell from above. When Ling Xiao clapped his hands, Sarin felt the danger. But he couldn't do anything. He was trapped by the coffin in an instant. No matter how hard he struggled, he couldn't get out. The bronze coffin fell to the ground, and there were still sounds of struggling coming from inside. This scene made countless people dumbfounded. This is impossible. What the hell is going on? Red Viper stood up with a look of horror. Looking at the bronze coffin, his heart was terrified to the extreme. Sarin was trapped just like that. How did that guy do it? Could it be that he broke through again? Jian Liufeng also frowned and looked at this scene in surprise. Although he could also defeat Sarin, it was definitely not so easy. It would take at least 5 moves. But Ling Xiao actually did it in 1 move. He couldn't help but worry about this. But at the same time, his killing intent towards Ling Xiao became even stronger. Because if he continued to let Ling Xiao live, he really didn't know how terrifying Ling Xiao could become. Ling Jiaojiao, Lin Ruoxian, and Ling Yuhua, who were under protection, were even more dumbfounded. Lin Ruoxian was the one who knew Sarin's strength the best. Although he was inferior to her, it was also absolutely impossible to be such a good-for-nothing. Moreover, that attack just now, even she had to deal with it carefully too. But Ling Xiao finished off the other party so effortlessly. Peak of the 4th level of hell, is it? Looks like Ling Xiao he became stronger again. This guy is really creating miracles continuously. Lin Ruoxian's gaze was filled with love and admiration. While Ling Jiaojiao and Ling Yuhua felt incomparably proud. Little thief, you better hurry up and let brother Sarin go. Otherwise, I'll make you die without a burial ground. Jian Kuan was also taken aback with fright. Ling Xiao, this guy's actions and deeds really made people unable to fathom. But Sarin absolutely could not die here. Otherwise, where would his sword clan's face go? Are you farting? Ling Xiao gave Jian Kuan a contemptuous glance and said, Do you think that I don't know what you were thinking about just now? You're afraid that I still have a follow-up move, so you deliberately let that Sarin come up to court death. What a shrewd move. Unfortunately, that idiot Sarin didn't even know that he was being used. Everyone, don't listen to this guy's nonsense. He's trying to sow discord. Jian Kuan said loudly in a panic. Don't worry, we naturally won't be sow discord by him. However, this farce should end soon. Sarin should still be alive. Quickly kill that Ling Xiao. Perhaps he can still be saved. Shuo Tongtian, the Sand Clan's elder, said coldly. As he spoke, he had already stood up. As an elder of the Sand Clan, Shuo Tongtian was naturally much stronger than Sarin. His cultivation had already reached the peak of the 5th level of the Yin-Yang realm. If he attacked, Ling Xiao would naturally die. Shuo Tongtian, let me handle this guy. Hidden Flower slowly stood up and said to Shuo Tongtian, This guy is originally a disciple of the Dark Clan. If I kill him, it can be considered as cleaning up the clan. I hope you can agree. Hidden Flower was actually a little afraid of Ling Xiao because she was almost killed by Ling Xiao on the 5th level of the ghost prison. Ling Xiao had already become an inner demon that restricted her from continuing to improve. If this inner demon was not removed, she would never have a day of peace. Moreover, according to the elder, Ling Xiao's instantaneous burst of power could only be used once. As long as she avoided it, there would be no danger. Chapter 2499. Forget it. Since Elder Hidden Flower wants to clean up the clan, I should step aside. Shuo Tongqian nodded and stepped aside. He only wanted Ling Xiao dead, so it was more reasonable for the Dark Ones to do it. Hidden Flower nodded and walked toward Ling Xiao. Kid, when I saw you fall into the demon sea, I thought I'd never be able to wash away the hatred in my heart. That day, you used a trick to hurt me. Today, I'm going to clean up the clan and wash you away from the dark race. Hidden Flower's cultivation was much higher than Sarin's. Sarin was only at the peak of the 4th level of hell, while Hidden Flower was at the peak of the 5th level of hell. The gap was too big. Therefore, if she wanted to kill Ling Xiao, there should be no suspense at all. Ling Jiaojiao, Lin Ruoxian, Ling Yuhua, and the others were worried again. Clean up the clan? Ha ha ha. If Lin Yutian hadn't arrived that day, you old dog would have died under my sword. You say I ambushed you? You're just trying to find a dignified excuse for yourself. Ling Xiao laughed loudly. This made everyone very surprised. Facing Sarin was one thing, but facing an elder of the dark race, he could still be so calm. What exactly was this kid relying on? HMPH, nonsense. You're going to die today. Although Hidden Flower was furious, she forced herself to remain calm. She knew that Ling Xiao's words were to shake her fighting spirit. Die. What are you going to use against me? Last time, your strongest move didn't do anything to me. Ling Xiao said lightly. Ignorant brat. Last time, I merely underestimated my opponent. Do you want to see my strongest move? I'll let you see it this time. You won't lose out if you die under this move. Hidden Flower snorted, and a huge black demon flower bloomed behind her. A long sword appeared in her hand. Above the long sword, black energy was continuously condensing. That's a top-tier jade martial technique. A cry of surprise came from the crowd. I've long heard that the 8 great clans of the 8 Immortal Mountain not only possess 8 great treasures, they can also comprehend jade-grade martial skills. Furthermore, every clan had a high-grade jade-grade martial skill that had been passed down to this day. Today, it seems that what he said was true. Although Hidden Flower's high-grade jade-grade martial skill was inferior, in the 8 Immortals Mountain, other than the top-grade jade-grade martial skills comprehended by the 8 great magic treasures, nothing else could compare to it. In many people's eyes, using it to kill Ling Xiao was like using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. In the entire 8 Immortals County, there were very few people who could successfully cultivate and use a top-tier jade-grade martial skill. Hidden Flower was really determined to get rid of Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao smiled and waved his hand. An ordinary mortal-grade spirit weapon appeared in his hand. To deal with you, I naturally have to use a weapon. Ling Xiao transformed into his black-striped flying tiger as soon as he retrieved his sword. He naturally couldn't deal with Hidden Flower like he did with Sarin. He had to be more cautious. Don't you have a divine-grade spirit weapon? Why don't you use it? Hidden Flower asked. I don't need it to deal with you. Ling Xiao replied indifferently. Indeed, the Black Immortal Sword was so precious. How could Ling Xiao use it so easily? Hidden Flower was considered at the bottom of the First Revolution 5th level of Hell. If the peak of the 5th level to the early 6th level was divided into 10 steps, Hidden Flower was only at the first step. If he had to use the Black Immortal Sword to deal with her, then Ling Xiao would be too cowardly. Killing Hidden Flower too quickly was meaningless to him. Only in difficult battles could he hone his martial skills and strengthen his cultivation. Die, evil creature! Hidden Flower suddenly roared. The demonic flower behind him suddenly bloomed and turned into black shadows that merged into the sword in his hand. Then, the long sword turned into hundreds of terrifying black sword chi. At that moment, Hidden Flower looked at Ling Xiao with eyes full of confidence and disdain. It was as if the shadow of the past had completely disappeared. In front of him, Ling Xiao was just a corpse that couldn't move. Dark shadow strike. With a furious roar, the power accumulated in the sword completely exploded. Hundreds of black sword chi merged into one and was incomparably huge. It had already locked onto Ling Xiao. The air seemed to be split apart by this sword chi, forming strange waves. The surrounding ground began to explode. If Ling Xiao hadn't prepared beforehand and provided Lin Ruoxian, Ling Jiaojiao, and Ling Yuhua with defensive arrays, they would have been in trouble. Crack. Space seemed to be torn apart. Countless people trembled in fear. In the entire Sword Tribe's courtyard, there were no more than 10 people who were confident that they could block such a powerful attack. Most people couldn't and didn't dare to block it. Jian Kuan, Shuo Tongtian, Jian Liufeng, Jian Feiyu, Kai Lian, and the others all revealed cold smiles. This was because they believed that Ling Xiao would definitely die this time. Ling Jiaojiao, Lin Ruoxian, Ling Yuhua, and the others watched this scene nervously. Their hearts were in their throats. Although Ling Xiao was so confident, they really didn't know how Ling Xiao could block Hidden Flower's terrifying attack with his strength. Indeed, Ling Xiao hadn't revealed his full cultivation. He had used the peak of the 4th level of the Yin-Yang realm to kill Sarin. In fact, his cultivation had already broken through to the 5th level of the Hell. Therefore, some people were worried and some people thought that he would definitely die. This was normal. The current 8 Immortal Mountain is really shameless. They actually want to use attrition warfare. Hidden Flower, do you still recognize me? Just as Ling Xiao was about to reveal his cultivation and fight with Hidden Flower to intimidate everyone present, Ling Xiao's expression changed. Ling Yang couldn't help but jump out. Firstly, he was worried about Ling Xiao's safety. After all, Hidden Flower's cultivation was too strong. Secondly, he hated Hidden Flower to the core. This was because Hidden Flower was one of the first people to betray him. This woman had once killed his proudest disciple. Today, he would take revenge. Hearing Ling Yang's voice, Ling Xiao stopped transforming and put away his long sword. It was time for Ling Yang to appear. Now that the 8 Immortal Mountain was in chaos, Ling Yang's appearance could set things right and disperse the evil aura. Hidden Flower didn't even see who it was. He only saw a figure flying over from the sky. Then, the person grabbed his neck. Who is it? Even the patriarchs present didn't dare to be careless with someone who could instantly subdue Hidden Flower. Ling Yang. Those who regarded Ling Yang as a traitor called him by his name. Former sect master. Those who still respected Ling Yang and still respected Ling Yang called him by his name. But without exception, everyone was dumbfounded. Former sect master Ling Yang. This was a topic that couldn't be casually mentioned in the 8 Immortal Mountain. Even his name couldn't be casually mentioned. Many people had only heard that Ling Yang had betrayed the 8 Immortal Mountain and seen the faces of the people on the wanted list. But they had never seen Ling Yang in person. Chapter 2500. Ling Yang stood there with one hand holding Hidden Flower and the other behind his back. He coldly looked down at everyone below the stage. That insufferably arrogant aura was somewhat similar to Ling Xiao's. Ling Yang, I haven't had my fill yet. Why did you make a move already? Ling Xiao didn't seem to notice their stunned expressions and asked with a smile. Boss, I'm not doubting your strength. It's just that Hidden Flower is my greatest enemy. If I can't kill him with my own hands, I won't be able to quell my anger. Moreover, why do I need you to deal with these rascals? He was actually a little worried about Ling Xiao, but he didn't say it out loud. After all, his boss was a very prideful person. Ling Yang, let go of my sister. An Yexing stood up and roared. At the same time, he rushed toward Ling Yang. At the same time, Jian Kuan didn't stay idle either. He also charged over. Jian Liufeng and Jian Feiyu were on the stage, so they naturally helped. These 4 first transition 5th level experts all knew what Ling Yang meant. This was a fat piece of meat that was even bigger than Ling Xiao's. It was said that this person knew the secret of the 8 Immortals' inheritance. As long as they could capture him alive, they might be able to control the 8 Immortals' mountain. Save me. Big brother. Hidden Flower was held in Ling Yang's hand and was as weak as a little chick. She screamed for help in terror. She screamed for help, but because her neck was being choked, she couldn't make any sound. Hidden Flower, don't worry. Since Ling Yang dared to walk into the trap, he can forget about leaving alive today. As he spoke, Anya Xing, Zhen Kuan, Zhen Liufeng, and Zhen Feiyu executed their moves at the same time. They wanted to attack Ling Yang together. However, Ling Yang didn't seem to see it. It was as if he was reminiscing about the past. In the past, I, Ling Yang, treated you guys well. Especially you, Hidden Flower. I treated you like my own sister and gave you excellent martial arts. If anyone bullied you, I helped you resolve it. I even turned you from a worthless disciple of the Eight Immortals Mountain into a senior elder of the Dark Tribe. And you? How did you treat me? Not only did he poison my food, he even cruelly killed my disciple in front of me. Disciple, Master has avenged you today. He wanted to kill Hidden Flower, but he also wanted to let Hidden Flower know why he died. After explaining the reason, Zhongxian tightened his grip. Hidden Flower's neck was tilted to the side, and he was no longer breathing. At the same time, the attacks of the four people arrived. Ling Yang only casually waved his hand, and the four people were sent flying at almost the same time. Every one of them had dark red ribbons hanging from their mouths. Battered and exhausted, he fell to the ground, unable to get up. All four of them were seriously injured. How could this be? When he was rescued by Ling Xiao, his cultivation level was only at the peak of the third level of the Yin-Yang realm. How could he be so powerful now? This is the power of the sixth level of hell. Falling to the ground, Anya Xing, Zhen Kuan, Zhen Feiyu, and Zhen Liufeng were all terrified. If Ling Yang really reached the cultivation level that they guessed, then he would undoubtedly become a top expert in the entire Eight Immortals County. He would be invincible. Anya Xing no longer dared to talk about revenge. He lay on the ground like a pitiful dog. The other three people were also in a state of panic, their bodies trembling. They were powerless against this cultivation level. Even if there were 100 more martial artists like them, it would be useless. Unless they used a formation to trap Ling Yang, no matter how many people they had, they would not be able to defeat him. Ling Yang was back. This in itself was shocking. Ling Yang appeared in the form of a top expert. This made some people with ulterior motives even more anxious and restless. They whispered in fear and did not dare to talk about anything that would offend Ling Xiao. This was because they had heard Ling Yang call Ling Xiao boss. What did this mean? No wonder Ling Xiao dared to appear here and kill Sarin. With the help of a top expert like Ling Yang, who would he be afraid of? Despair. This time, it was the Sword Tribe's turn to feel despair. They had treated Ling Xiao and Ling Yang as traitors and wanted them. Now that the two of them had returned, they had become extremely powerful. Ling Xiao was still alright, but with Ling Yang's current strength, no one present was his match. Suddenly, 8 extremely powerful auras came from the horizon. This gave Zhen Kuan and the rest, who had almost given up hope, a new hope. Tribe Elders. The 7 Tribe Elders and the young sect master are here. Someone exclaimed in joy. It was no wonder. With Ling Yang's appearance, they naturally had to appear. Otherwise, the position that they had stolen from Ling Yang would really be gone. Among the 7 Tribe Elders, only the Yu Tribe's Tribe Elder was absent. However, with the young sect master Lin Yutian, these 8 people's strength had all reached the 6th level of hell. It was just that some were stronger and some were weaker. Among them, the 4 Tribe Elders had reached the peak cultivation level. The other 3 Tribe Elders were at the middle stage. As for Lin Yutian, he was at the late stage. However, no matter what, they were the top experts in the 8 Immortals City. With their arrival, Ling Xiao's enemies no longer feared them. When Lin Yutian and the rest appeared, the first thing they saw was Ling Xiao and Ling Yang, who were still alive. This made them extremely shocked. This was because Lin Yutian and the Dark Tribe's Tribe Elder, and Fengyun, had personally witnessed the two of them falling into the Demon Sea. Now, the two of them had actually returned alive. And they seemed to be even more powerful than before. What was going on? Originally, they would not have appeared together. After all, There was only one Ling Xiao. They did not really care. They thought that the people present were enough to kill Ling Xiao. However, the problem was that Ling Yang had appeared again. His cultivation level was so strong that he could easily defeat Jian Kuan, An Yexing, Jian Liufeng, and Jian Feiyu. He had even killed An Fengyun with his own hands. Ling Yang, you betrayed the 8 Immortal Mountain and betrayed the sect. Now you dare to come back. Why don't you surrender when you see us? Lin Yutian pointed at Ling Yang's nose and shouted. Ling Yang laughed coldly. I betrayed the 8 Immortals Mountain? What a joke. If not for me, the 8 Immortals Mountain would have been swallowed by the Heavenly Wind Group. Today would not have happened. Because of my benevolence and forbearance, you secretly harmed me and even pushed the bucket of shit onto my head. Today, I am back for revenge. The Ling Yang of the past is no longer here. The current Ling Yang has returned from the Yellow Springs. He will not show any mercy. Don't think that I don't know that you are colluding with the dragon cult. Lin Quan, who is sitting on the sect leader's seat, is a disciple of the dragon cult. Although the 8 Immortals Mountain is not as powerful as the dragon cult, at least we don't have to sacrifice the lives of our disciples to satisfy the cultivation of those demons. However, after I reincarnated, many disciples of the 8 Immortals Mountain went missing. Don't you understand? Where did they go? What happened to them? How can you continue to act dumb? What a load of nonsense. Do you think that this nonsense of yours will be accepted and accepted by others? Ridiculous. Chapter 2501. Kill. Lin Yutian did not want to hear Ling Yang's nonsense. With the 8 of them attacking together, no matter how strong Ling Yang was, he would not be able to defeat them. Since their young master had spoken, the other 7 naturally did not dare to disobey. Otherwise, they would end up like the Yu clan. Buzz. Just as the 8 of them attacked together, a strong gust of wind formed on the spot. The gust of wind was so strong that it blew the 8 of them away. They fell to the ground, each of them covered in blood. They were battered and exhausted. A devastatingly beautiful woman with peerless elegance arrived. She landed beside Ling Xiao and bowed to Ling Xiao. Master, the matter has been settled. The Yu clan people have been released by Shundian. Very good. Ling Xiao nodded slightly. He was very satisfied. He and Ling Yang had arrived here first. He had arranged for Shundian to save the Yu clan people. Shundian had already formed a physical body. Although she had not fully recovered her strength, she did not need to hide anymore. She could walk freely like a normal person. Everyone's eyes were fixed on this strange scene. A beautiful woman who was so powerful that it made one's hair stand on end actually called Ling Xiao Master after easily defeating the 8-level 1/6 transformation expert. What the hell was going on? The 8 of them also looked at Shundian. They were shocked to find that they could not see through Shundian's cultivation level even with their eyesight. It was as if the person standing in front of them was not a person, but a huge red sun. That light could melt them all. How is this possible? The hearts of the 8 great masters were as cold as the 9 nether cold springs. This woman was too powerful. She was so powerful that they could not help but look up to her. In front of this woman, they were just pitiful children. Ling Xiao only fell into the demon sea. How could he bring back such a terrifying expert? They could not understand. They could not understand. Could this be the expert behind Ling Xiao? The Sword Tribe elder could not help but ask. Impossible. Although that person is powerful, he is at most on par with this old man. But this person before us is simply too terrifying. And Fengyun shook his head. He didn't believe it was the same person. They were whispering here, but those who were waiting for them to deal with Ling Yang were completely dumbfounded. If the 8 of them joined forces, even the Heavenly Wind Group would not dare to fight them head-on. It could be said that they were invincible in the 8 Immortals County. But now, a young lady who looked like she was only 14 or 15 years old had easily sent them flying. Was this really not a dream? If this was a dream, they really wanted to wake up as soon as possible. But then, an even stranger scene appeared. With Lin Yutian as the leader, the 8 masters crawled up from the ground and knelt down. Senior, please forgive us for not going out to meet you. If my 8 immortal mountain has offended you, please forgive us. Whatever you want, we won't hesitate. Lin Yutian and the 7 tribe elders were now thinking of how to appease this lady. In their opinion, the reason why this lady called Ling Xiao master was probably because Ling Xiao had used some sweet words to coax her. After all, this lady did not look old. What was going on? Was this really not a dream? Seeing the 8 masters kneeling down and begging for mercy, everyone's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. This scene was simply unimaginable. After the shock, everyone thought about it again. Such a powerful lady actually called Ling Xiao master. Didn't this mean that Ling Xiao could do whatever he wanted in the 8 Immortals Mountain? Whoever he wanted to kill would die. Whoever he wanted to kill would die. Whoever he wanted to kill would die. This was too heaven-defying. This was simply cheating. Many people began to worry about their own fate. The first to bear the brunt were Fengyun, Lin Yutian, Zhen Kuan, Zhen Liufeng, Zhen Feiyu, and An Yeshing. With Ling Xiao's personality, there was no way he would let this matter rest. Since he had returned, it was for revenge. They began to tremble with fear. Some were so nervous that they lost control of their bowels. That kind of embarrassing situation was truly laughable. Senior, this man is a traitor of the 8 Immortals Mountain. He used flowery words to get you to do something for him. This is simply the ambition of a wolf. As long as you are willing to become the guardian of the 8 Immortals Mountain, we will give you the best treatment. The Sword Tribe elder suddenly gritted his teeth and looked at Shendian. He was taking a gamble. This was because he did not believe that the lady, who was so powerful, would really submit to Ling Xiao. However, since it was a gamble, there would be times when one was wrong. And this time, he was ridiculously wrong. The moment he finished speaking, his head flew out of his body. The lady merely waved her hand. No one knew what kind of divine ability she had used, but no one could see it. Not even Ling Xiao. When everyone realized that the Sword Tribe elder had died on the spot, someone exclaimed in shock. It was too terrifying. Killing a tribe elder in one move. This kind of expert was definitely not someone the 8 Immortals Mountain could provoke. Now, everyone was trembling in fear and panic. It was as if they were waiting for some kind of judgment. How dare you look down on my master? You are courting death. The lady clapped her hands and said coldly as if she had just killed an ant. All right, Shendian, just scare them a little. Lin Quan, since you are already here, come out. Otherwise, I will kill everyone here. Ling Xiao suddenly looked outside the courtyard. There, a figure slowly landed in the courtyard. He sighed softly and cupped his hands at Ling Yang, Ling Xiao, and Shendian. If you have any orders, I will definitely do it. However, the 8 Immortals Mountain is a sect under the protection of the Chen Kingdom's royal family. If you really want to destroy the 8 Immortals Mountain, you must be careful. Slap. What answered him was a resounding slap. It is not your turn to speak here. You only need to do as I say. Ling Xiao looked at Lin Quan and said coldly, Yes, I will do as you say. Lin Quan narrowed his eyes and lowered his head. It could be seen that this guy was very tolerant. No matter how others forced him, he would not get angry. Or rather, even if he was angry, he would only hold it in and not vent it. Tell me your true identity. Don't lie. Otherwise, I have a good temper, but the lady beside me has a bad temper. Ling Xiao said coldly. Lin Quan trembled slightly. He knew that once he revealed his true identity, he could forget about staying in the 8 Immortals Mountain in the future. However, if he did not say it, he would die now. He let out a long sigh and said, I, Lin Quan, belong to the dragon cult. Ah! Exclamations sounded at the scene. Many people thought that Ling Xiao's previous words were really nonsense. However, it seemed that was not the case. Lin Quan had already admitted it. Chapter 2502. Alright, it's fine as long as you admit it. Tell me about how you plotted against Ling Yang's former sect master. Ling Xiao continued to pressure him. Back then, I betrayed the dragon cult. The former sect master took me in and let me join the 8 Immortal Mountain. He groomed me to become an elder of the 8 Immortal Mountain. However, I repaid his kindness with enmity. I secretly plotted against him and forced him to enter the reincarnation cycle in advance. After that, I found his reincarnated body and tried to steal the secret of the 8 immortal ancestors' inheritance. I deserve to die 10,000 times. Lin Kuan told him everything in detail. In this way, Ling Yang's injustice was cleared. Ling Xiao began to take revenge for himself. He walked to Mo Feiyu's side. No, he should be called Zhen Feiyu now. This person is a thief. He killed the disciples who participated in the entrance exam and destroyed the reputation of the 8 immortal mountain. He deserves to die 10,000 times. After saying that, he suddenly attacked and killed Zhen Feiyu with a sword. The grudge between him and Zhen Feiyu was completely settled after this sword. It was ridiculous that Zhen Feiyu betrayed the Moon Clan and joined the Sword Clan in order to better take revenge on Ling Xiao. In the end, he died in front of Ling Xiao. Then, Ling Xiao walked in front of Zhen Liufeng. Just as he was about to speak, his expression suddenly changed. A strange scene appeared on the horizon. A golden light was shooting toward them at high speed. This golden light turned into a golden dragon and landed on the ground. It turned out to be dozens of martial artists wearing golden armor. The leader was wearing a golden armor with a golden dragon circling around him. He looked very mighty. The strength of these people made everyone present, except for Shen Dian, so nervous that they couldn't breathe. Greetings, eldest miss. After this group of people arrived, they all knelt in front of Shen Dian and called her eldest miss. Shen Dian's expression suddenly changed, but a moment later, it returned to normal. So it's the Golden Knights. I still have some things to deal with here. I'll entertain you after I'm done. Shen Dian said lightly. Eldest miss, something happened to the Lord. The leader of the Golden Knights suddenly said. What? What happened to father? Shen Dian exclaimed. Seeing the expression on the godly grimoire's face, Ling Xiao knew that today's revenge could only come to an abrupt end. He wanted revenge, and the divine grimoire was indispensable. Without the divine grimoire, it was impossible for him to defeat that old dog Lin Kuan. Not to mention, the 8 Immortals Mountain was backed by the Chen Kingdom's royal family. Shen Dian, let's deal with your problem first. Ling Xiao coldly glanced at Zhen Liufeng. It would be more fun to kill these people himself. Relying on the divine grimoire didn't feel too good. In any case, now that his cultivation had greatly improved, he was no longer afraid of these people. Thank you, master. Shen Dian nodded emotionally. Let's go. Let's talk in my courtyard. It's quieter there. Ling Xiao waved his hand, and Lin Yang and the others walked out of the crowd. They led Ling Jiaojiao, Lin Ruoxian, Ling Yuhua, and the others out of the Sword Tribe's courtyard. Seeing Ling Xiao leave, no one thought of stopping him. Everyone was eager for such a fiend to leave. Now that Ling Xiao had the protection of the girl called Shen Dian, who could touch him? Who dared to touch him? No one knew where the girl came from. Those golden knights were all so powerful that it was terrifying. Who knew what would happen after offending such a force? Thinking of this, everyone felt their hearts tremble with fear. Being slapped in the face was considered light. They were already very lucky to be able to keep their lives. The moment Ling Xiao left, Zhen Liufeng collapsed to the ground. At that moment, he really felt that he was going to die. When his mood gradually calmed down, his eyes were filled with intense hatred. Ling Xiao, I don't care what force is behind you. I must kill you. Kill you. In Zhen Liufeng's opinion, Ling Xiao was just relying on Ling Yang and Shen Dian as his backing. He wasn't strong himself. As long as he was willing, he had enough strength to kill Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao left. But in the sword race's courtyard, dark clouds still covered it. No one dared to leave. Everyone was waiting there, waiting for fate's verdict. Because they were afraid that if they left, they would offend that terrifying Ling Xiao. In the end, no one would be able to survive. Returning to Ling Xiao's courtyard, Shen Dian had a secret talk with those golden knights. Finally, she walked out gloomily. Lass, don't have to pull a long face. You have to smile. Since you have matters at home, go back first. It's a pity that my strength is too weak. Otherwise, I'd definitely go and help you. Without waiting for Shen Dian to speak, Ling Xiao already guessed Shen Dian's meaning. But I can't bear to part with Master. How about Master leave with me? Shen Dian said reluctantly. I want to, but I can't hide under your pomegranate skirt for the rest of my life. Ling Xiao shook his head and said, a place that's too scary is not suitable for me to improve. It's better for me to move forward step by step like this. If it was just an ant, there might be hope for it to deal with a locust that was bigger than it. But if it had to fight against a human, the result was very likely to be trampled to death. So although Ling Xiao wanted to leave with Shen Dian as soon as possible, he held back. Although the Black Tortoise continent is big, it still has its limits. We'll meet again one day. Ling Xiao smiled and said, also, don't call me master in front of those people in the future. Otherwise, I'll be killed by you. In fact, he had already keenly noticed the hostility of the leader of the Golden Knights. It was because Shen Dian called him master. He wasn't the kind of person who didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. For people like the Eight Immortal Mountain, although they were stronger than him, he still had a chance to escape, so he wasn't afraid. But for people like these Golden Knights, he couldn't even escape. Naturally, he didn't want to offend them. If he dares to touch you, I'll kill him. Shen Dian said very seriously, but master, I'll listen to you. I won't call you master in the future. Can I call you brother Ling Xiao? Okay, that's better. Ling Xiao smiled bitterly and shook his head. By the way, I have a request. Can you take my sister Ling Jiaojiao with you? Ling Xiao suddenly asked. Ling Jiaojiao staying in the Eight Immortal Mountain was always troublesome. The bloodline of the Sword and Saber Divine Emperor would always be coveted here. And Ling Jiaojiao's bloodline awakened too late. Her strength increased too slowly. It was impossible for her to protect herself. With Shen Dian, even if she couldn't become stronger, at least she shouldn't be in danger. That depends on whether she's willing or not. In fact, with her bloodline, she'll definitely be welcomed by us. I believe that it won't be long before she can enter the cycle of reincarnation. Shen Dian looked at Ling Jiaojiao and asked for her opinion. I'm willing. Ling Jiaojiao actually wanted to make this request herself. She didn't want to keep causing trouble for Ling Xiao. The best choice was naturally to leave. Chapter 2503. Alright, since your sister is willing, then leave with me. Big brother Ling Xiao, don't worry. As long as I, Shen Dian, am alive, nothing will happen to sister Jiaojiao. Shen Dian looked at Ling Xiao seriously. I'm relieved with your promise. Ling Xiao nodded, then looked at Ling Yuhua and said, Old master, are you willing to let her go? Of course. Ling Yuhua actually nodded his head resolutely. The weak can only be bullied by others, and can only be slaughtered by others. If it weren't for your return and Miss Shen Dian's help, I'm afraid that Jiaojiao and I wouldn't even have the ability to perish together. Jiaojiao's life would be completely ruined. I hope that she can become stronger. Since Miss Shen Dian said that Jiaojiao, who has the saber sword divine emperor martial spirit, can be valued by their family, then I'd rather believe it. The current Ling Yuhua didn't lose his rationality, but he had become more affectionate and righteous. Ling Xiao welcomed such a Ling Yuhua. Young miss, we should leave. The Gold Knights who were waiting there were already impatient, but they still spoke very politely. Alright, Huang Jinruofeng, if you continue to urge me, I won't go back. Of course, Shen Dian said this out of anger. Her father was in trouble, so she couldn't not go back. After speaking, she looked at Ling Xiao and said, Big brother Ling Xiao, I have to go back. My father is in trouble, so I can't not go back. But big brother Ling Xiao, you must remember me. I'll come back to find you. No need, I'll go find you. Ling Xiao looked at Shen Dian and said with a smile, You should at least tell me where you are, right? Shen Dian nodded and said, Big brother Ling Xiao, if you really want to find me, then you have to step out of the Black Tortoise continent's weakest western region. Then, you have to find a place called Golden Heavenly Kingdom. When you get there, you just have to ask the Golden Clan and you'll find me. Golden Heavenly Kingdom. Ling Xiao was shocked. The western region of the Black Tortoise continent was the weakest place? If that was the case, then the Mystic Snake Devil sect and the other sects were not even worth mentioning. Wasn't this a little too exaggerated? But since it was said by the Divine Grimoire, It should not be wrong. Golden Heavenly Kingdom, I will definitely go. Ling Xiao gritted his teeth. By the way, big brother Ling Xiao, this is for you. This is the secret sword that I wear. Although it's not as powerful as the previous one, it can transform into my human form. On one hand, it can prevent big brother Ling Xiao from forgetting about me. On the other hand, it can also scare the people from the 8 Immortals Mountain. I know that big brother Ling Xiao will definitely return to the 8 Immortals Mountain. Otherwise, you won't be able to participate in the Ox Deity's maze battle. You won't even have the chance to go to the Arcana Academy in the capital of the Chen Kingdom. Although Shen Dian was young, he was very smart. He actually saw through Ling Xiao's thoughts. That's right, the reason why Ling Xiao didn't really start a massacre, in addition to the sudden departure of the Divine Grimoire, was that he wanted to use the 8 Immortals Mountain to climb up. He wanted this sect to become his stepping stone. Thank you. Ling Xiao took a deep breath and said. Shen Dian was so considerate of him. He didn't treat Shen Dian so well in the past in vain. I'm leaving, big brother Ling Xiao. Shen Dian's eyes were already filled with tears. She didn't even want to look at Ling Xiao anymore and turned her head away. Because she was afraid that her heart would soften and not want to leave. Ling Jiaojiao also didn't plan to return to Yuhua town. As the saying goes, seeing things reminds one of one's feelings. If she went back, she would only be more reluctant to part. Rather than that, it was better not to go back. It wouldn't be too late to come back when she was stronger in the future. Ling Xiao, when big sister becomes stronger in the future, I will definitely come back to protect you. I can't always let you protect me. Ling Jiaojiao wiped her tears and said with a smile. Then big sister Jiaojiao, you will be disappointed, because I will always be stronger than you. Don't forget, your younger brother is the #1 genius of the profound world. Ling Xiao said with a smile, I'm afraid you can't escape my protection in this lifetime. HMPH, then let's compete. Ling Jiaojiao also turned her head, and tears flowed out uncontrollably. The two girls were almost running because they were afraid that they would stop because of the reluctance in their hearts. The Golden Knights had already prepared a huge carriage. The horse pulling the carriage was actually a Pegasus that was completely golden in color and had a pair of golden wings. The carriage left Ling Xiao's courtyard under the escort of the Golden Knights. However, the leader of the Golden Knights, Huang Jinruofeng, didn't leave. He looked coldly at Ling Xiao and said arrogantly, Brat, I should have killed you for daring to let Big Miss call you master. But seeing that you saved Big Miss, I won't kill you. However, there are some things that I have to make clear to you. With your aptitude, I'm afraid you won't be able to reach the Golden Heavenly Country even if you die. So in this life, don't think about Big Miss anymore. It's useless. It's not that I look down on you, but you are too weak. Let alone going to the Golden Heavenly Country, you might not even be able to walk out of the Chen state. And in the Western region, there are many countries that are stronger than the Chen state. Tens of thousands. If you can step out of the Chen state and make a name for yourself in the Western region, I'm already thinking too highly of you. Huang Jinruofeng's words were cruel. They were also very realistic. He was telling Ling Xiao the truth about how difficult it was to reach the Golden Heavenly Country. Ling Xiao lowered his head as if he was thinking about Huang Jinruofeng's words. Facing Huang Jinruofeng, his past advantages were all gone. Because even if he cultivated to the rebirth state, he would only have a place in the Western region. So he wanted to think carefully. However, in Huang Jinruofeng's eyes, he was yielding. Huang Jinruofeng was very satisfied. He took out a set of golden armor from his storage ring and said, I, Huang Jinruofeng, am very clear about gratitude and grudges. You saved Big Miss and helped her so much. I'll give this armor to you. It can help you block 3 attacks from Yin-Yang Realm experts in the 6th level of Hell every day. Remember, only 3 times. Make good use of it. With it, you will definitely be safe in the 8 Immortals County. So I suggest that you stay here forever, marry a virtuous woman, be an ordinary person, and live happily for the rest of your life. Many people say that one can climb to the top of the world as long as they work hard, regardless of their background. But let me tell you, there are only a few people who can do such a thing, even in the history of more than 100,000 years. You don't have the qualifications or the ability. Instead of risking your life and dying outside, it's better to live a normal life. Haha. Ling Xiao suddenly laughed. What are you laughing at? Huang Jinruofeng asked, puzzled. I'm just laughing. Isn't it funny to say that others can't do what you can't do? It's not up to you to judge whether I have the qualifications or ability. Chapter 2504. Ling Xiao's aura suddenly grew stronger. He resisted Huang Jinruofeng's pressure and said, Don't worry, it won't be long. In a few years, I'll set foot on the golden heavenly nation. At that time, don't be too shocked. As for this golden armor, I don't need it. You should take it back. I helped the god's grimoire out of friendship, not because I wanted to get something. Ling Xiao said loudly. Ha 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 ha. Huang Jinruofeng looked up to the sky and laughed. You have backbone. Unfortunately, there are too many people with backbone in this world, but not many succeed. I'll wait for you. I hope you won't make me wait too long. I really want to see if the young miss has made a mistake. He casually threw the golden armor to Ling Xiao and said, Consider this as me lending it to you. If there really comes a day when you reach the golden heavenly nation, you can return it to me. Huang Jinruofeng broke through the air and disappeared into the vast horizon. Ling Xiao knew that although his words were very loud, the gap between him and Huang Jinruofeng was too big. Therefore, he had to work even harder in the future. The Ox God's maze, the Chen nation's secret realm, he would not let any of them go. Becoming stronger was the main theme of his life. Boss, let's go back to the 8 Immortal Mountain. Ling Yang patted Ling Xiao's shoulder and said, No, you shouldn't go back. With your current cultivation, staying in the 8 Immortal City is simply a waste of time. Go to the Chen nation's capital and wait for me there. I'll definitely find you. Ling Xiao knew that Ling Yang wanted to stay behind to protect him. However, he did not want to be protected like this. Especially with his current strength, he was no longer afraid of those people. With the help of the butterfly lady soul, he could even fight against elders. But boss, if I leave, what if those guys do something to you? Ling Yang frowned. The divine grimoire had left. Ling Xiao returning to the 8 Immortal Mountain alone was a very troublesome matter. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. When has your boss ever disappointed you? Ling Xiao smiled and said, Don't forget, I've already broken through the 5th floor of the ghost prison. A mere 8 Immortal Mountain can't do anything to me. However, I am very unfamiliar with the Chen Kingdom's capital. So, you have to help me familiarize myself with it. That way, when I go there, I won't be at a loss. Alright, since boss has put it this way, I'll listen to you. Ling Yang knew very well that if he continued to stay in the 8 Immortals County, not only would he not make any progress, he might even regress. Therefore, he had to go out. He wanted to go to the Chen Kingdom's capital and open up a new world for Ling Xiao. Just like that, Ling Xiao sent off Shen Dian, Ling Jiaojiao, and Ling Yang. Then, he spent some time to send Ling Yuhua and the others back to Yuhua town. He also gave Ling Yuhua a seal that had his divine consciousness on it. That way, the fake letter could be recognized very quickly. That way, they would not be deceived again. After returning to Yuhua town, Ling Xiao strengthened the formation and set up a new spirit-gathering formation. Now that his cultivation had increased, his strength had increased greatly. The formations that he could set up were naturally stronger and more numerous. Not only could the spirit-gathering formation provide endless energy for the other formations, it could also help the people of Yuhua town increase their cultivation speed. He believed that it would not be long before Yuhua town would develop to a level that was not inferior to the 8 Immortals County. After doing all that, Ling Xiao returned to the 8 Immortals Mountain. When he left Yuhua town back then, he really wasn't even worth a fart. His cultivation was only at the pitiful Grotto Heaven realm. He was not even at the half-step Yin-Yang realm. Now, he had become the most outstanding genius in the 8 Immortals County. He had even become an influential figure in the 8 Immortals Mountain. When he returned to the 8 Immortals Mountain, Ling Xiao realized that the people in the Sword Tribe's courtyard had already dispersed. Perhaps because they could not sense the aura of the Golden Knight and the Divine Grimoire, they thought that the danger had left. In Ling Xiao's courtyard, Lin Ruoxian's injuries had healed in a short time because of the elixir that Huang Jinruofeng had given her before he left. The strength of the others had increased greatly because of Huang Jinruofeng. It seemed that Huang Jinruofeng was a good person even though he was cold on the surface. The ones who improved the most were Qingwan Hua and Lin Yang. One of them had reached the peak of the 3rd level of hell of the Yin-Yang realm. The other had reached the 5th level of hell of the Yin-Yang realm. Although an ordinary Yin-Yang realm could not compare to a 1st-level Yin-Yang realm, Lin Yang's improvement was huge. The others had also improved. Lin Ruoxian had also broken through the shackles of the past and finally reached the peak of the 5th level of hell of the Yin-Yang realm. Now, she was not inferior to the top geniuses like Jian Liufeng, and Ming, and He Wuzuan. In the past, she had been suppressed by these people. Sigh, I owe them such a big favor. I must repay it. Golden Heavenly Nation, wait for me. I will go. Ling Xiao sighed. Next, it was his turn to deal with the matter. He took out the secret sword that the divine grimoire had given him from his storage ring and silently chanted an incantation. In an instant, a terrifying aura spread throughout the entire 8 Immortal Mountain. The divine grimoire's substitute appeared. This substitute could emit the same terrifying aura as the divine grimoire, but it had no combat strength. It was a paper tiger that could be broken with a single poke. However, Ling Xiao believed that no one would dare to poke this paper tiger. This was because the terrifying strength that erupted from the godly grimoire at that time had almost paralyzed the entire 8 Immortals Mountain. Even the sect master, Lin Quan, was terrified. He sat there and waited. Soon, almost all the upper echelons of 8 Immortal Mountain gathered outside the courtyard. Sect Master, Lin Quan. Young Sect Master, Lin Yutian. And the remaining 7 clan elders. Although the Sword Clan elder was killed, the Yu Clan elder had been released, and she was now on Ling Xiao's side. The 8 great families founding elders and elders. And the 8 Immortal Mountains mountain lords had all arrived. And the geniuses were all kneeling on the ground, waiting for the divine grimoire's instructions. Looking at the submissive and panicked appearance of these people outside, Ling Xiao was laughing in his heart. If these people knew that the divine grimoire had actually left and that this was just a paper tiger that could emit its aura, they would probably vomit blood in anger. Although he found it funny, Ling Xiao's expression did not change. Some words were not as important as the divine grimoire's words. The divine grimoire's substitute could naturally speak. This was just a basic function. You're all here. The divine grimoire's substitute spoke in a very arrogant tone. Greetings, Senior. What orders do you have? Lin Quan asked respectfully. The others were also frightened. They did not know what this despairingly powerful woman wanted to do. Chapter 2505. I have to leave the 8 Immortals County for a while because of some matters. However, my good disciple will continue to cultivate in 8 Immortals Mountain. He has already been recognized as the master of the Shadow Black Gourd. To be exact, he is now the leader of the Dark Ones. However, he is still young and I don't want him to be the leader. However, he must have the right to participate in the Ox Deity's maze. Shen Codex's voice wasn't loud, but it was enough to silence the people outside. However, when they heard that the terrifying woman was leaving, they relaxed a little. But Senior, Ling Xiao is a wanted criminal of 8 Immortals Mountain. He has been expelled from the sect. He has no right to participate in the Ox Deity's maze. There were still some bold people in the crowd. The one who spoke was An Ming. Although An Ming was a woman, she had a very proud temper. Perhaps she could be considered a person with a backbone. However, it was clear that her backbone wasn't suitable for the current situation. As soon as she finished speaking, An Fengyun, Anya Xing, and the others broke out in a cold sweat. If that terrifying woman went crazy, An Ming would be dead for sure. Sure enough, it was as they had expected. As soon as An Ming finished speaking, she was sent flying. She fell unconscious on the ground. Everyone was shocked. Many of the Dark Ones were angry, but they didn't dare say anything. What they didn't know was that it wasn't Shen Codex who attacked An Ming, but the butterfly girl. Ling Xiao didn't let the butterfly girl use her full strength. Because if she did, she would fall unconscious again. She wouldn't be able to help him for a long time. That was why An Ming didn't die. She was only unconscious. Humph, if it weren't for the fact that my good disciple needs to be taken care of by you, I would have killed you. This time, I will teach you a lesson first. Shen Codex's substitute snorted. Since Ling Xiao has been recognized as the master of the Shadow Black God, he is fully deserving of being a member of the Dark Ones. If anyone dares to object, they will be enemies with your ancestor and violate the rules of your ancestors. I taught her a lesson, right? Senior, you are right. An Fengyun, An Yexing, and the others breathed a sigh of relief when they heard that An Ming didn't die. An Fengyun and Nightwalker of the Dark Race were very unhappy. Ling Xiao was actually recognized by the Shadow Black God as its master. This was something that they had never expected. Aside from the first ancestor of the Dark Race, no one else had ever been able to make the God recognize them as its master. They were furious, but they didn't dare to say anything. They had no choice but to accept the reality before their eyes. In their opinion, since Shen Dian was Ling Xiao's master, he naturally had the confidence to control the Shadow Black God. After all, the Dark Shadow Black God was nothing much in the eyes of such an expert. Truth be told, Ling Xiao didn't care about the Dark Shadow God. If it wasn't for saving Sire Shui, he wouldn't need it. What he needed more was the Black Immortal Sword. He wondered if the Black Immortal Sword and the Dark Shadow Black God could fuse into one. Forget it. In front of such a powerful martial artist, it's already not bad if I don't lose my life. As for the Shadow Black God, since Ling Xiao has already obtained it, we can only let him be. In that instant, An Fengyun seemed to have aged a lot. His meticulously planned plan turned out to be a complete failure in the end. He thought that Ling Xiao would never be able to comprehend the shadow martial art, but Ling Xiao had comprehended it. He thought that Ling Xiao would never be able to obtain the Shadow Black God, but Ling Xiao had also taken it for himself. All of this was beyond his expectations. Of course, the most important thing was still that terrifying woman. As long as that woman existed, she would become their curse. It won't be too late to deal with Ling Xiao after that woman leaves. Jian Kuan snorted coldly in his heart. Who knew that the woman seemed to have seen through his thoughts and suddenly said, although I will leave a helper for Ling Xiao. Although her strength isn't as good as mine, she won't put a martial artist at the peak of the 6th level of hell in her eyes. If anyone doesn't believe me, you can give it a try. When Jian Kuan heard this, he immediately kept quiet out of fear. His heart was filled with fear. Seeing this guy's expression, Ling Xiao was very happy. In fact, Shen Dian had left long ago, but he was still here pretending to be a ghost. He even purposely removed the array formation in the courtyard. It was an empty fort strategy for the other party to see. He wanted to make the other party suspicious. The smarter a person was, the easier it was to be fooled at this time. Coincidentally, there weren't many idiots in the 8 Immortal Mountain. All right, I should leave. Don't let me down with the arrangements for the Ox Deity Maze. Then, she disappeared into the distance, and the terrifying aura gradually disappeared. The people kneeling on the ground didn't dare to get up for a long time. Because they had accumulated too much fear. Even if Shen Dian left, they didn't dare to be careless. An Fengyun, you'll be in charge of the Dark Tribe. I'll leave first. After a long time, the first person to stand up was Lin Quan. His son Lin Yutian followed. After the two left, the other families also left. Right now, everyone was quietly observing the situation, not wanting to offend Ling Xiao. Who knew if that woman had deliberately pretended to leave and then hid nearby to spy on them? The tragic deaths of Jian Feiyu, the Sword Clan elder, and Elder Hidden Flower were still vivid in their minds. No one wanted to become a corpse in the hands of that woman and Ling Yang. In the end, only the Dark Tribe was left. An Fengyun stood up carefully and looked at Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao, do you know that the number of participants in the Ox Deity Maze is limited? We only have 2 spots, one for An Ming and the other for He Wuzuan. This time, not only will the 8 Immortals Mountain and the Heavenly Wind Group participate in the Battle of the Ox Deity Labyrinth, but the Duke of Yu's family, who lives in seclusion in the Eight Immortals County, will also participate. I've been to the Duke of Yu's family as a guest. He's been practicing martial arts all his life and has nurtured many geniuses. They're no worse than An Ming and Hei Wuzuan. You're not weak, but you're nothing compared to these top geniuses. If we really let you participate in the competition, our Eight Immortals Mountain will have one less person. And Fengyun was quite daring. The reason he said those words was because he wanted to test if that terrifying woman was still nearby. If Master were here, he wouldn't be able to live just because of what you said. Ling Xiao said coldly. But I don't need to trouble Master with such a small matter. You said I'm not qualified because you think I'm not strong enough, right? And Fengyun smiled awkwardly. He didn't say anything, but his meaning was clear. On the other hand, Hei Wuzuan was emboldened by Shendian's silence. He said bluntly, "The Ox Deity Maze is an ancient ruin discovered only recently. It's dangerous and will determine whether the Eight Immortals Mountain can continue to rule the Eight Immortals County." Chapter 2506. Hei Wuzuan now has the courage to speak because the Godly Codex has left. He said cautiously, "If we let a useless, weak person like you participate in the battle of the Ox Deity Maze, which is related to the ruling power of the Eight Immortals County, won't it destroy the future of the Eight Immortals Mountain? Of course, you can let your master bully the weak, deliberately oppress us, and make us give you a spot. But in the Ox God Maze, you still can't avoid death. Do you really think it's worth it?" Although Hei Wuzuan now dares to argue, he is still somewhat afraid. So, he swallowed some of the more vicious words back into his stomach. He is afraid that Ling Xiao will be angry. In the end, it's just strength. "So, if I defeat you and other challengers, will I be qualified?" Ling Xiao looked at Hei Wuzuan contemptuously and said, "I know you are trying to provoke me, but to be honest, you are not in my eyes now. Do you dare to fight with me?" Hei Wuzuan is stunned. He really doesn't know where Ling Xiao's courage comes from. Without the Godly Codex, without Ling Yang, what is Ling Xiao? But he is still somewhat hesitant. "I know what you are afraid of. Don't worry, I won't let my master fight, nor will I let the former sect leader fight. You and I will fight in an ordinary arena. It won't involve life and death. How about it?" Ling Xiao saw through Hei Wuzuan's thoughts and said indifferently, "He doesn't want to fight in the life and death arena. He must not be sure." Hei Wuzuan heard Ling Xiao's words and had this strange thought. "Wuzuan, you and Ling Xiao exchange pointers. No matter who wins, no matter who gets the qualification to participate in the Ox God Maze, you must not slack off. You must fight for the final victory with all your strength." And Fengyun, the Dark Tribe's elder, felt that it was not easy to get a fight. If he continues to refuse, he is afraid that terrifying woman will appear again. The next time she appears, it may be the end of the entire Eight Immortals Mountain. That woman would not have the slightest bit of sympathy or pity. "You don't have to worry about that. Since I've decided to enter the Ox Deity Maze, it's for victory. Of course, it's not for the Eight Immortals Mountain, it's for myself," Ling Xiao said indifferently. And Fengyun thought about it for a moment. Actually, they wouldn't lose out in this matter. If Ling Xiao really did beat Hei Wuzuan by a fluke, that would mean that he was stronger than Hei Wuzuan. If that was the case, he would be able to increase the chances of victory for the Eight Immortals Mountain by participating in the Ox Deity Maze contest. "Alright, but Hei Wuzuan won't be the only one fighting you. There will be other geniuses from the dark races as well. Originally, this duel was going to take place, but it just so happens that we can do it together today. You don't have any objections, right?" And Fengyun asked. "As long as you don't find a bunch of trash to make up the numbers. If I feel annoyed, I don't mind asking my master to come over and kill these people. That way, I can directly participate." Ling Xiao promised An Fengyun, but he also gave him a serious warning. Thinking about the past and looking at the present, Ling Xiao really felt relieved. Although he had never succumbed to these guys in the past, he always had to be careful and racked his brains. Every day, he had to put in a lot of effort to deal with these guys. But now, it was different. No matter who it was, they had to be careful when talking to him. They didn't want to offend him. This kind of feeling was really satisfying. However, Ling Xiao wasn't satisfied. Because he knew that he was just a fox exploiting the tiger's might. Only when his strength was enough to crush all the experts in the 8 Immortals County would he be truly powerful. The battle arena will be set up in the Dark Races arena. I'll go prepare now. You can come on your own. After saying that, An Fengyun turned around and left. He Wuzuan looked at the unconscious An Ming and gritted his teeth. He thought to himself, An Ming, don't worry. Although it's not a life or death battle and I can't kill him, I'll definitely make him pay the price. This pretty boy who only knows how to hide behind a woman's back is not worthy of participating in the Ox Deity Maze contest. He Wuzuan liked An Ming, this was a well-known fact. An Ming was injured by Shen Dian, so naturally, he didn't dare to seek revenge from Shen Dian. So, this grudge must be counted on Ling Xiao. Seeing that everyone had left, Ling Xiao stood up and said, Sister Ruoxian, the most important thing for you now is to get the Snake Tribe's treasure as soon as possible. That way, in the upcoming Ox Deity's Maze, the two of us can work together and have a higher chance of survival. Okay, I know. I'll go back to the Snake Clan now. Those people are still trembling with fear. They know my relationship with you, so naturally, they won't dare to not give it to me. Moreover, I'm also one of the successors of the Snake Clan. I have a valid reason. Lin Ruoxian nodded. After you get the treasure, come to me directly. I'll help you make it recognize you as its master. Ling Xiao said again. But didn't Senior Shen Dian leave already? Lin Ruoxian asked doubtfully. Senior Shen Dian? Haha, it doesn't matter. She left, I can still control those treasures. Do you really think that Shen Dian helped me control the Shadow Black Gourd? Ling Xiao chuckled. He got up and walked toward the Dark Races Plaza. Lin Ruoxian was stunned for a long time. She was shocked. This Ling Xiao, she really couldn't see through him at all. He was too powerful and too shocking. Shaking her head, she also left and went towards the Snake Clan. As for Qingwan Hua, Lin Yang, Feng Ayu, Hu Renfeng, Cheng Feiying and the others, they also went towards the square. Now, as long as they weren't alone, no one would dare to touch them. So, it shouldn't be a problem for them to go to the square and cheer for Ling Xiao. At this time, in the Dark Tribe's main hall, 6 young martial artists had been gathered together. Of these 6, only He Wuzuan was at the late stage of the 5th level of Hell. The other 5 were all at the peak of the 4th level of Hell in Yin-Yang realm. What they needed to do was to weaken Ling Xiao so that He Wuzuan could defeat Ling Xiao more easily. Wuzuan, and the rest of you, listen up. You can teach him a lesson, but you can't kill him. We can't afford it. This kid has such a powerful backer. Once he shows his power, the Dark Tribe will be destroyed. An Fengyun was considered a formidable person, but today, he had to be timid. Even his expression had become old. He Wuzuan was even more furious. The Dark Tribe's elder, An Fengyun, was his biggest idol and goal. Now, because of Ling Xiao, a pretty boy who only knew how to hide behind women, he had become so dispirited. The anger in his heart could be imagined. He wanted Ling Xiao to pay a heavy price. Even if he couldn't kill him, he still had to torture him. Okay, let's go to the battle stage. Everyone was ready and went to the battle stage in the square. Ling Xiao had been waiting here for a long time. When he saw the 6 people carefully selected by An Fengyun, he smiled disdainfully and said, You want to take turns to fight? Chapter 2507. Don't be so troublesome. Just come at me together. As Ling Xiao spoke, he had already jumped onto the arena. You bastard. How dare you look down on me? He Wuzuan hated being looked down upon the most. Ling Xiao just had to poke at his weak spot. It was as if he was about to explode like a thunderbolt or a fireball. He had always looked down on Ling Xiao. He felt that Ling Xiao was only relying on that woman and Ling Yang's prestige. He didn't expect that Ling Xiao would dare to look down on him. Wuzuan, since he wants all of you to come at him together, then come at him together. Anyway, this is his request. I believe that Senior won't say anything. An Fengyun said indifferently. In the end, the older the ginger, the spicier it was. An Fengyun didn't care about the infamy of bullying others with numbers. As long as he could win, it was fine. In any case, he absolutely didn't want to see Ling Xiao being complacent. Even if Ling Xiao was strong enough, he didn't want Ling Xiao to represent 8 Immortal Mountain to participate in the Battle of Ox Deity Maze. Yes. He Wuzuan respected An Fengyun, so he naturally obeyed his words. Even though he was unhappy, he still planned to step onto the stage with the other 5 people. Under the gaze of many Dark Tribe members, he prepared to fight Ling Xiao. He Wuzuan, I know you look down on me, but that's just your ignorance. I don't blame you. Don't worry, I won't use Black Immortal Sword because you're not worthy to use it. Alright, all of you, attack. Otherwise, once I attack, the 6 of you won't have a chance. Ling Xiao didn't put the other 5 people in his eyes because only He Wuzuan was a little bit of a threat to him. I hope you can make me happy. Don't end this battle too early. He Wuzuan's face turned pale when he heard Ling Xiao's words. He didn't know what Ling Xiao was relying on, but he believed that as long as Ling Xiao didn't have any outside help, it would be impossible for him to win. I knew you had a glib tongue, but this arena battle isn't a battle of words. It's better if you retract that mouth of yours. Today, I will let you, a frog at the bottom of a well, understand what a true genius is. Maybe Senior Shendian was deceived by you and abandoned you after seeing that you were defeated by me. He Wuzuan said coldly. Idiot. Ling Xiao pursed his lips. Even now, this fellow was still dreaming. He Wuzuan frowned but didn't say anything because it was useless to say more. He couldn't win against Ling Xiao anyway. Surround him. With a wave of his hand, the 6 of them surrounded Ling Xiao in the center of the arena. Their auras were completely unleashed. I've heard that your beast soul transformation is very powerful. Today, I'll have a taste of it. He Wuzuan was not in a hurry to attack. Originally, winning with numbers was already an unfair victory. He hoped that Ling Xiao could use his beast soul transformation. That way, it would at least be a better victory. Taste. Wait until you can hurt me first. Otherwise, you really don't have the qualifications to see my beast soul transformation. Ling Xiao said coldly and disdainfully. It wasn't because he was arrogant. One had to know that even if he didn't use his beast soul transformation, his current strength was enough to fight with someone at the 5th level of hell, and he would definitely have the upper hand. Don't forget that he had profound inner force in his body, which was much stronger than the average inner force. He also had the mystic world physique. It didn't look special, but the power of Imperial Heaven-Earth could make his body stronger and stronger than ordinary people. If he had to use his beast soul transformation to deal with He Wuzuan, the battle would end very quickly. It would be too boring. Arrogant. Arrogant. You will pay the price for your contempt. He Wuzuan's voice was cold. Since his opponent didn't use his beast soul transformation, he didn't care. After all, they had already shamelessly bullied him with numbers, so what if they bullied him a little more? Even if Ling Xiao lost, it would be Ling Xiao's own fault. Kill. He Wuzuan waved his hand, and 6 figures rushed out at almost the same time. In order to take care of the other 5 people, He Wuzuan deliberately slowed down his attack. That way, the 6 attacks could be completely combined. It would be a bigger blow to Ling Xiao. The 6 of them were actually using top-grade high-tier Jade-grade martial skills. It seemed that the Dark Tribe had really invested a lot in training these people. Poor Ling Xiao, he had to complete such a difficult mission in order to get a top-grade 1000-mile wolf. But these people could get it directly. This arena is too crowded. Why don't I clean up a few pieces of trash first? Ling Xiao smiled and a long sword appeared in his hand. It was a mortal-grade long sword. Then, purple chi surrounded his body like the purple clouds in the sky. The long sword in his hand suddenly expanded into a huge purple long sword. What? When the huge purple sword appeared, Yi Zichen's eyes lit up. Except for He Wuzuan, the other 5 people were stunned. Because they could feel the terrifying aura of the huge purple sword. The closer they were to it, the more likely they would die. They could feel that they were not going to fight, but simply going to their deaths. Ling Xiao was like a terrifying beast with its mouth wide open, waiting for them to die. No. The 5 people did the same thing almost at the same time. They suddenly stopped, turned around, and ran down the arena. Fight! What a joke! Their fighting spirit had completely collapsed. Running away? Everyone was stunned. And Feng Yun shook his head, feeling very embarrassed. These 5 people were carefully selected by him. But they were so useless that they chose to run away without even fighting. It was a slap to his face. Ha 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 ha, at least you know yourselves. But I still want you to get out of the arena. 1,000-mile wolf pack attack. In an instant, 5 wolf shadows broke through the air. Their speed was astonishing. He Wuzuan's attack actually landed on empty air and heavily smashed onto the stage. This guy's speed and aura are so terrifying. He's not at the peak of level 4 of hell at all. He's at level 5 of hell. No wonder he's so confident. And Feng Yun felt that his brain was not enough. What kind of genius was this? In just 10 days, he had improved from the peak of level 3 of hell to the early stage of level 5 of hell. This speed of improvement was simply appalling. This wasn't the kind of sudden increase in strength that Ling Yang had obtained from a special inheritance. This was the result of actual cultivation. Monster. Monster. Not human. Ling Xiao did not care about the astonishment of An Fengyun and the other Dark Clan members. His goal was to defeat the 6 challengers in the arena. The first to be defeated were the 5 people who ran away. Although the 5 of them ran away, they did not jump down the arena, which meant that they did not admit defeat. Therefore, he had to knock them off the stage in order to win. Otherwise, it would be meaningless. Chapter 2508. Stop. He Wuzuan tried to catch up with Ling Xiao. But not only was he unable to catch up, but he also couldn't tell which one of the 5 figures was real. So, he could only choose one at random. At this time, the 5 martial artists were frantically fleeing in the arena. Fortunately, the arena was big enough, covering more than 100 square meters. Otherwise, they really didn't know where to run to. But no matter how they ran, each of them could feel the sharp sword intent behind them getting closer and closer, as if it was chasing after their souls. They couldn't get rid of it, let alone resist it. Young Master Wuzuan, save us. The 5 of them were so frightened that they forgot that they could jump off the arena and admit defeat. They actually shouted at the same time, hoping that He Wuzuan could save them. The 5 of them looked terrified. Their hair was messy. Their wretched appearances made them look like 5 lunatics. Haha, and Fengyun, are these the so-called Dark Clan's geniuses? It's fine if they don't have the strength, but they don't even have the courage to fight. This is not the arena of life and death. What are they afraid of? Ling Xiao's sarcasm was like a knife stabbing into An Fengyun's heart. He also felt that it was really shameful. This was not the arena of life and death, and they wouldn't die. Why should they be afraid? They didn't even dare to make a move. They were simply 5 pieces of trash, 5 pieces of trash. The 5 of you, get out of here first. East Rising Purple Chi Sword, 1 sword to the west. Wolf Pack Attack and 1 sword to the west were simply a perfect combination. 1 sword move was divided into 5 sword chi, attacking the 5 people respectively. He Wuzuan then realized that the 5 figures all had the ability to attack. The purple giant sword released a terrifying sword chi, which turned into a purple wolf shadow and pounced on the 5 disciples. The terrifying power contained was like a huge monster pouncing from behind, trying to suppress the 5 people with all its strength. East Rising Purple Chi Sword wasn't Ling Xiao's strongest move. It was just a good high-level jade martial skill. But it was more than enough to deal with these 5 pieces of trash. If he couldn't even do this, Ling Xiao might as well not stay in the martial world. After all, the cultivation of these 5 pieces of trash was much lower than his. Under everyone's horrified gazes, the 5 figures were sent flying hundreds of meters away by the violent sword chi and landed on the ground outside the arena. It was also fortunate that Ling Xiao did not go all out. Otherwise, this move would naturally have taken the lives of these 5 people. What a disgrace. And Fengyun glared at the 5 of them. He really wanted to kill them. But after all, he had painstakingly nurtured her, so of course he was reluctant to part with her. Therefore, he could only curse and continue to look at the arena. At this time, He Wuzuan took advantage of the gap between Ling Xiao attacking the 5 disciples to continuously close in on Ling Xiao in an attempt to defeat Ling Xiao. Although he didn't know which of the 5 figures was real, the sword skill he had mastered, Sword Cry Yin Mountain, could directly attack everyone in the arena. Clan Elder, why don't we take advantage of this opportunity to have Wu Zun kill Ling Xiao? Nightwalker suggested as he approached Dark Wind. If you kill Ling Xiao, aren't you afraid of that crazy woman's revenge? Her wrath isn't something we can bear. And Fengyun frowned. But Clan Elder, are we just going to watch Ling Xiao do as he pleases? Nightwalker probably hated Ling Xiao the most. His son, Anfeitian, was crippled by Ling Xiao. His sister, Hidden Flower, was killed by Ling Yang, who was brought by Ling Xiao. He couldn't wait to eat his flesh raw. Don't worry. It's too dangerous to kill Ling Xiao here. Let's wait until we're in the Ox Deity's maze and let someone do it secretly. If he dies in the Ox Deity's maze, his master won't blame us. And Fengyun gritted his teeth and said, do you think I don't hate him? But this kid definitely can't be provoked now. Let's see if Yi Wuzuan can teach him a lesson. Anyway, I don't have much hope for those 5 trash. That's true. Wuzuan has been breaking through continuously during this period. He broke through from the early stage of the 5th level of Hell to the late stage of the Yin-Yang realm. Not only that, but he also made a breakthrough in his martial skills. In addition, he's wearing the defensive treasures that we carefully made for him. Ling Xiao alone won't be able to defeat him. Nightwalker's mood improved a little when he thought of Yi Wuzuan. Although he couldn't kill Ling Xiao for the time being, it was good to let Yi Wuzuan torture him. Sword Cry Yin Mountain. Yi Wuzuan's attack had already exploded on the stage. 4 of Ling Xiao's 5 wolf shadows had actually been completely destroyed. However, one of them gradually revealed Ling Xiao's true body. It seemed that he wasn't injured at all. Hehe, not bad. Not only did your cultivation reach the late stage of the 4th level of Hell, even your Sword Cry Yin Mountain has reached great success. No wonder you're so confident. Ling Xiao stood there and didn't seem to be in a hurry to make a move. He even had a disdainful smile on his face. Since you know, why don't you hurry up and surrender? This is not a place where you can behave atrociously. Don't think that just because you defeated those 5 trash, you're qualified to participate in the Ox God Maze competition. Yi Wuzuan didn't continue to attack in a hurry. This was because when experts exchanged blows, once they made a move, it was inevitable that there would be flaws. Yi Wuzuan didn't want Ling Xiao to find his flaws. Hehe, do you think you're very powerful with your cultivation at the late stage of the 5th level of Hell? Did you forget how I killed Jian Feiyu? He's also at the same cultivation level. In my eyes, you're at best a frog at the bottom of a well who only knows how to dance. Your moves are like a little girl twisting her waist in front of me. They're beautiful, but unfortunately, they don't have any lethality. Ling Xiao laughed disdainfully. This kind of disregard for He Wuzuan made all the Dark Ones feel uncomfortable. They couldn't wait to tear Ling Xiao into pieces. Yi Wuzuan, who always thought himself infallible, didn't put Ling Xiao in his eyes, and didn't even want to say a word to Ling Xiao. Now, his face is almost like a zombie. His ashen face makes people think that he's been poisoned by corpse poison. Ling Xiao, you're really forcing me to kill you. You're delusional. I won't give your master a reason to destroy the 8 Immortal Mountain. But don't worry, I'll make you lose miserably. Top-tier Jade Grade martial skill, Dark Shadow Storm. As one of the 2 top geniuses of the Dark Clan, Yi Wuzuan naturally knows top-tier Jade Grade martial skills. But it's a pity. This martial skill is only at the small success stage and can only be used at the beginning. Yi Wuzuan estimated that it would wither after 2 uses. But to be honest, even if it was a low-grade top-grade Jade Grade martial skill, it was still much stronger than a top-grade high-grade martial skill. Hidden Flower used this move before. Unfortunately, he was killed by Ling Yang midway, and this move came to an abrupt end. Now, when Yi Wuzuan used this move, its power is almost equal to Hidden Flower's. So in everyone's eyes. Chapter 2509. He Wuzuan's power was stronger than Ling Xiao's. It was more powerful than Ling Xiao's martial arts. And it was more powerful than Ling Xiao's weapon. How could he not win? Most of the Dark Tribe members had high hopes for He Wuzuan. No Light in the Night and He Wuliang were the only ones who frowned. The two of them favored Ling Xiao more. After all, He Wuzuan was a member of the House of He, but he was a lackey of the House of He. On the other hand, Ling Xiao favored the House of He more. The sky was filled with shadows, forming a strange black monster that charged at Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao stood there, calmly looking at this terrifying monster. The corners of his mouth curled up, and he suddenly smiled. A top-tier jade-grade martial arts is indeed powerful. It's a pity that it's only at the initial success level. It's not even as powerful as a top-tier jade-grade martial arts. Today, I will show you what a real combat genius is. Ling Xiao smiled and raised the long sword in his hand. Then, a ferocious black aura was released from his body. The sword began to emit a terrifying whistling sound. The roar of a tiger came from the Yin Mountain. He thrust the sword forward and the entire square seemed to have turned into the Yin Mountain ghost realm. It was the same move, but when it was executed by Ling Xiao, its power and aura were much stronger. That was because he had reached the transcendent state. Shadow martial arts, sword cry of the Yin Mountain, transcendent state. Boom. The ferocious black tiger tore the shadow monster apart and continued to pounce on He Wuzuan. He Wuzuan's face paled. However, he did not give up just yet. After being blocked by the shadow monster, the black tiger had weakened a lot. He changed his move. You know shadow martial arts, so do I. In fact, I know more than you. The second style of shadow martial arts, sword rends the underworld. The black Chilean sword in his hand whistled and a huge sword shadow appeared as if it was going to tear the Yin Mountain ghost realm apart. The black tiger turned into nothingness. He Wuzuan smiled excitedly. Unfortunately, his smile did not last long. Ling Xiao threw away the broken sword in his hand and swapped for a new one. Then, he said coldly, "If I say you can't do it, then you can't do it. Now, I'll show you what a real sword splitting the underworld is." As soon as he made his first move, his second move followed. Sword cry of the Yin Mountains and sword rends the Yellow Springs could be used together, and the power would be even more terrifying. Yin Mountain cracked open. The terrifying yellow spring gushed out from the Yin Mountain and condensed into a terrifying sword energy. It instantly destroyed He Wuzuan's sword shadow. Then, it collided with He Wuzuan. Dark Knight Wuzuan's defensive magic treasure was activated, but it could only ensure that he didn't die. He was sent flying. And Fengyun looked at He Wuzuan nervously. He did not wish for He Wuzuan to die again. Don't worry, Fengyun. Since it's not a battle of life and death, I won't go all out. I'm just using the second style's mastery. His injuries aren't serious, so he'll recover soon. Ling Xiao said indifferently. Right now, he was not thinking about revenge, but about becoming stronger. Therefore, there was no need to deliberately provoke the Dark Ones. He wanted to give them some face and ease the tension. What he needed to do next was to participate in the Ox Deity Maze. He wanted to win the Ox Deity Beast Soul and become a disciple of the Arcana Academy. And Fengyun, I've defeated all the challengers. He Wuzuan is no match for me. Does that mean I've won the right to participate in the Ox Deity Maze? Ling Xiao looked at Fengyun proudly and asked. He had defeated He Wuzuan and the others with his own strength. He did not rely on the Divine Codex or Ling Yang. Therefore, some of the Dark Ones' hatred for him had lessened. Some of them even worshipped him. After all, being strong was the way to go. And Fengyun was silent for a long time. He wanted to go back on his word, but he was afraid of the Divine Codex's strength. He had to keep his promise. He sighed and said, "Fine. I'll leave the second spot to you." 20 days later, the Chen Kingdom's royal family will send the 13th prince to supervise the competition. The 13th prince is a top talent, a true genius. He's also a disciple of the Arcana Academy. You need to control your temper in front of him. Everything will be based on the victory of the Ox Deity Maze. Is that all right? Don't worry. As long as he doesn't provoke me, I won't provoke him. Otherwise, don't blame me for destroying the Chen Kingdom. Ling Xiao said this to show that the Divine Codex could appear at any time. Otherwise, why would he be so arrogant? And Fengyun heard this and felt helpless. Yes, with that woman's strength, she could do whatever she wanted in the western regions, let alone the Chen kingdom. Forget it. Why should he care so much? As long as that woman did not come to the Eight Immortals Mountain to cause trouble, he would thank the heavens. Let's go. And Fengyun felt a little tired at the moment. No matter how clever a plan was, it seemed so small and useless in the face of absolute power. Even if he did everything he could, he would still lose in the face of such a strong opponent. Ling Xiao did not stay in the square for long. He directly brought his friends to the Moon Clan. The Moon Clan had withstood the test of the previous battle. Even if the entire clan was imprisoned, they still risked their lives to protect Ling Jiaojiao. Ling Xiao was very touched by this. Therefore, he planned to let Qingwan Hua, Lin Yang, and the others join the Moon Clan. This way, he would have less to worry about. The Moon Clan had lost a lot of people in the previous battle and needed new people to join. Of course, they were very welcome. Ling Xiao had never been to the Moon Clan before. This was his first time. When he stood in the Moon Clan's main hall, his expression became absent-minded. This was because he discovered that there was a jade statue in the middle of the Moon Clan's main hall. This statue looked very similar to his elder sister, the Moon Maiden. Could it be the same person? Ling Xiao could not help but think. Then, he asked the Moon Clan's elder about this. The Moon Clan's elder told him that about a few thousand years ago, a woman passed by this place. She stayed on the Eight Immortals Mountain for several months and taught the Eight Immortals some martial arts. She also founded the Moon Clan. The first ancestor of the Moon Clan was this woman's disciple. Although she was called a disciple, she was only taught a few moves. But just those few moves had already benefited the entire Moon Clan immensely. Did that person call herself the Moon Maiden? Ling Xiao could not help but ask. Yes, could it be that little brother Ling knows her? The Moon Clan's elder asked in surprise. Indeed, we met before reincarnating. She can be considered the love of my life. Ling Xiao sighed and said, it's a pity that she had to reincarnate to save me. The reason why I cultivate so hard is to see her again as soon as possible. When he spoke, his emotions were naturally revealed. The Moon Clan's elder did not believe it, but he could feel it from his sincere feelings. Chapter 25:10. Perhaps this is fate. Her Highness Moon Maiden created the Moon Clan, and you saved the Moon Clan. The Moon Clan elder sighed. It's not saving. After all, this is what I owe you. For my sister Jiaojiao, you have done a lot. Oh right. I came this time not only to thank you in person and send my friends to the Moon Clan, but also to give you some gifts. Ling Xiao said with a smile. Little brother Ling, there's no need to be so polite. We promised Dark Knight Formless, so we naturally have to do it. There's no need to thank us at all. The Moon Clan elder hurriedly refused. Clan elder, don't be in such a hurry to refuse. Let's see what it is. Ling Xiao smiled and took out 2 gourds. Then he said, inside this red gourd is a pill called Yin-Yang Origin Energy Pill. It's a middle mystic grade pill. Because it's a perfect grade pill, its effect is comparable to a high mystic grade pill. I believe that even in the entire country of Chen, it's hard to find a pill of this grade. This pill is very useful for Yin-Yang realm martial artists to increase their cultivation and recover their origin energy. You have to use it well. I hope that the Moon Clan will become the strongest clan in the Eight Immortal Mountain. When Ling Xiao spoke, the Moon Clan elder, the Moon Clan elder, and the Moon Clan elder all stared at him. How could they not know how hard it was to find a perfect grade high mystic grade pill? Even if you had money, you wouldn't be able to buy it. Ling Xiao actually gave them this gourd. This gourd wasn't small. It could hold hundreds of pills without a problem. Hehe. There's a total of 500 pills in the gourd. Use it sparingly. This green gourd contains healing pills that I made myself. As long as you're not dead, you can slowly recover after eating it. If you use it with origin energy, the effect will be even better. I know that because of my sister, a large number of Moon Clan disciples were injured. Some are even unconscious. But don't worry, these pills will definitely cure them. Hearing this, the Moon Clan elder stood up. My daughter Moon Death is the #1 genius of the Moon Clan, but she was heavily injured by Lin Yutian. Now she's unconscious. Medicine Master said that she might never wake up. Is this healing pill effective as well? Of course, but to be on the safe side, I'll go and take a look myself. When Ling Xiao heard that Moon Death was caused by his sister, he didn't dare to be negligent. That was how he was. If someone treated him well, he would treat them 10 times better. If others were to scheme against him, he would not be polite either. Moon Death lay on the hospital bed. Although her mind was very clear, her body was not listening to her. She could sense everyone around her, but she could not open her eyes. She could hear her parents' painful cries and screams. She wanted to comfort them, but she couldn't. She felt as if her body had been imprisoned and she couldn't move at all. At this moment, an unfamiliar aura suddenly appeared in the room. Who? She tried to use her soul force to investigate this person's appearance. But there was nothing he could do. This person's soul was so strong that it was unfathomable. It was even stronger than her parents. Who was this person? He must be an old senior expert. Just as she was thinking, this person's hand grabbed her wrist. Then, a warm current was released from his hand and entered her body. She felt very comfortable. Ever since she was injured, she had never felt this way. Don't worry, Lord Patriarch. Your daughter was only imprisoned by Lin Yuetian's secret technique. She's fine. Ling Xiao's voice sounded. Moon Death was very surprised. Because this voice sounded so young. He must be an old senior who likes to stay young. Moon Death thought in her heart. Because this was the only explanation for this person's confidence. Lin Yutian said that unless we beg him to let Moon Death become his concubine, he will only help Moon Death heal. He also said that only he and his father can cure this kind of injury. No one else can. The Moon Clan Patriarch couldn't help but say. It's reasonable for him to say that. This kind of imprisonment came from the dragon cult. His father Lin Quan is a member of the dragon cult. Naturally, he would know how to do it. He must have learned it from his father. However, I can only treat his confidence as ignorance. Ling Xiao sneered. Then, he stuffed a pill into Moon Death's mouth. Then, his soul power entered Moon Death's spirit ocean. There was a black demonic dragon hiding in there. This was the origin of all the dragon cult's secret techniques. Moon Death could see all of this. She saw a young man destroy the demonic dragon with one palm. Then, she felt much more relaxed. Miss Moon Death, you can open your eyes now. Ling Xiao said with a smile. In fact, there were thousands of secret techniques in this world that couldn't be performed without formations. Ling Xiao was a master of spirit designs and array formations. He had his own special means to break any secret technique. Lin Yutian was indeed a frog at the bottom of a well. He didn't understand at all. Moon Death tried to open her eyes. Although it was a little difficult to open her eyes for a long time, she still managed to open them slowly. She saw a handsome young man standing in front of her. Although his face was still a little immature, he was full of confidence and dignity. After opening her eyes, she could move her hands and feet. She hurriedly got up and bowed. Moon Death thanks Senior for saving my life. Senior. Ling Xiao was stunned for a moment. Then, he smiled and said, You and I are both martial artists who have entered the reincarnation realm. I don't dare to call myself your senior. My name is Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao. You are Ling Xiao. Yu Shong felt like he couldn't wrap his head around this. In the past, she had heard some rumors about Ling Xiao. However, she had never seen this person with her own eyes. Nor was she interested in seeing him. Because she always felt that Ling Xiao was the kind of person who liked to cause trouble. Sooner or later, he would be killed. However, today, Ling Xiao actually appeared in front of her and saved her from an unconscious state. Thinking back to the past, her pretty face couldn't help but turn red. Look at our Moon Death. She's blushing. Seeing that his daughter had woken up, the Moon Clan leader was in a good mood. Young hero Ling, why don't we go to the side hall and have some food and wine? I have to thank you properly. No problem. Ling Xiao nodded. He didn't want to reject such good intentions. After all, This was the clan that had tried their best to protect his sister. Can my daughter join too? Moon Death couldn't help but ask. Is your body okay? The Moon Clan leader asked. Don't worry, father. I've never felt better. Even my cultivation seems to be improving. Moon Death smiled. That's normal. Just now, I destroyed the energy that Lin Yutian injected into your body. That energy now belongs to you. Your cultivation will break through in a day or two. Ling Xiao said with a smile. Chapter 25:11. Halfway through the wine, Moon Death suddenly said seriously, Brother Ling, I heard from my father that you need to become stronger as soon as possible to save the Moon Maiden. And the Ox God Beast Soul in the Ox God Maze must be obtained. I will help you. Hearing this, Ling Xiao couldn't help but be stunned. Miss Moon Death, are you sure? With the Ox God Beast Soul, you can directly become a disciple of the Arcana Academy. Are you really going to give up? Moon Death smiled and said, Actually, it's not that I want to give up, because I know I can't get it. In this battle for the Ox God Maze, other than the 8 Immortal Mountain and the Heavenly Wind Group, the Duke of Yu will also participate. I've asked around, and among the participants, there are martial artists at the 6th level of the Yin-Yang transformation stage. Not only our 8 Immortal Mountain, but the other 2 factions also have them. The final battle will very likely be between them. Since I don't have a chance, I might as well help Brother Ling. You should know that the Moon Maiden is the founder of our Moon Clan, and you are also my savior. After hearing Moon Death's words, Ling Xiao sighed in his heart. In a sect, there were shameless people like Dark Knight, Dark Flower, and Jian Kuan. Naturally, there were also people like Dark Knight and the Moon Clan who were loyal and righteous. Ling Xiao's luck was not bad. Although he had offended many people, he had also met many people. Miss Moon, I naturally can't take all the benefits for myself. I believe Sister Ruoxian will make the same choice as you. So, I only want the Ox God Beast Soul, and the rest will belong to the 2 of you. I, Ling Xiao, am a man of my words. He didn't ask Lin Ruoxian, but he already knew what Lin Ruoxian's choice would be. Young hero Ling is a true friend, but you must not think too simply of this matter. Even if the 3 of you work together, it will be very difficult to obtain the Ox God Beast Soul. The Moon Clan leader suddenly frowned. I am willing to listen to the Lord Clan leader's teachings. Ling Xiao cupped his hands and said, I wouldn't dare to say that I'm teaching you, but I'm still the clan leader of the Moon Clan, so I do know some inside information. Everything else aside, in the 8 Immortals Mountain, you might meet a strong enemy like Lin Yutian. Lin Yutian's cultivation was at the 6th level of Hell. The 3 of you together are no match for him. Seeing that Ling Xiao didn't respond, the Moon Clan leader continued, there is another person in the Heavenly Wind Group who is as powerful as Lin Yutian. His name is Chen Beixian. Just like you, he's also a rare beast warrior and has a 1-star Yin-Yang state beast soul at the peak of the 6th level of Hell. In terms of strength, he might be slightly stronger than Lin Yutian. Interesting. Ling Xiao said with a smile. Interesting? The clan leader of the Yu clan wondered if he had heard wrongly. Surprisingly, Ling Xiao wasn't afraid. Instead, he said that it was interesting. Lin Yutian was a late-stage Yin-Yang state martial artist at the 6th level of Hell. Hehe, I've heard that there are plenty of martial artists at this level in the Chen Kingdom. If you can't reach this level before the age of 20, you can't even be considered a genius. Ling Xiao cracked a smile and said, there are still 20 days before the Ox God Maze. No one can predict what will happen during this time. Just like 11 days ago, I fell into the Demon Sea. Who would have thought that I would come back alive and reach the early stage of the 5th level of Hell? That's true. However, with the help of the former sect master Ling Yang, you will have a better chance. The clan leader of the Yu clan still didn't think it was a good idea. After all, miracles were called miracles because they were rare. Ling Xiao was able to create a miracle last time, but he might not be able to do so in the next 20 days. With Ling Yang's help, the clan leader would have a better chance. Ling Yang has gone to the Imperial City. The Imperial City is his world. With his cultivation, it's a waste of time for him to stay in the 8 Immortals City. Ling Xiao said. What? Hearing this, The clan leader of the Yu clan suddenly stood up with an ugly expression. Clan leader, what's wrong? Ling Xiao asked curiously. The clan leader of the Yu clan hesitated whether to tell Ling Xiao. Clan leader, if you're my friend, just tell me. No matter what, I, Ling Xiao, can handle it. Ling Xiao said. Young hero Ling, do you know why sect master Ling Yang was defeated so easily and was labeled as a traitor, forcing him to reincarnate? The clan leader of the Yu clan asked. Wasn't it because Lin Quan was greedy for power and wanted the position of sect master? Ling Xiao froze for a moment. He had always thought that this was the case. That was one of the reasons, but the real reason was that sect master Ling Yang had a blood feud with the Chen Kingdom's royal family. Lin Quan accidentally discovered it and told the royal family, resulting in that tragedy. The clan leader sighed and said, at that time, I was also roped in. Although I didn't do anything, I learned some secrets. It turned out that sect master Ling Yang's father was a rank 1 military marquis of the Chen Kingdom. Because he was powerful, he fought bravely, and his military achievements were illustrious. In the many battles with the neighboring Volcano Kingdom, it was this marquis who served as the commander-in-chief. He displayed the might of the Chen Kingdom, scaring the Volcano Kingdom so much that they didn't dare to invade the borders for many years. But young hero Ling, you also know that if one's military achievements are too great, the royal family will fear them. This was especially true if one encountered a narrow-minded king. That would be even more troublesome. This was what it meant when one's achievements overshadowed their masters. Although this military marquis had chosen to retreat in the face of adversity, he had wanted to withdraw from the imperial court to protect himself. But he didn't expect that his retreat would instead help the enemy to become even more vicious. The Chen clan had thousands of people, and almost all of them were convicted of treason. Among them, hundreds of the main culprits were all beheaded. The remaining men were exiled, and the women became prostitutes for officials. It was simply tragic to the extreme. This young master Ling only escaped because he was cultivating outside. Later on, he changed his name and went to the Eight Immortals County City, becoming the sect master of the Eight Immortals Mountain. It was all for the sake of avenging the thousands of people of the Chen clan one day. He actually had such a deep blood feud, and he didn't tell me? Ling Xiao asked in shock. It was the first time he had heard of such a thing. He probably didn't say it for your own good. With your strength, you can't help at all. But young hero Ling, you are a person who values friendship and righteousness. You definitely wouldn't ignore such a matter. So it's impossible for him to tell you. The clan leader analyzed. Then according to your judgment, he went back to take revenge? Ling Xiao asked. Even if it's not revenge, it's too dangerous. Under the eyes of the enemy, this is simply asking a tiger for its skin. The clan leader said. Ling Xiao suddenly felt a little anxious. But with Ling Yang's cultivation, he was not even worth a fart in the imperial city. What could he do? The only thing he could do now was to hope that Ling Yang would not be impulsive. After all, when Wang Dueling family was exterminated, Ling Yang was still young. Those enemies might not be able to recognize him. After some disguise, he could still get away with it. Thank you for telling me this, clan leader of the Yu clan. I'm afraid I have to leave first. Chapter 25:12. Young hero Ling, are you really going to the royal capital? The Moon clan leader was anxious. No. With my strength, I'll just be a burden to him. What I need to do now is continue to improve my strength. With Ling Yang's talent and intelligence, even if he can't take revenge, he'll definitely survive. I believe in him. Ling Xiao said with a smile. That's good. The Chen Kingdom's royal family is extremely powerful. With the Arcana Academy behind them, they're like a tiger with wings. I'm afraid that apart from the dragon cult, there's no one else who can contend with them. Of course, if that woman, your master, is willing to help, then it'll be great. The clan leader of the Moon clan sighed. Revenge can't be left to others. That's not revenge. Ling Xiao shook his head and said, I know Ling Yang's temper too well. If he wanted to borrow the hands of others, he would have mentioned it long ago. At that time, my master hadn't left yet. That's true. Young hero Ling, be careful. Although the Eight Immortals Mountain is currently afraid of you, it's not that bad. Apart from some lunatics who want to secretly deal with you. I know that. I'm not interested in killing them now. But if they don't know what's good for them, then don't blame me. I understand. Ling Xiao snorted and said, my master is not to be trifled with. I, Ling Xiao, am not to be trifled with either. I'll leave first. I'll have to trouble you to protect my friends. Before leaving the Moon Clan, Ling Xiao didn't forget to set up the formation of his courtyard outside of the Moon Clan. After what happened last time, Ling Xiao knew very well that no matter how powerful the Moon Clan was, they couldn't fight against the alliance of the other 7 clans. With these formations, things would be much easier. After leaving the Moon Clan, Ling Xiao didn't return to his courtyard. He was still a little confused about how to improve his strength. He had Beast Soul transformation cards now, but they weren't complete and strong enough. Especially the Steel-Armored Ox Beast Soul, the Tyrannosaurus Blood Dragon Beast Soul, and the Black Wolf General Beast Soul couldn't keep up with his cultivation. Only the Black-Striped Flying Tiger Beast Soul could increase his combat strength the most. As for the other 3, they would at most require a special ability. There was also the Advanced Thunder Battle Body and the Advanced Lava Battle Body. At his current level of cultivation, he could only provide some lightning power and lava power to slightly increase his attack and defense. Other than strengthening, the effects were not that great. He urgently needed to upgrade his lightning combat body and lava combat body. In that case, even if his cultivation did not break through, his battle prowess would skyrocket. Of course, there was also cultivation and martial skills. There was the Dark Shadow martial arts. As long as he continued to fight and temper himself, he would naturally be able to improve. As for his cultivation, he had to think of some special methods. Otherwise, it would be very difficult to raise it quickly in a short period of time. Regardless of whether it was beast souls, cultivation, or battle constitution, he would have to go to the 8 Immortals City. The Heavenly Dragon Trading Company had a lot of good stuff, and he had a good relationship with the shopkeeper there. Let's try our luck. Thinking of this, he directly left the 8 Immortals Mountain. Coincidentally, in the 8 Immortals County, outside the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company, he met a few acquaintances. Dark Underworld and Dark Knight No Zun seemed to have recovered from their wounds. They must have used some very good healing medicine. There were also Jian Liufeng and Jian Tianchen from the Sword Clan. Jian Tianchen was stronger than Jian Liufeng. He was Jian Liufeng's elder brother. The two of them naturally hated Ling Xiao to the core. There were also Sho Feiyue and Sho Menglong from the Sand Clan. Shi Yangran from the Snake Clan. Toriyama Akira from the Bird Clan. Kongyu from the Sky Clan. Zhen Hai from the Zhen Clan. Lin Ting from the Sect Leaders Hall. There were a total of 10 people. Except for Dark Knight No Zun, all of them were going to participate in the Ox Deity Maze battle. There were a total of 14 people in the 8 Immortals Mountain. Among them, only Lin Yutian, Lin Ruoxian, and Moon Death did not appear. Including Ling Xiao, 11 people were here. Ling Xiao glanced at them, cupped his hands, smiled, and then walked toward the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company. Although there were a few people who had a deep grudge against him, there were also some whom he had never met before. He had to be polite and cupped his hands in greeting. It was human nature to be polite. Ling Xiao, have you heard that the royal family increased the number of participants by 1? And I can still participate in the Ox Deity Maze battle. You didn't expect that, right? Dark Knight No Zun suddenly said loudly. Ling Xiao did not expect this. But what did it have to do with him? Whether Dark Knight No Zun participated or not would not affect him at all. If there was any impact, it would only be it could cause a little trouble. Oh, then I have to congratulate you. Ling Xiao said lightly and continued to walk forward. Damn it. Seeing Ling Xiao enter the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company, Jian Liufeng gritted his teeth and hated him to the core. One should know that his bride was snatched away on the day of his wedding. Although he did not really want to marry Ling Jiaojiao, he just wanted the saber sword Shenhuang martial spirit. But even so, it was a great humiliation. Liufeng, this is the downtown area. If we fight, it won't do us any good. The Heavenly Dragon Trading Company is not to be trifled with. Jian Tianchen stopped Jian Liufeng. As the elder brother, he was stronger than his younger brother. Of course, Jian Liufeng had to listen to his words. But elder brother, this guy is too hateful. Not only did he snatch my bride, but he also killed our sword clan. There are so many people in our clan. The woman behind him even killed our clan elder. It makes our sword clan's current position very awkward. Jian Liufeng said angrily. Don't worry. If we don't touch him now, there will be plenty of opportunities to kill him in the Ox Deity Maze battle. Can't bear it. There are only 20 days left. Jian Tianchen hated Ling Xiao. The clan elder in his family was his biological grandfather. But he knew that he needed to bear it now. There was another person who also knew how to bear it. That was An Ming. It seemed like the Dark World woman did not have much enmity with Ling Xiao. She was not the daughter of a Nightwalker, nor the daughter of an Hua. She was just an adopted daughter of An Fengyun. If there was a grudge, it would be that An Fengyun's martial Dao heart was destroyed. Now, he no longer had the past. He was high-spirited and full of fighting spirit. But in reality, one had to know that the 8 magic treasures of the 8 great clans were definitely used by the strongest geniuses. In this battle of the Ox Deity Maze, the magic treasures of the other clans were used by the geniuses of their respective clans. The Dark Clan's Shadow Black Gourd was supposed to be hers. It had been decided long ago. Moreover, An Ming had specially prepared for many years to be able to use the Shadow Black Gourd better. She had been waiting for more than 10 years for the battle for the ownership of the 8 Immortals County. However, Ling Xiao's appearance changed everything. All her efforts were in vain. How could she not be angry? However, this guy was more tolerant than she had imagined. He did not show any dissatisfaction or anger. There was only a calm look in his eyes and a hidden killing intent in his heart. He was completely different from He Wuzuan. Chapter 25:13. Let's go. We still have important matters to attend to. Among these people, Jian Tianchen and An Ming were the strongest. Therefore, Jian Tianchen gradually became the leader of their party. Therefore, Jian Tianchen called out, and the rest of the people entered the Heavenly Dragon Trading Firm one after another. Of course, it was different when Lin Yutian was there. Lin Yutian was the young sect master with terrifying strength. Naturally, he was the most dazzling person wherever he went. These people did not come to find trouble with Ling Xiao. This meeting was just an accident. They came to the Heavenly Dragon Trading Firm to buy things. When they entered the Heavenly Dragon Trading Firm, they saw that Ling Xiao was personally received by the Heavenly Dragon Trading Firm's shopkeeper. This made them even more jealous. Especially those who had a grudge against Ling Xiao. They could not wait to kill Ling Xiao on the spot. What did Ling Xiao do? How could he get the help of such a powerful woman? How could he be treated so well by the Heavenly Dragon Trading Firm? They were not convinced. But what could they do? It was meaningless. They could only be jealous in their hearts. The series of events that followed caused their anger to reach its peak. Ling Xiao, as a VIP customer, bought a large number of herbs from the Heavenly Dragon Trading Firm. Many of these herbs were what these geniuses needed. I can't take it anymore. Jian Liufeng was trembling. He could not suppress the anger in his heart when he saw Ling Xiao. I can't take it anymore. This kid can get such good treatment because he has a good master. Otherwise, what is he? He Wuzuan was also furious. He had forgotten that he had just lost to Ling Xiao in the arena. If Ling Xiao was nothing, then what was his loss to Ling Xiao? Brother Tianchen, we can't deal with him openly. Can't we deal with him secretly? I heard that there are assassins from the Dark God Palace in the 8 Immortals County. The assassins may not know that Ling Xiao has a powerful backer. Moreover, even if they know, they may not be afraid. After all, assassins are everywhere. The Dark God Palace was very mysterious, and no one knew where their headquarters was. No matter how strong the enemy is, they might not be afraid. Jian Liufeng suddenly lowered his voice. That's a good idea. Since I can't buy medicinal herbs, I'll use these spirit stones to hire assassins. Jian Tianchen and the others all agreed. Of course, There were a few people who were fence-sitters. They didn't dare to disagree. Otherwise, they would be the next target of this group of people. Naturally, Ling Xiao didn't know what these people were planning. He bought what he needed and was lucky enough to obtain a brand new beast soul from the Heavenly Dragon trading firm. A 1-star Yin-Yang Realm 7th level beast soul, Jade Rabbit. The special skill of the Jadeite Rabbit transformation was Jadeite Idol. This special skill allowed Ling Xiao to transform into a jade statue. His defense would be greatly increased, and he would be immune to all physical damage from Yin-Yang Realm cultivators. But they couldn't attack. They could use it until their inner strength was exhausted. This was a life-saving skill. Moreover, the Jade Rabbit transformation could be used up to the 7th level of Hell. To Ling Xiao, this was another increase in his combat strength. The shopkeeper of the Heavenly Dragon trading firm also told Ling Xiao about the cultivation of the Peak Lightning battle body and the Peak Lava battle body. It was said that a special condition had to be met before the cultivation could continue. However, the shopkeeper didn't know what the special condition was. Although he was a little disappointed, Ling Xiao was already very satisfied with the Jade Rabbit beast soul and the large amount of medicinal herbs that could increase his cultivation. After leaving the Heavenly Dragon trading firm, he went straight to the 8 Immortal Mountain. In his opinion, the mystery of the cultivation of battle bodies might be more suitable at the 8 Immortal Mountain than at the Heavenly Dragon trading firm. On the way, Ling Xiao integrated the Jade Rabbit beast soul into the Rabbit God position. This process didn't take too long, but it could increase Ling Xiao's combat strength by several times. To Ling Xiao, this was a great help. The most amazing thing was that when the Jade Rabbit beast soul was integrated into the deity position, Ling Xiao's cultivation also increased to a certain extent. He was still 30% away from the middle stage of the Yin-Yang realm's 5th level of Hell. Of course, this couldn't be rushed. Therefore, he had to continue to fight steadily and surely. After leaving the 8 Immortals County, on this familiar road, Ling Xiao couldn't help but think of the first time he met Lin Ruoxian. At that time, he had just arrived at the 8 Immortals County. Compared to today, his strength was like heaven and earth. However, he still achieved great success today. Thinking of this, he was more confident that he could continue to improve. Suddenly, he felt a dangerous sharpness. Ling Xiao believed that no one in the 8 Immortals County had a stronger soul power than him. No one could be more sensitive to danger than him. When this sharpness suddenly stabbed out from the darkness, Ling Xiao had already turned into a wolf and fled. Of course, fleeing was not the end. It was only the beginning. He suddenly transformed and entered the Jade Rabbit beast soul state. With a stomp, his terrifying jumping power was simply astonishing. In the blink of an eye, he was already beside the assassin. When the assassin's attack failed, he wanted to escape. However, he didn't expect Ling Xiao to be so fast and have such a terrifying reaction. When he felt a large hand choking his neck and then fiercely pressing him to the ground, he knew it. He knew that he was done for. He cursed those damned employers who didn't tell him about this person's terrifying strength. He was just an assassin who came to the 8 Immortals County to play. He didn't expect to lose his life because of this rash attack. He wanted to bite the poison sac hidden in his mouth and commit suicide. However, it was already too late. Four-leaf demonic eyes, soul catcher. Ling Xiao didn't even bother to interrogate and directly used soul catcher to obtain information. Temph, Zhen Liufeng, you really have guts. You actually dared to hire an assassin to kill me. If you want to hire an assassin, you should hire a stronger one. You actually hired such a trash. Unhappy. What made Ling Xiao unhappy was not that Zhen Liufeng wanted to hire an assassin to kill him. It would be strange if Zhen Liufeng didn't want him to die. What made him unhappy was that the opponent was too weak and couldn't test his new ability at all. Four-leaf demonic eyes, soul catcher. Ling Xiao glanced at the assassin and used soul catcher. At that moment, he clearly felt that all the attributes of his body had improved. Although the improvement was very small, it was very obvious to him. Of course, the most wonderful thing was the improvement of his cultivation. Interesting. This soul catcher can actually be used to improve cultivation. I guess the more powerful the opponent, the more useful it is. Ling Xiao had been worrying about how to improve his cultivation in a short period of time. Now, it could be solved smoothly. Tai Chi I Search. Chapter 25:14. On the way to the 8 Immortal Mountain. Jian Tianchen and the other 11 people were walking up the mountain leisurely, enjoying the scenery while hurrying on their way. Suddenly, the ground collapsed. Before they could react, all of them fell into the smelly mud pit. For a moment, both the elegant young men and the elegant young ladies became mud figurines. The stench from their bodies attracted the surrounding dung beetles. Everyone tried to fly out of the mud pit, but they suddenly found that their feet seemed to be caught by something. It was so difficult that they could not get out. Oh no, this is not an ordinary mud pit. It's a formation. The knowledgeable Kong Yu said in shock. Among these people, he knew more about formations, so he could discover it quickly. TSK, not bad. There are still people who can react. In the void, a figure gradually appeared with a sneer on his face. Ling Xiao, what are you trying to do, you bastard? Jian Liufeng said angrily. He wanted to get out of the mud pit, but it seemed that he could not succeed. The rest of the people also had sullen looks on their faces. Clearly, they were very unhappy. And Ming's face was gloomy to the extreme. Even if a person could endure it, there was a limit. Once the limit was exceeded, it would naturally be unbearable. What am I trying to do? Then I'll have to ask you guys first. Who was it that hired such a trash to assassinate me? Ling Xiao said coldly, I didn't kill you. I'm just looking at the big picture. Don't be ungrateful. By the way, the dung in your mouth tastes good. Do you want me to let you have a few more mouthfuls? He sneered and waved his hand. A strange mud monster appeared in the mud pit. Its body was soft and looked very disgusting. Ling Xiao, don't go too far. You humiliated us like this. Do you think we won't dare to kill you? Hei Wuzuan roared. At this time, he was furious. His beloved woman, and Ming, loved cleanliness the most. But now, she was covered in a stench. For a woman who loved cleanliness, it was too unpleasant. Hihi, I went too far? Didn't you think you went too far when you hired someone to assassinate me? Ling Xiao sneered and gave the sludge monster an order. The sludge monster pounced on them. Those people tried their best to resist, but the sludge monsters were scattered, and a large amount of muddy water once again drenched those people. However, at this time, Kong Yu, who was unwilling to be humiliated, took out his own magic treasure, Spatial Blue Treasure Book. Then, a strange light flashed, and those people were all out of the area controlled by Ling Xiao's formation. Hey, what a magical treasure! As expected of the Sky Race's treasure. Even I feel a bit envious just looking at it. Ling Xiao saw that everyone had exited the array formation, but he did not care. In any case, it was impossible for these people to kill him with their strength. Ling Xiao, today is the day you die. After escaping from the array formation, Jian Liufeng was no longer able to suppress the rage in his heart. He roared, wanting to kill Ling Xiao. Liufeng, don't worry. Once again, he was stopped by Jian Tianchen. Big brother. This kid is too infuriating. We are the top geniuses of 8 Immortals City. How can we be humiliated by this trash? Without that woman, without Ling Yang, he is nothing. Jian Liufeng roared. I know, I don't want to stop you this time. There is a limit to a person's patience. This Ling Xiao is only at the early stage of 5th level of Hell of Yin-Yang Realm. It was an accident that he could defeat Hei Wuzuan. If it wasn't for someone protecting him, he would have died long ago. He is just a despicable person who relies on a woman to survive. If I can't do anything after being humiliated by him, I would rather die. Our 8 Immortals Mountain's pride cannot be tarnished. Our dignity as warriors cannot be humiliated like this. Jian Tianchen originally did not want to deal with Ling Xiao outside because he was afraid of Ling Yang and the woman behind Ling Xiao. However, when he saw Ling Xiao's smug and insufferably arrogant look, he could not stand it anymore. He was really someone who knew how to liven up the atmosphere. When he shouted those words, everyone else felt their blood boiling. As for the consequences of this battle, they no longer cared. Now, they only wanted to kill Ling Xiao. There were 11 of them. The weakest among them was at the middle stage of 5th level of Hell of Yin-Yang realm. The strongest was at the peak of 5th level of Hell. How could these 11 people not be able to kill a piece of trash who was only at the early stage of 5th level of Hell of Yin-Yang realm? Brother Tianchen is right. Think about it. How did this piece of trash Ling Xiao humiliate our 8 Immortals mountain? He ordered his woman to kill the Sword Tribe elder right in front of you, and he killed your loved ones. If we don't even dare to touch him, how can we face our dead family members? How can we face our own martial arts? This dog, who used to wag its tail everywhere, is now riding on our heads. You can tolerate it, but I can't. And Ming also exploded. The anger that had accumulated in her heart completely exploded. Her black hair stood on end. Everyone knows how to shout slogans. I'm waiting for you to attack. Ling Xiao stood there like a villain. He coldly waved at the 11 hot-blooded youths with a look of disdain. Damn, what's going on? Aren't they the 11 top geniuses of the 8 Immortals mountain? And Ming, Jian Tianchen. Damn, there's also Kong Yu. Who are they joining forces to deal with? Although there were few people here, there were still some herb gatherers and martial artists passing by. Coincidentally, a small group of martial artists who were returning to the 8 Immortals city after completing a mission in the mountain passed by. When they saw this shocking scene, they could not help but exclaim. I don't know that kid. Is he a devil from some place? Ling Xiao's reputation was greater within the 8 Immortal mountain. Almost everyone knew about him. However, there were very few people outside the 8 Immortal mountain who knew about him. Even the live broadcast of Ling Xiao resolving the calamity in the 8 Immortal city had been deliberately erased by some people. People were quite forgetful. Ling Xiao gradually became a nobody from a hero. Perhaps the ones who truly remembered him were those inexperienced children. Ling Xiao looked coldly at Jian Tianchen and the others. These people were filled with righteous indignation and their blood was boiling. He really felt that he should turn into a basin of cold water and pour it over them to wake them up. If you don't attack, I'll go first. Ling Xiao sneered. His body turned into a wolf's shadow and pierced through the air. The wolf walks 1,000 miles, wolf pack attack. Lightning wolf. The wolf pack attack was the 3rd move, and the lightning wolf was the 5th move. When Ling Xiao was fighting at the bottom of the Devil Sea, he had honed the wolf walks 1,000 miles a lot. After all, there were many demonic beasts there. If he did not want to be injured, it was extremely important. Now, he had cultivated the wolf walks 1,000 miles to the 7th move. And all 7 moves had been cultivated to the martial arts stage. Chapter 25:15. The last 2 moves of 1,000-mile wolf were more difficult to comprehend. But Ling Xiao had already grasped some tricks. He believed that it should not take too long. Using Wolf Pack Assault and Lightning Wolf at the same time, the effect was excellent. 11 wolf shadows darted out. In mid-air, the black wolf shadows suddenly turned into lightning wolves wrapped in lightning, pouncing at the 11 people with extreme speed. Among them, several people with weak cultivation were directly hit by this lightning wolf. Lightning flashed on their bodies, and they directly fell to the ground, black smoke coming out of their mouths. Ha 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 ha, a bunch of trash, actually vainly trying to kill me. I only used movement technique and made you all such a fool. Let me tell you, in the Ox Deity Maze, if anyone dares to make a move against me, I absolutely will not show mercy. Killing one is also killing. Killing a group is also killing. Ling Xiao revealed his true body and laughed crazily. Facing Ling Xiao's increasingly proud appearance, the 11 geniuses were really angered until they wanted to vomit blood. They were just preparing to take out their magic treasures and fight to the death with Ling Xiao when suddenly, a figure appeared in their midst. Enough, there are still 20 days to participate in the Ox Deity Maze contest. You all actually still have the mood to fight among yourselves here. The one who appeared here was none other than precisely the Vice Hall Master of the Reward and Punish Evil Hall, the Sword Race's doyen, Jian Ruchao. Although Jian Ruchao also hated Ling Xiao to the bone, he was a smart person after all. He did not stand on any side, only standing in the middle to show his fairness. Seeing Jian Ruchao, Ling Xiao could not help smiling. This person would not be hot-blooded like those few idiots. He belonged to the crafty sort. Therefore, today's battle probably had no way of continuing. Originally, he still wanted to continue using these few people to properly practice his movement technique. Genru Chao, aren't you ashamed? You were here long ago, why only come out now? Did you see that those trash could not beat me, so you came out to rescue me? Ling Xiao's words did not give Genru Chao any face. He actually detected Genru Chao's arrival long ago. It was just that Genru Chao, this old thing, probably still wanted to see him make a fool of himself. He had been hiding in the dark and did not come out. Genru Chao did not expect that his thoughts would be seen through by Ling Xiao. For a moment, he had the urge to silence Ling Xiao. However, an old fox was an old fox. In the end, he held himself back. He said indifferently, "The situation isn't clear yet, that's why this hall master didn't appear. It wasn't until I saw them use their artifacts that I realized that you guys were really going to fight to the death. Now that I've come out to stop them, there shouldn't be a problem, right? Haha, old fox, you really know how to talk. Forget it, whatever you say. I'm going back first, I won't be playing with you guys anymore," Ling Xiao said with a smile. "Deputy Hall Master, you have to uphold justice for us. This Ling Xiao actually set up a formation to humiliate us. If it wasn't for Kong Yu using his magic treasure, we would still be struggling in the mud." Seeing that Ling Xiao was about to leave, He Wuzuan grew anxious. "That's right, Uncle Yu Chao. This Ling Xiao's mouth is full of shit. Not only did he humiliate us, but he also humiliated the elders of 8 Immortal Mountain. Jian Liufeng was really good at adding oil to the fire." He continued very agitatedly, "This guy relied on his powerful master and didn't put 8 Immortal Mountain in his eyes at all. He even said that the dead elders were trash. It's simply unbearable. The reason why we want to take action is also because of this." Genru Chao actually knew that Jian Liufeng was adding oil to the fire. Because he had arrived long ago, he was still clear about what Ling Xiao said. However, he naturally wouldn't expose Jian Liufeng's lies. Instead, he looked coldly at Ling Xiao and said, "Even ants have dignity. There are some things that you shouldn't do too much. Relying on the fact that you have someone behind you, you cause trouble everywhere. People like you will die sooner or later, and it will be very ugly. Haha, I might die, but I will definitely die after you guys. Anyway, you trash won't be able to see it." Ling Xiao sneered. Since the other party was afraid of the Divine Codex, why not make use of it? Sullen days weren't good. Now that we commoners are the masters, we should still be rampant. Genru Chao had never been treated like this by a junior before. A terrifying killing intent erupted from his heart. There was even a moment when he thought that even if he had to offend that terrifying woman, he would still want to tear Ling Xiao into pieces. "Vice Hall Master, you want to kill me, right? I'm right here, hurry up and take action." Ling Xiao had a look of disdain because he knew that Genru Chao wouldn't dare to take action. This old fellow, not many young people have the guts to do so. Don't dare to take action? If you don't dare to take action, then don't fart. Let me tell you, Genru Chao, don't think that just because my master left temporarily, you guys can gang up to bully me again. If you push me too far, I will make 8 Immortal Mountain disappear from the map." Ling Xiao coldly snorted, turned around and flew away. Genru Chao anxiously looked at Ling Xiao leaving, but he didn't dare to chase after him, nor did he dare to take action. Ling Xiao was right, he was afraid. Recalling how terrifying that woman was, he felt that he couldn't even move his body. He might not be afraid of death, but if he offended that woman, he wouldn't be the only one to die, but the entire sword tribe. "Uncle Ru Chao, do you really want to continue to let this rascal ride on your head and shit on you?" Jian Liufeng roared. The others were so angry that they almost vomited blood. Looking at the miserable looks of these top geniuses, Genru Chao's nearly extinguished killing intent reignited once again. "Don't worry, you guys cultivate steadily and wait for the day when the Ox God Maze opens. As for that Ling Xiao, leave him to me." Genru Chao finally made up his mind. Next, he would discuss with Jian Kuan to create a place where that woman wouldn't be able to find and hide everyone from the Sword Tribe. This way, after killing Ling Xiao, they could all hide. They wouldn't have to be afraid of that woman's revenge. Let's go back. Since Jian Ruchao had decided to deal with Ling Xiao, he calmed down instead. Holy sh**, so that demon is actually Ling Xiao from the Eight Immortals Mountain. When did this guy become so powerful? After the people of Eight Immortal Mountain left, the group of martial artists who had been hiding in the dark finally came out. One of them couldn't help but say, "That's right, I heard that the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company is going to set up a genius list for all the geniuses who will participate in the Ox God Maze. This list will be used for people to bet on. When we see this, we have to go back and tell the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company. Ling Xiao's name can't be missing from the genius ranking." Yes. I heard that the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company will reward us with useful information. Let's go. The group of martial artists returned to the Eight Immortal County and told the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company what they had seen. Therefore, the genius list changed on the same day. It was ranked according to the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company. The most powerful person was the number 1 genius of the Heavenly Wind Group. Chapter 25:16. The third on the genius list was Xiaofeng Wanyue from the Duke Yu's residence. She was a girl. The 3 of them were all at level 6 of Hell in Yin-Yang Realm. They were far behind the rest of the geniuses. The 4th was Chen Xianfeng from the Heavenly Wind Group. But today, it was Ling Xiao, who was not even in the top 30. It caused a lot of discussion. What was different from the genius ranking was that there was a odds ranking. The higher the ranking, the more likely it was to win the mythical ox beast soul. The betting list was similar to the genius list, but there was an exception. Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao was 4th on the genius list, but he was last on the betting list. There were a total of 45 people from the 3 forces, and he was the 45th. There was a reason why the betting odds were so low. The news that Ling Xiao had offended almost all the geniuses in Eight Immortal Mountain had spread. Almost everyone thought that Ling Xiao was dead for sure, so his odds were naturally extremely low. Since he was destined to die, it was impossible for him to win. It was easy to imagine why his odds were so low. Of course, Ling Xiao was not interested in the ranking list at all. Even though he had heard about it, he was still indifferent. After returning to Eight Immortal Mountain, Ling Xiao hid in his courtyard and began to cultivate. He spent 5 days to master the Jade Rabbit Beast Soul to the point where he could use it. Due to the difference in cultivation, he could not fully unleash the power of the Jade Rabbit Beast Soul. But at least he was not unfamiliar with it. He also knew how to use the jade statue like the back of his hand. As for his cultivation, because of his familiarity with the Jade Rabbit Beast Soul and the large number of elixirs he had refined, he finally broke through to the middle stage of level 5 of Hell in Yin-Yang Realm. This speed was actually very fast. If he did not have a fortuitous encounter, this speed would be abnormal. But Ling Xiao could not be satisfied. His cultivation was not fast enough, so he had to work hard on the top combat constitution. In the end, he used up the remaining Thunder Elemental Jade and Lava Elemental Jade, but he still could not upgrade his combat constitution. This gave him a headache. Left with no choice, he could only give up on cultivating and go out to try his luck. The last time he went to the Eight Immortals County, he was able to get a Jade Rabbit Beast Soul. If he was lucky this time, he might be able to find a way to cultivate a top combat body. In any case, the Eight Immortals Mountain didn't have a cultivation method for a top-notch battle constitution. He could only try his luck outside. As soon as he stepped out of the courtyard, he saw Jian Ruchao standing there, as if he had been waiting for a long time. "What? Vice Hall Master wants to deal with me here?" Ling Xiao smiled faintly. "Are you looking for a way to cultivate a top constitution?" Jian Ruchao ignored Ling Xiao's sarcasm and asked, "You investigated me?" Ling Xiao's voice became cold and sinister. "Is there even a need to investigate? I am the Vice Hall Master of the Hall of Good and Evil. I naturally know that you were looking for this item in the inner hall. Now, let me ask you, do you want this cultivation method?" Jian Ruchao asked. "Of course." Ling Xiao nodded and said, "I have been to the Heavenly Wind Society and was lucky enough to find such a record in their library. Unfortunately, I couldn't read it because their people were nearby. If you have the guts, why don't you go and have a look? Jian Ruchao said lightly. Do you think I am stupid? The library of the Heavenly Wind Society? Why would I go there? Ling Xiao immediately noticed Jian Ruchao's scheme. This is not a scheme, it is an open one. I want to use the Heavenly Wind Society to kill you. Of course, if you don't go, you will not be able to learn the cultivation method and cultivate a top-level combat body. Jian Ruchao sneered. Good, amazing, really amazing. Ling Xiao looked at Jian Ruchao. He was sure that Jian Ruchao was telling the truth. The Heavenly Wind Society did have such a thing. However, if he went there, he would be dead meat. Chen Changsheng, the leader of the Heavenly Wind Society, had a grudge against him and was extremely powerful. Chen Beixian alone was not someone he could deal with. However, Jian Ruchao still didn't know his true strength. He cracked a smile and said, "Thank you for your reminder, I will go and have a look." After he finished speaking, he tore through the air and left without any hesitation. Idiot! Jian Ruchao watched Ling Xiao leave and sneered in his mind. He then chased after Chen Changsheng. However, halfway through, he disguised himself and put on the Tianfeng Group's martial artist's uniform. Jian Ruchao's plan was not complicated. He knew that the simpler the plan, the less likely it would be for him to make a mistake. What he needed to do was to kill Ling Xiao in the Heavenly Wind Society's territory. He wanted to blame the Heavenly Wind Society for Ling Xiao's death. After all, the head deacon of the 8 Immortals County was the son of Chen Changsheng, the leader of the Heavenly Wind Society. In this way, the Heavenly Wind Society would have a good reason to kill Ling Xiao. This plan not only killed 2 birds with 1 stone, but also saved him a lot of trouble. However, what was more unfortunate was that Jian Ruchao had calculated everything but misjudged one point, and that was Ling Xiao's strength. Since Ling Xiao dared to attack the Heavenly Wind Society alone, how could he be weak? Jian Ruchao's plan was perfect, but in the face of strength, it was worthless. Come out. Do you think I can't guess what you are thinking? When he reached the Heavenly Wind Society's territory, Ling Xiao suddenly stopped. He looked coldly at the bush not far behind him and said, "Didn't you follow me from the 8 Immortals Mountain to here to kill me? Let's not beat around the bush. If you want to kill me, let's do it quickly. After I finish you, I plan to go to the Heavenly Wind Society." There was no movement from the bush. Ling Xiao sneered. With a wave of his hand, a shadow all pierced through the air. It tore through the bush and hit something, causing a loud boom. A person was forced out of the bush. What is this move? Why have I never seen it before? The person who was forced out was Jian Ruchao. At this moment, Jian Ruchao's face was very ugly. He wanted to sneak attack Ling Xiao from behind. This way, he would have a higher chance of winning. Although he looked down on Ling Xiao, he did not want to be careless. However, he did not expect to be found out so quickly. Moreover, Ling Xiao's move was so strange and powerful. He had never seen it before. Didn't you always want to know my real identity? I can tell you now. Ling Xiao looked at Jian Ruchao with contempt and said, "You are right. I am the #1 genius of the White Tiger continent, Ling Xiao." You. Jian Ruchao's face changed. Ling Xiao dared to admit his real identity in front of him. This meant that he was going to kill him. Jian Ruchao's heart was in his mouth. He was very worried. You can guess what I want to do, right? I have always told you not to provoke me. Because I will not let anyone who provokes me go. You could have lived. People say that even ants drag out their lives, but you came to die. You can't blame me. Chapter 25:17. Oh right, there's another secret you don't know. Shun Dian isn't my master and she has already gone to Golden Heavenly Nation. She can't possibly come back to help me. You guys were scared by someone who doesn't exist. What a joke. Ling Xiao mocked. You despicable guy. How dare you treat us like idiots? Jian Ruchao's face was filled with anger. He thought of so many people from 8 Immortal Mountain who were stronger than Ling Xiao, but they were all scared to the point of kneeling and begging for mercy. He couldn't wait to skin this guy alive. Yeah, who asked you to be idiots? Ling Xiao shrugged. I'll kill you. Jian Ruchao was enraged. He instantly forgot about his fear and erupted with a terrifying aura. Sure enough, you're at the peak of 5th level of hell. Looks like it's going to be fun today. Ling Xiao knew very well that if he couldn't even deal with Zhen Ruchao, it would be even more troublesome if he encountered Zhen Tianchen and Shou Feiyue, who had magic treasures. Those two had the same cultivation as Zhen Ruchao, but they had magic treasures of divine grade. Their combat strength would definitely be much stronger. Zhen Ruchao, let's use this as a practice. It just so happened that his cultivation breakthrough was slow recently. He could use this guy to practice and see if he could break through the shackles of his cultivation. Zhen Ruchao's aura continued to rise. A sharp long sword appeared in his hand. It was a white long sword that looked like it was carved out of white jade. It was actually an immortal grade spiritual weapon that was second only to divine grade spiritual weapons. Ling Xiao always felt that the black immortal sword was too eye-catching. Since it was a trump card, he couldn't use it all the time. The black immortal sword could be used as one of his trump cards to deal with stronger enemies. The white jade flying dragon sword in Zhen Ruchao's hand was the best weapon at the moment. It could be used frequently and wouldn't break as easily as the mortal grade spiritual weapons he bought. Ling Xiao, since the day you passed the test of the 8 Immortals Mountain, I have hated you very much. You've caused trouble in our sword tribe twice. There are simply too many members of the sword clan who have been killed by you and have died because of you. Even the clan elder of my sword clan was killed by your woman. If I can't kill you, when will my sword tribe be able to take revenge? Zhen Ruchao roared while condensing a powerful move. He hated Ling Xiao to the core. In today's battle, he swore that he would make sure that not even Ling Xiao's bones remained. Firmament sword print. Kill. His cultivation was at the peak of Yin-Yang realm level 5 of the First Revolution, coupled with the immortal grade spirit artifact sword in his hand. The attack power of Sword Tide was incomparably powerful. The roaring sword seal smashed the surrounding trees into smithereens, and even the boulders collapsed. As expected of the Vice Hall Master of the Hall of Bestowing Kindness and Punishing Evil. His strength is not to be underestimated. It's a pity that you shouldn't have chosen to kill me now. If you had done it 10 days earlier, you might have succeeded easily. Ling Xiao sneered and transformed into the Jade Rabbit. An emerald green armor that looked like jade covered his entire body. Rabbits were supposed to be cute, but cute had nothing to do with Ling Xiao. Hence, when Ling Xiao transformed into his body, he became extremely domineering. From the outer appearance, one couldn't see any resemblance between him and a rabbit. Jade God statue. Ling Xiao was clearly using Zhen Ruchao as a test target. He wanted to see if the Jade God statue could really achieve a perfect defense against the attack of an expert of this level. As the curse seal was released. At this moment, Ling Xiao was like a god statue carved out of jade. However, the surface of the god statue shone with a dazzling emerald light. At this moment, Zhen Ruchao's attack had arrived. Boom! A huge explosion sounded on the surface of the jade god statue. However, Zhen Ruchao was shocked. His sword couldn't achieve anything. Even the surface of the jade god statue didn't have any trace of damage. Instead, his huge sword seal shattered on the spot. What the hell is this? Zhen Ruchao's expression changed as he continued to attack. Terrifying sword light stabbed the jade god statue one after another. However, every time he stabbed, it was to no avail. He began to panic. At this time, Ling Xiao could feel that his internal force continued to decline. However, the speed of decline was not as fast as he had imagined. It was much more efficient than his attack. It seemed that this jade god statue was really a life-saving special skill. Since the move had been tested, he didn't want to waste any more time. He suddenly withdrew the jade god statue and stabbed out. The sword light flashed and collided with Zhen Ruchao's crazy attack. This time, Zhen Ruchao was sent flying more than 10 steps away. Impossible. This is impossible. If his previous attack was ineffective, it could be explained that Ling Xiao had some magic weapon on him. However, the power of Ling Xiao's sword attack was comparable to her attack. This was absolutely impossible. Deputy Hall Master, you seem to be very surprised. In fact, You don't need to be surprised. I dared to wait for you here and dared to tell the truth about those things. Naturally, I can defeat you. Ling Xiao smiled indifferently and took out 2 long swords at the same time. These are my last 2 mortal-grade spiritual swords. You've probably heard that when I was in the White Tiger mainland, I was best at dual wielding. With 2 swords, I can perform 2 moves at the same time. Today, I'll let you die with a clear understanding. I'm very merciful. Since I'm letting you die, I'll let you die with a clear understanding. With 2 swords in hand, Ling Xiao's aura began to rise. His cultivation at the middle stage of the 5th level of the yin-yang realm in the first transformation was fully unleashed. In addition to the enhancement of the Jade Rabbit Beast Soul, the enhancement of the Royal Heaven-Earth power. Right now, his true strength was definitely not inferior to Jian Yu Chao's. In the following battle, who would win and who would lose would depend entirely on the strength of battle techniques and martial arts techniques. Humph, you only blocked a casual attack of mine. Do you really think you can compete with me, the Deputy Hall Master of the Hall of Good and Evil? You're just an ant that climbed up from the bottom. No matter how high an ant climbs, he's still an ant. He can't become an eagle. Jian Yu Chao snorted coldly. Although he was extremely shocked and even a little flustered, he knew that he would not be able to escape today. However, he knew that he probably wouldn't be able to escape today. Since Ling Xiao dared to wait for him here, it meant that he had already set up a formation to prevent him from escaping. The only thing he could do was to kill Ling Xiao here and then escape unscathed. Haha, you think you're an eagle. In fact, you're just a frog at the bottom of a well. Ling Xiao sneered. A powerful aura began to accumulate on the 2 swords. Do you know the power of the first 2 moves of the shadow martial arts at the same time? If cultivated to the martial arts realm, it won't be inferior to any inferior top-tier Jade grade martial arts technique. So what if it's not inferior? Mine is a genuine top-tier Jade grade martial arts technique. How are you going to fight with me? Chapter 25:18. Roar tilde tilde. A dragon's roar resounded. Top Jade grade martial skill, Flying Dragon Sword Seal. This top Jade grade martial skill is just a low-grade martial skill. It is similar to the Dark Tribe's Dark Shadow Assault. Ling Xiao had seen this skill used by He Wuzuan before. However, He Wuzuan's skill was only at the small success stage while Jian Ruchao had mastered it. Not only that, Jian Ruchao's cultivation is also one small stage higher than He Wuzuan. Therefore, the power of this skill is very strong. It is 10 times stronger than He Wuzuan's skill. But so what? When Ling Xiao fought against He Wuzuan, he did not use his beast soul transformation. Now that he has transformed, his combat power is also 10 times stronger than when he did not transform. Moreover, he is fighting as Ling Xiao today. Naturally, he will not be afraid of exposing his identity. Both swords attacked at the same time. Sword Cry Yin Mountain and Sword Rend Underworld exploded at the same time. This is not a continuous attack like last time. They are attacking at the same time. Their power is not the same as before. Attacking at the same time, the power is definitely stronger than 2 skills combined. When the terrifying sword light turned into sword shadows and attacked Jian Ruchao's face became filled with fear. Why? Why is he so strong? I don't believe it. I don't believe it, he roared. He cannot believe what is happening in front of him. He wants to fight. He wants to kill Ling Xiao. He believes that all of this is just an illusion. He believes that all of this is fake and Ling Xiao is just bluffing. You can't see the strength of both sides. How sad, Deputy Hall Master. Ling Xiao looked at Jian Ruchao coldly. Both swords had already stabbed out. The terrifying sword intent destroyed Jian Ruchao's Flying Dragon Sword Seal. The flying dragon let out a mournful howl in the air. Immediately after, Jian Ruchao's body was hit. Dozens of sword holes appeared on his body. He fell to the ground and looked like he was about to die. Ling Xiao coldly threw away the last 2 broken swords in his hand. He walked to Jian Ruchao's side and took the white jade flying dragon sword from Jian Ruchao's hand. A good sword. It's a pity that it's in the hands of someone who doesn't know how to use it. What a shame. Ling Xiao stored the white jade flying dragon sword into his storage ring. Then, he coldly grabbed sword-tied. Four-leaf demonic eyes, soul catcher. He was too lazy to question Jian Ruchao, because he didn't know when Jian Ruchao would die, so he simply used the method of soul-searching to obtain the information he wanted. It would consume some soul power, but that wasn't a problem. It seems that this guy wasn't lying. The Heavenly Wind Society's library does contain the secrets of top constitutions. Thinking of this, Ling Xiao was secretly delighted. Then, he looked at Jian Ruchao and said, "I'm about to die, I'll let you replenish my cultivation." Four-leaf demonic pupils, soul reaping. Although soul-seizing soul didn't absorb the opponent's cultivation, it only absorbed the opponent's quality. Strength, speed, intelligence, perception, etc. However, this was the most important thing. These basic qualities were what cultivation required the most. Even if Ling Xiao wasn't a divine-grade genius, as long as he persevered, he would become a true divine-grade genius sooner or later. Moreover, after soul-reaping soul absorbed these things, his cultivation would naturally increase slightly. This might have something to do with the strengthening of his body and soul. It was hard to say. But now, Ling Xiao's cultivation had indeed increased by nearly 80% from the middle stage of the 5th layer of hell. In other words, with another 20%, he could break through again. This might have something to do with Jian Ruchao's cultivation. After all, Jian Ruchao was a martial artist at the peak of the 5th layer of hell. After taking Jian Ruchao's storage ring and burning his corpse, Ling Xiao made some changes. He had the ability of the Yin-Yang Demon King, which allowed him to change his appearance and body into any form. However, he didn't like to use it under normal circumstances. This kind of transformation was just a trick. If he used it too much, it would delay his own cultivation. After all, if he had to transform and hide whenever he encountered danger, how could he train? How could he train? That was only one of the problems. However, he wasn't a stubborn person. When it was time to use it, he would use it. This time, it came in handy. After Ling Xiao transformed, he didn't get discovered until he sneaked into the library of the Heavenly Wind Group. However, the moment he stepped into the library of the Heavenly Wind Group, trouble came. Such a place was usually protected by an array formation. Although Ling Xiao had transformed into a martial artist of the Heavenly Wind Group, the array recognized him and sounded the alarm. Ling Xiao furrowed his brows, but he didn't stop. He found the book according to Jian Ruchao's memory. Then, he broke through the window. By then, the martial artists of the Heavenly Wind Group had already surrounded the library. Interestingly, the leader of the Heavenly Wind Group was on his way to meet the 13th prince. The most powerful disciple of the Heavenly Wind Group, Chen Beixian, was cultivating in seclusion. No one could stop Ling Xiao from escaping. If Ling Xiao fought to the death, he might be caught. However, he didn't want to do that. Using the shadow step, he escaped the encirclement and took the book with him. Although the Heavenly Wind Group was so angry that they almost vomited blood, there was nothing they could do. They didn't know who did it. Ling Xiao didn't reveal his identity as a disciple of the 8 Immortal Mountain, nor did he reveal the martial arts he had been cultivating since he came to the Black Tortoise mainland. To the Heavenly Wind Group, this would probably become an eternal shame and secret. Of course, Ling Xiao couldn't care less. After he got the book, he returned to the 8 Immortal Mountain and started to study it. According to the book, once the combat body reached a high level, it would be useless to use elemental jade to upgrade it. At this point, he needed to find a new and more powerful material to break through the bottleneck. This material was the jade marrow. In order to upgrade the thunder combat body to the highest level, other than the thunder elemental jade, he also needed a thunder jade marrow. The same went for the lava combat body. According to the book, Ling Xiao had already merged all the thunder elemental jade and lava elemental jade he needed. Now, he only needed a jade marrow to solve the problem. However, where could he find a jade marrow? Ling Xiao thought of the people from the Heavenly Dragon Trading Firm. The Heavenly Dragon Trading Firm had business in the entire mystic world. They should have a jade marrow. As such, Ling Xiao hurriedly left the courtyard and prepared to ask the Heavenly Dragon Trading Firm. However, when he arrived at the courtyard, he saw the sword tribe leader, Jian Kuan, Jian Liufeng, Jian Tianchen, and the others standing there. He was stunned for a moment before he smiled. He knew why these people were looking for him. However, he still asked, "Why are you looking for me? Where's Uncle Are You Chow?" Jian Liufeng asked anxiously. "Oh, you can ask him. He tried to kill me outside, but he was killed by my master. The white jade flying dragon sword can testify." Chapter 25:19. By the way, my master said that he would only kill Jian Are You Chow this time since you've been obedient. However, if there's a next time, the sword tribe will be annihilated. Ling Xiao did not hide the fact that he had killed Jian Are You Chow. Even if he did not admit it, the sword tribe would still blame it on him. However, he did not say that he was the one who killed Jian Are You Chow. Instead, he said that Jian Are You Chow was killed by his master. After saying that, he tore through the air and left. Jian Kuan stood there, his body trembling constantly. It was fear. It was anger. It was uneasiness. "Father, Uncle Are You Chow was also killed. Are we just going to sit here and wait for death?" Jian Liufeng felt that he was going crazy. In the past, before Ling Xiao set foot on the 8 Immortal Mountain, he was in high spirits. He was insufferably arrogant. But now, he was so cowardly. "Of course we can't sit here and wait for death. However, do you have any good ideas?" Jian Kuan asked coldly. "Father, I have a good idea." Jian Tianchen said coldly, "We still have a few Earth Demon assassins. Although they are not as elite as the previous one, they can still be used to spy on others. As long as we figure out what Ling Xiao is going to do and kill him outside, even if his master comes looking for trouble, he won't be able to find us. Those Earth Demon assassins are our sword tribe's only trump card. The reason why we haven't been stripped of our title of the 8 great families despite losing our elders is because of them." Jian Kuan frowned and hesitated. "It's just spying. We won't lose anything. As long as the Earth Demon assassins don't attack, no one in this world can find them," Jian Tianchen said. Jian Kuan hesitated for a moment and then nodded. Looking at the direction Ling Xiao went, he should be going to the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company. Send the Earth Demon assassins to find out where he's going and what he's going to do. Yes. After arriving at the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company, Ling Xiao told the shopkeeper his request. The shopkeeper pondered for a moment and said, "Since you mentioned the Chalcedony, I do know a place that might have it." "Where?" Ling Xiao asked anxiously. The shopkeeper said, "About 30 li away from the 8 Immortal City, there is a crater called the Heavenly Thunder Crater. A piece of Heavenly Thunder Jade essence had once appeared in this Heavenly Thunder Pit, as well as a large amount of lightning elemental jade. Basically, all the Thunder Yuan jades used by your 8 Immortals Mountain are bought from here." "Purchase? Isn't the Heavenly Lightning Pit an ownerless land?" Ling Xiao asked curiously. "Of course not. The owner of the Heavenly Lightning Pit is the 13th Prince of the Chen Nation. However, the person currently managing the Heavenly Lightning Pit for the 13th Prince is the Duke of Yu." The shopkeeper replied, "A total of 3 pieces of Heavenly Thunder Chalcedony appeared in the Heavenly Thunder Pit. One of them was used by the 13th Prince, and the other was used by the Duke of Yu's granddaughter, Xiaofeng Wanyue. Finally, there was one more piece. Because it was located in the center of the Heavenly Lightning Pit, no one could approach it, so it was still there. The Duke of Yu had once said that whoever could retrieve that item would be accepted as his last disciple. If someone was not willing to become his disciple, he would also bestow upon that person a top-tier jade grade martial technique. Haha, how generous. However, it seems that this Heavenly Thunder Chalcedony is truly very precious." Ling Xiao said with a smile. "Of course. A piece of Heavenly Thunder Chalcedony is very likely to forge a top-tier lightning battle body. That is equivalent to a top-tier jade grade body tempering martial technique," the shopkeeper said. "All right. Many thanks, shopkeeper. It seems that I will have to make a trip to this place." Ling Xiao stood up and said, "When you go, it would be best to find a few helpers. Otherwise, it will be very troublesome. The Duke of Yu places great importance on this Heavenly Lightning Pit. After all, it is the property of the 13th Prince. Naturally, he will send a large number of troops to guard it. The cultivators in the outer area are fine. You can deal with them alone. However, it is more troublesome near the heavenly lightning pit. It is said that Xiaofeng Wanyue is cultivating there. Once she discovers you, with your strength, escaping might not be a problem. However, if you want to obtain the heavenly thunder chalcedony, it will be extremely difficult. But I am puzzled. Since the Duke of Yu and the 13th Prince cannot obtain it, why can't they let others have a try? Ling Xiao was speechless. Haha, these people are like this. Even if they don't need their own things, they will definitely not give it to others. The shopkeeper said with a smile. All right. Thank you, shopkeeper. These are the yin and yang pills that I have recently refined. I will sell them to your firm. They are all of perfect quality. They are equivalent to a high-grade profound-grade elixir. The reason why Ling Xiao had such a good relationship with the Heavenly Dragon firm was not because they liked each other. The main reason was that Ling Xiao was able to take out enough items to satisfy the Heavenly Dragon firm. Many thanks for young hero Ling's trust. One must know that they could get 30% of the profit from a single elixir. Of course, this was only a small profit. The key was that in the 8 Immortals city, no other firm sold this kind of elixir. It was equivalent to a monopoly. In order to be able to buy this kind of elixir, many people would constantly patronize the Heavenly Dragon firm, bringing them a lot of business. The benefits of this were huge. It's just a small token. Ling Xiao waved his hand and did not mind. To him, this was just a small token. It was the leftover yin and yang pills that he had given to the Yu clan. Since young hero Ling treats our Heavenly Dragon firm so well, we naturally have to do our best to help. How about this? Here is a map of the vicinity of the Heavenly Lightning Pit. Because of business, a small town has formed near the Heavenly Lightning Pit. Almost all of the people in this town are businessmen and coolies of the Duke of Yu. If you really want to successfully obtain the Heavenly Lightning Jade Essence, it's best that you stay in this Heavenly Lightning Town and figure out the situation before making a move. This map was a good thing. In the mystic world, the terrain was very complicated. Without a map, one might not be able to walk out of a forest in their lifetime. A martial artist's need for a map was much higher than their need for healing medicine. For the Heavenly Dragon firm to give such a map, it was really generous. Ling Xiao took the map and found that there were military deployments near the Heavenly Lightning Pit. The weakest martial artist in the periphery was at the first level of the Yin-Yang realm. The strongest was at the peak of the 4th level of the Yin-Yang realm. Within 100 meters of the Heavenly Lightning Pit, there were 10 martial artists at the peak of the 5th level of the Yin-Yang realm guarding it. The most troublesome was actually Xiaofeng Waning Moon. Her cultivation was at the 6th level of the Yin-Yang realm. She was the most difficult to deal with. However, since he had already decided to obtain the Heavenly Lightning Jade Essence, Ling Xiao naturally would not give up. He returned to the 8 Immortals Mountain and gathered Lin Ruoxian and Moon Death in the name of cultivating together. These two were at the peak of the 5th level of the Yin-Yang realm. Chapter 2520. The Lin Ruoxian had the Snake Clan's treasure. The Moon Death had the Moon Clan's treasure. Their actual battle prowess was much stronger than a martial artist at the peak of the 5th level of the Yin-Yang realm. Ling Xiao did not have to worry about their safety. They could help Ling Xiao a lot. As long as they did not encounter Xiaofeng Wanyue or the other first transformation stage 6 Hell Warriors from the Jukyu mansion, there would be no problem. After a discussion, the three of them set off immediately. It was only a few dozen miles away. It would not take long for them to arrive. Almost at the same time, in the Sword Tribe's main hall. Clan leader, we have investigated the Earth Demon assassins. Ling Xiao went to the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company to look for the Heaven Thunder Chalcedony. He will be going to the Sky Thunder Pit next. Jian Tianchen said to Jian Kuan. Very good. Secretly leak this information to the Sand Tribe. Our Sword Tribe can't take any more trouble. Let the Sand Tribe deal with Ling Xiao. Jian Kuan said after pondering for a while. Yes. Jian Tianchen agreed with this idea. The Sand Tribe's hatred for Ling Xiao was no less than the Sword Tribe's. After all, the Sand Tribe had lost more people because of Ling Xiao. After a while, In the Sand Tribe. What? Is that true? Sho Tongtian asked with a gloomy face. Yes. The Sword Tribe used the Earth Demon assassins to spy on Ling Xiao's whereabouts. However, they did not dare to act rashly. They are a bunch of cowards. Kai Lian said emotionally. She had heard the news from outside. Of course, the Sword Tribe had purposely leaked the news to her. It was just that she did not know about it. The Sword Tribe was really scared out of their wits by that kid's master. What a bunch of cowards. However, we have to seize this opportunity. If that kid goes to the Sky Thunder Pit, he will first have to deal with the Duke Yu Mansion. We can definitely benefit from it. Sho Tongtian sneered. What do you think? Do you dare to go with me? Of course. Kai Lian nodded. My 2 daughters and Sho Lin were killed by that kid. This hatred is absolutely irreconcilable. Good. Pack up and set off immediately, Sho Tongtian said. Not long ago, the 13th prince gave me an item. With it, I can definitely kill Ling Xiao with ease, Kai Lian said excitedly. That's right. How could I forget? Back then, when the Wang Juling family rebelled, it was you who tipped off the 13th prince. After that, there was a series of events. You have contributed greatly to him. Sho Tongtian said happily. It just so happens that the 13th prince is coming to the 8 Immortals County this time. Even if we can't kill that kid, the 13th prince will definitely help us. That's right. The 2 of them packed up and rushed towards the direction of Sky Thunder Town. He watched as Sho Tongtian and Kai Lian left. Jian Kuan's eyes revealed a hint of coldness. This time, he had deliberately let someone leak the news to Kai Lian. To be honest, he was not certain that Kai Lian and Sho Tongtian could kill Ling Xiao. But with Ling Xiao's personality, if he didn't die, he would definitely kill these 2 people. And Kai Lian and the 13th prince had a close relationship. It was said that they had once had sex. It was Kai Lian who taught the 13th prince his first taste of the forbidden fruit. That person also took great care of Kai Lian. Almost every time he came to the 8 Immortals County, he would have a secret talk with Kai Lian. As for what they talked about, others did not know, but Jian Kuan knew. This was because he had accidentally bumped into it once. Fortunately, he was not discovered. If Kai Lian died, the 13th prince would definitely hate Ling Xiao. At the very least, he would loathe him. In addition, the Sky Thunder Pit was the 13th prince's property. Ling Xiao wanted to steal the Sky Thunder Chalcedony, which would infuriate the 13th prince. In this way, Ling Xiao would definitely become a thorn in the 13th prince's side. The 13th prince did not know that Ling Xiao had a powerful master behind him and would definitely kill him ruthlessly. At that time, Ling Xiao would still not be able to escape death. Therefore, regardless of the outcome of Sho Tongtian and Kai Lian's assassination, he had already achieved his goal. Although Ling Xiao was happy to kill Jian Ruchao, there was nothing to be proud of. Just in the 8 Immortals County's younger generation, there were 3 first transformation yin-yang realm martial artists at the 6th level of Hell. He could ignore anyone at the 5th level of Hell, but it would still be very troublesome if he encountered those 3 people. In this way, the Sky Thunder Chalcedony became the key. The Sky Thunder Chalcedony would bring him a top-notch lightning battle physique and a great increase in cultivation. Therefore, he had to obtain this item. In about half an hour, Ling Xiao had already arrived at Sky Thunder Town. This town was really very small, even smaller than Yuhua Town. It was originally a town formed because of the mining work in the Sky Thunder Pit. The Sky Thunder Pit not only had the Sky Thunder Chalcedony and Thunder Elemental Jade, but also a large amount of Thunder Spirit Stones. Although the quality was not very good, it could still be converted into a large amount of Thunder Elemental energy. It was very important to use it to support the puppets' battle or the operation of the mechanisms. Look, the Sky Thunder Pit is in front. It is very easy to recognize. Yu Shong pointed at a huge pit that was about 1 mile away. Above the huge pit, lightning constantly flashed, and one could see it clearly from afar. It is indeed easy to recognize. I can feel that there is a Thunder Crystal Stone that is even stronger than the Thunder Elemental Jade in the huge pit. It should be the legendary Sky Thunder Chalcedony. Ling Xiao could not help but feel excited. This information was actually the first clue he got from his enemy, Jian Ruchao. He wondered if Jian Yu Chao would be so angry that he would stomp his feet in the underworld. However, that guy's days of anger were still to come. As long as he obtained the Sky Thunder Chalcedony and cultivated the top-notch lightning battle physique, Jian Ruchao would really go crazy. Ling Xiao, are we just going to barge in like this? That place is extremely heavily guarded. Lin Ruoxian reminded. Sister Ruoxian, you don't have to worry. With our strength, as long as we don't encounter Xiaofeng Kanyu, the Sky Thunder Pit's defense is nothing. Moreover, didn't the Jukyu residents say that the Sky Thunder Chalcedony will belong to whoever has the ability to retrieve it? We can just walk in openly. The trouble is actually what happens after we obtain the Sky Thunder Chalcedony. Ling Xiao smiled and continued to walk forward. Although the people of Sky Thunder Town were curious when they saw the three strangers, no one dared to look for trouble. The three of them were basically invincible in this place. It could even be said that in the entire 8 Immortals city, if the three of them joined forces, it would be extremely rare to find someone who could defeat them. They smoothly arrived at the Sky Thunder Pit and explained their purpose. A young warrior walked out. This person was called Xiaofeng Kanyang, Xiaofeng Tsanue's brother. His cultivation was not weak, having reached the peak of Yin-Yang Realm level 5. It could be said that he was almost as strong as the top geniuses of the 8 Immortals Mountain, excluding Lin Yutian. Chapter 25-21. Which one of you wants to take the Heavenly Thunder Jade Essence? Dawnwind Kanyang coldly asked the three of them. Me. Ling Xiao said. Good, then you come with me. The other two will wait outside. Dawnwind Kanyang looked at the three of them arrogantly, as if he was ordering them around. However, they were strong and this was their territory. It was normal for them to dare to do so. That won't do. What if your Duke Yu's mansion wants to harm me? Ling Xiao shook his head. Chen-ph, you should be Ling Xiao. We already knew about you the moment you entered Sky Thunder Town. We have long heard that you like to hide behind women. Looks like the rumors are true. Dawnwind Kanyang coldly snorted. I have the final say here. You can either scram or go in alone. Cut the crap. Do you really have the final say? Ling Xiao faintly smiled. If the 13th Prince or the Duke of Yu knew that you let go of the only cultivator who can take out the Heavenly Thunder Jade Essence, what would they do? You think too highly of yourself. So many people can't take out the Heavenly Thunder Jade Essence. What makes you think you can do it? Dawnwind Kanyang disdainfully said. Just based on this. Ling Xiao suddenly threw out a refining array stone. In an instant, Dawnwind Kanyang and the nearby guards were all trapped in a fire snake. The fire snake spat out flames. It was extremely realistic. What are you trying to do? Dawnwind Kanyang was startled. Don't be nervous. I just want to tell you that I am a master of arrays. The reason why you can't take out the Heavenly Thunder Jade Essence is because you don't dare to resist the lightning at the core. But if it's me, I can use an array to lure it away. Ling Xiao put away the refining array stone and lightly said, how about it? Do you want the Duke of Yu to personally come or do you want to let us in? Chen-ph, so what if I let you in? The three of you can't do anything anyway. Dawnwind Kanyang was well aware of the 13th Prince's temper and his desire to obtain the Heaven Thunder Chalcedony. If he really let Ling Xiao leave and this guy went to the 13th Prince to complain, he would be in trouble. In any case, the security here was tight. The three of them could not play any tricks. One had to know that there were 10 First Revolution Yin-Yang Realm 5th level Hell Peak experts guarding the Heavenly Lightning Pit. If he really couldn't do it, he could ask Xiaofeng Waning Moon, who was cultivating in the Heavenly Lightning Pit, for help. With just these three people trying to escape. As such, Ling Xiao, Lin Ruoxian, and Moon Death followed Daybreak Kanyang into the Lightning Pit. On the way, Ling Xiao arranged the next plan through soul transmission. Sister Ruoxian, Moon Death, you two wait outside the Heaven Lightning Pit. After I obtain the Heaven Lightning Chalcedony, we will fight our way out. If Dawnwind Waning Moon appears, the two of you will help me stall those 10 people. I have a way to trap that woman. Can you do it? No problem. Lin Ruoxian and Moon Death both replied. Among the 10 First Revolution Yin-Yang Realm 5th level Hell Peak experts, the strongest was actually Dawnwind Kanyang. It was obvious that the other 10 people had relied on external forces to reach this level. Their cultivation was uncertain, and it would be good if they could reach the late stage of the 5th Revolution Yin-Yang Realm. With Lin Ruoxian and Moon Death's strength and the magic treasures in their hands, it was more than enough to stall them. Okay, then let's follow the plan. The plan was not complicated, so it was easy to execute. There was no need to discuss it in detail. Do you see that? That is the Heaven Lightning Chalcedony. You can go through this path. Don't wander around and disturb my sister's cultivation. She has a bad temper and will kill you. Don't blame me for not warning you. Dawnwind Kanyang pointed out a path that had already been opened. This path was at least 40 to 50 meters away from the core area. There were no lightning attacks. Therefore, Ling Xiao walked very easily. Dawnwind Kanyang followed closely behind him, as though he was on guard against Ling Xiao. Outside the maze, Lin Ruoxian and Moon Death were surrounded by the 10 martial artists from the Duke of Yu family. They were not going to attack, but they were stunned by the beauty of the two women. If I am not mistaken, you two must be Lin Ruoxian and Moon Death from the snake race of the 8 Immortal Mountain, right? In fact, he had not guessed it, but someone had reported it to him. That's right. Lin Ruoxian answered lightly. I wonder which side do you think will emerge victorious in the Ox Deity's maze contest this time? These old men were shameless and were obviously trying to find a topic to talk about. The 8 Immortal Mountain, of course. Lin Ruoxian and Moon Death answered at the same time. He, is it because of Lin Yutian? Lin Yutian is indeed powerful, but Chen Beixian from the Tianfeng group and Lady Xiaofeng from the Duke of Yu family would not lose to Lin Yutian. At the end of the day, this competition is between the three of them. Aren't the two of you too full of yourselves? Hearing Lin Ruoxian and Moon Death's answer, the 10 martial artists were clearly displeased. Don't forget, the fourth on the genius leaderboard is also a martial artist from the 8 Immortal Mountain, Ling Xiao. Lin Ruoxian said proudly. I don't know about Lin Yutian, but Ling Xiao will definitely surprise you. Ha 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 ha, the one who just went in must be Ling Xiao. I think he will be lucky to come out alive, let alone win the maze of the Ox God. Dream on. The 10 martial artists burst into laughter. Moon Death wanted to cut the 10 martial artists' necks in half. However, Lin Ruoxian stopped her and said, Don't do it, Ling Xiao hasn't done it yet. However, Lin Ruoxian didn't want to do it, but the 10 martial artists didn't. Hehe, since the two of you are here, why don't you have some fun with us? One of the martial artists laughed evilly. Aren't you afraid of causing a fight between the Duke of Yu family and the 8 Immortal Mountain? Lin Ruoxian said coldly. Ha 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 ha, if the three of you die here, we will just deny it. As far as I know, Ling Xiao and the two of you are not very popular in the 8 Immortal Mountain. Maybe some people will be very happy if you die. The martial artist laughed loudly. Brothers, since we are bored, let's play with these two beauties. While shouting, the 10 martial artists pounced on Lin Ruoxian and Moon Death like hungry wolves. Courting death. A terrifying white snake martial soul appeared behind Lin Ruoxian, and a strange shield appeared in his hand. This was the Snake Clan's treasure, the Snake Hairstone Shield. The shield flashed with a strange light, and the martial artist at the front was petrified on the spot. Immediately after, the nearby Yu Death suddenly attacked and shattered the stone statue. You dare to kill the people of the Duke of Yu family?